welcome to Snetterton for the latest instalment of action for the 2022 season from the 750 Motor Club. Qualifying here, just about coming to an end, and will be underway with racing very shortly for the first of 2 days here at Snetterton, the 8th event of the 750 Motor Club calendar for 2022. My name is Ian Soman, up here in the commentary box. Alongside me once again is Josh Barrett. We're looking forward to bringing you all of the action from the course of this weekend. We'll be joined by Kieran McGinley as well. We'll be down interviewing winners post-race and during the endurance race as well. We're on the 300 circuit, just a shade under 3 miles long here at Snetterton this weekend. That's the full layout. Of course, not much in the way of elevation because it is a former airfield venue. So that's the circuit that we are on today. The forecast, it is pretty overcast. There have been 1 or 2 spots of rain, but it is warm, it is humid. 23 or 24 degrees expected this afternoon. So that's the forecast as far as the weather is concerned. In terms of the forecast for the racing, we've got a varied programme of action for you today. We're going to be underway shortly with the first of 2 races today for the Toyota MR2 Championship. Then we'll have a lunch break, and after that, at around about 20 past 1, we'll be underway with the first of 2 races today for the Race Parks Historic 750 Formula Series. That's going to be a scratch race at the end of the day. They'll have a handicap race. Then we move on to the Demons Week's Yokohama Low Cost Championship, the 45-minute 2-driver race for the Tiguan Road Sports Series. That comes up at around about 10 past 2. And then it's the Race Park 750 Formula Championship. That has its first ever triple header here this weekend at Snetterton. We've then got the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Hatch Championship, the Martins Group Formula V Championship, brings the single-seater action to Snetterton this weekend. The Freaky Parts Sports Specials Championship is the last of the different categories that we see today before we have the second races for the MR2s and the historic 750 Formula cars. As I mentioned, Josh Barrett is alongside me here in this rather warm commentary box, and Josh, we're looking forward to a very good day and a very good weekend's racing from the 750 Motor.
Yeah, that's right, Ian. It's great to be back here at Snetterton with a full paddock, looking absolutely fantastic here in Norfolk. Something like 350 entries over the weekend, and the majority of them are here really today. Some drivers doing 2 different categories over the weekend, but really big grids in everything we have, and a good range of series, like this always. We've got some one-make racing, we've got some single-class racing, we've got multi-class racing as well. For everything, and the shorter and the longer races and historic racing too. So I think everything is really covered, isn't it, over the course of the next 2 days?
Yeah, I think there's really very few other clubs that really can put a programme together like this with such a rich variety of all that is best in UK club racing. And tomorrow, of course, tomorrow afternoon, we've got the longest, well, it's actually the second longest race of the 750 Motor Club season. Let's leave the Burkitt Relay out of it for the moment, but we've got a 3-hour race tomorrow for the Tiguan Club Enduro Championship as well, Josh.
Yeah, that's right. So that's going to add in some strategy, 2 pit stops rather than the 1 they normally have to deal with. Driver fatigue, considering some drivers are going solo, and there's potential that the weather gods might add an element to that race tomorrow. But we've got 18 races to look forward to before we get to that.
Yeah, we have, and 10 of those come up during the course of the rest of the day. Majority of them are 15-minute sprint races, the exception today being the 45-minute race for the Tiguan Road Sports Series, which is just after 2 o'clock this afternoon. That's scheduled to get underway. The first category that we're going to have on circuit racing-wise, though, is the Toyota's Toyota MR2 Championship. And we'll bring you the details of that very shortly indeed, as the series reaches its second half of the season. But I think we've just got all of the cars off the circuit now from the final qualifying session, which was for the Freaky Parts Sports Specials Championship. And very shortly we'll have the cars released out onto the circuit for the first race of the day. You can see the start line marshal there getting ready to welcome a big field of cars, more than 30 cars onto the grid. And as Josh was saying, we do have great fields throughout the weekend. Let's take a look then at the grid for the first race of the day. It's the Toyota's Toyota MR2 Championship. On pole position, it's number 1, and that is Aaron Cook, who's disputing the championship lead this year with Sean Traynor. Alongside number 1 Aaron Cook on the front row is number 41, that's Ali Topley. Second row has 21 Daniel Sylvester and 31 Ben Rowe. Then on row 3 it's number 11 Adam Lockwood and 27 Sean Traynor, the 4-time champion and protagonist for this year's title. Row 4 it's 71 Graham Mailings and 18 Sam Harper. The 5th row 84 Neil Stratton and 26 Paul Cook. On row 6 Darren Aldworth and number 99 is William Boggis. On to row 7, and that's where we find the 77 car of Tom Mailings and number 8 Tim Heron. Daniel Bryant is in number 69 on the 8th row of the grid, besides 78 Jim Mew. Then it's Cameron Bell, number 19, and Lee Brown, number 86 on the 9th row. Row 10 is where we will find the 15 car of Gavin Aldworth and Rhys Dorman in number 13, or I think he may well have withdrawn in actual fact from the meeting. On row 11 it's 65 Veer Aldridge and 51 Andrew Strange. The 12th row is 82 Andrew Ruthven and 68 Jim Cook. Then moving on to row 13. If we can just advance the graphic, there we go. It's number 30 Andy Williams and 17 Maxine Nichols. Gareth Baxter in 14 and Nick Emily 52 on the 14th row. Dave Hemingway 5 and 67 Simon Quinn on the 15th row. And on the 16th and final row, that's where it's 16 Daniel Farmer and 72 Lee Florent. And the cars forming up on the grid, just to say that whether you're here at the circuit or watching on the live stream as we go on board with number 41, which is the car on the outside of the front row, Alistair Topley. To find the digital race programme, you can go onto the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk/calendar, scroll down to the event page for Snetterton, and you'll find access to the race programme in digital PDF format. You'll also find access as well to the live timing, which you may want to get up on your phone or another screen to enhance your enjoyment of the racing. We will of course have our timing tower on display as well on screen for those of you watching on the live stream. So Josh, as with these cars forming up on the grid, I know you were at Brands Hatch for the last round of the championship. Tell us about what happened there. Yeah,
it was domination for Sean Traynor in particular. He took his 5th victory of the season, so therefore extended his championship lead, whereas Aaron Cook, who actually got pole there, really struggled, particularly in the second race. He was well down the order, so therefore the reigning champion dropped a few points. So it looks like this again might mix the championship up more because it's Cook back on pole. One thing we did note at Brands Hatch was a lot of Mark IIIs in the top 10, something like 6 of them, and that order has kind of been re-established here, although more mixed, I'd say, more Mark IIIs and the Mark IIs. But no green flag laps here for the MR2s. The racing is very shortly going to get underway. The start procedure, I can hear, is underway, I think.
Yeah, 32nd board is about to be shown to the driver. So on your left-hand side of your screen, it's the number 1 car of the Aaron Cook, who is the reigning champion, and beside him it is 41 Ali Topley. So you've got the Mark III and the Mark II together on the front row of the grid, and second row, as I say, on the inside it's number 21 Daniel Sylvester and Ben Rowe, number 31. So again it's Mark III and Mark II. Revs are starting to rise, the lights go out and away they go for 15 minutes of racing. The Toyo Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship. They're heading off up towards Rich's Corner for the first time. Who's going to get turned in first then? You've got Topley in the gold coloured car on the outside. He's under threat actually from Daniel Sylvester on the inside line through Rich's Corner, but it did look like it was Cook that held on to the advantage. Yes, he did. It is still Topley in second. Sylvester trying to go around the outside of him, and Sean Traynor trying to make a move around the outside. He started only 6th, of course. We go on board with the 26th car, and that is Paul Cook.
This is the last weekend in the MR2 Championship for Paul Cook. He was telling me yesterday that car's up for sale. There's multiple interested parties, I believe, so Paul Cook would like to go out with a strong weekend in a championship that he's been in for a very long time, Ian.
Yeah, he has very experienced, lots of wins in the MR2 Championship down the years. Here, though, he's a little bit further down the order than he might like to be, because he started the race only in 10th and he's had a spin after contact. There's 2 or 3 cars that have spun around there. Paul Cook trying to get pointing back in the right direction just as soon as he can. there you can see his 26 car getting back out onto the circuit then. So Paul Cook started 10th, he's going to be even further back down the order now as the leaders are about to head through Williams, Josh.
And a great start from Sean Traynor. You mentioned him going round the outside at Wilson. He's already third, just behind Ali Topley. Ben Rowe, who missed Brands Hatch's fourth, then Daniel Sylvester fifth, and Adam Lockwood there in sixth. I think Lockwood's missed a meeting this year too, but he's finished second 4 times over the course of the 2022 season. So Adam Lockwood having a really good year here. Here comes Traynor up the inside of Topley. We're having a look anyway into the S's into Brundle, but he can't make that work. We can see in front of him his championship rival Aaron Cook just pulling away at this stage. There he is, our number one, the double champion Aaron Cook, and then his pursuer Alistair Topley, who's been the top Class B driver this season. I think we ride on board with him now. He leads the Class B championship. You get individual class points as well as an overall championship based on the overall finishing positions, and that's the main championship we're talking about over the course of today.
Yeah, as the leaders then are about to come to the end of their first lap. Apologies, by the way, for 1 or 2 technical issues on the live stream. We know about those. We're going to work to fix them as the day goes on. So end of the first lap then, and it is Aaron Cook with a healthy advantage of just over a second over Topley in second place. Sean Traynor only 0.2 of a second behind Topley in third. Then it's about 1.2 seconds back to Ben Rowe, who's in fourth position. Daniel Sylvester, after that good start, losing out down to fifth, and Adam Lockwood completing the top 6.
Sean Traynor's gone up the inside of Alistair Topley on the exit of the Wilson hairpin. He got the car turned in better using the lighter Mark III, the newer car. The car from the 2000s against the 1990s Mark II of Topley. He couldn't make the move work. Behind there's been a change at the beginning of this lap because Daniel Sylvester, who's been having a good season, has got himself up ahead of Ben Rowe. Sylvester fourth in the championship. Ben Rowe, another driver actually, who missed Brands Hatch. Here comes Traynor, late on the brakes, into the Agostini hairpin. He outbrakes himself a little bit though and slides out wide. So Alistair Topley saw him come in, he let him go, and he slotted him back ahead on the exit of the corner. That was well judged, wasn't it, by Alistair Topley. We get another view of that, I think, there. So you really saw Topley using his mirrors well there, Ian, seeing Traynor braking late, letting him go and then repassing him on the exit of the corner, and all that. They've actually caught Aaron Cook bizarrely. Yeah, that's a bit strange, isn't it? You'd think while that was going on they would lose ground. So whether Cook has made a mistake or not on his own, I don't know, but you've got the top 3 right together now as Traynor goes rally crossing on the exit of Williams, but now you've got Topley, who's in a position to pick up the tow from Aaron Cook down the straight and into Brundle and Nelson. And let's see if he's able to make use of this. He looked at the outside line through Brundle. That would give him the inside line through Nelson, but I don't think he's quite made that work. Cook uses a fair bit of curb on the exit of the corner. Not as much as Sylvester in the background, by the way, who's back up to 4th position, I think, at the expense of Ben Rowe. Yes, he is. There you can see the confirmation of that 4th and 5th. So still the top 3 together then. If anything, Traynor's just lost a couple of car lengths, Josh. Yeah, and Topley right on the rear bumper of Aaron Cook. I wonder if the next couple might close in. This is what we saw at Brands Hatch in the first race. Aaron Cook got pole, but then had no pace whatsoever in the race. And lap 2 is kind of suggesting this, because Sylvester there, who was nearly 3 seconds back at the start of the lap, is not far away now from the top 3 as they complete 2 laps of racing. Aaron Cook feeling the need to defend pretty heavily at this stage of the race, and Topley trying to use the 2-litre engine Mark II to get alongside. But it didn't really look like there was actually much difference in a straight line there between the 2 different types of cars, but because of the tight line into the corner, Cook is wide on the exit. But it's actually Sean Traynor that's making the most of this, because he's dived around the outside of Alistair Topley. He's sideways again. We've seen that a few times over the course of the last lap, but he's gone through Sean Traynor around the outside there into the hairpin, moves up ahead of Topley. So it's Cook from Traynor, the 2 drivers have won most of the championships recently in MR2s, and Daniel Sylvester there in 4th is with the top 3 now. Yeah, he set the fastest lap of the race on the previous lap, which of course was the first flying lap as well, a 2:19.25, which is 24 hundredths outside the Class C lap record. Class B lap record's a bit quicker than that, 2:17.78 for Sean Traynor. So out of Agostini they go, heading off towards Hamilton, the left-hander. It's Aaron Cook that leads, number 1 then. In second place it's number 27, Sean Traynor. In third place it's the 41 car of Ali Topley, and in 4th place is Daniel Sylvester. They've got probably 0.7 of a second back to
Ben Rowe, who's in 4th place, but he's not terribly far away from them, and he's got Adam Lockwood and Graham Mailings, I think, for quite close company as well. So it's a real good mix between the Mark 3s and the Mark 2s. The Mark 3 slightly more dominant numerically at the front of the field today, and certainly the top 2 now, both these roadsters with the 1.8 litre engines aboard.
Yeah, and here they come absolutely together out of the Nelson corner that complete the S's, and then towards the end of what is lap 3 of this opening race of the day. It should be 7 lapper, I should think, for these 15-minute races for these types of cars. And they turn their way through Corb Curve, the really long right-hander that just keeps going on and on and on until eventually then you have to slow the car down into Murray's, and Aaron Cook's got his car slowed down there on the apex of the corner, so nobody can challenge him. He wants a good exit to here because it's a very long run down the centre straight up towards Ritchie's corner behind. Daniel Sylvester right underneath the rear bumper there of Alistair Topley, and he's going to try and go round the outside, is he, into Ritchie's corner, but he can't make anything of that. But the top 4 are separated by less than 1 second, with rain spots on our camera, on our commentary box windows, and a few cars with wipers on at this stage, Ian.
Yeah, it is raining, but not an awful lot. And my word, does Norfolk need the rain at the moment? So I think we are going to get some more significant rain tomorrow, perhaps. But certainly, at the moment, it's only that psychological rain, isn't it, that we hear word of. There's their 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th place group. Well, actually 8th as well if we include the 84 car of Neil Stratton. His is the yellow road, so there is then a gap back to 9th and 10th, which is Darren Aldworth and Tim Heron. But here are the 2 leaders in their roads, just starting to get away a little bit from the next 2. Sylvester sticking his nose up the inside of Alistair Topley there at Agostini there, as the number 21 driver tried to get past Topley, but he couldn't make it work. Through Hamilton now, and then to the right-hander at Oggies. And then after that it's the short sprint up to another right-hander at Williams, and then back onto the Bentley Straight.
At this stage, Aaron Cook has got the 8th fastest lap of the race. The race leader, all the 7 cars behind him are quicker than him, which is important in this race because people are catching him, but even more important for the race later on today, because that's how the grid is set, the fastest laps from this race. And this is the same sort of problem he had at Brands Hatch, where he was defending for the whole race and not having pace, and he might lose the lead here because Sean Drainer goes right round the outside at Brundle, which would be a good move. He had the back out of it, though. Aaron Cook was late on the brakes there, and he's able to keep people behind just like he was at Brands Hatch, Aaron Cook, but in a very similar vein, he's certainly not able to get away from anybody.
No, he's not. Absolutely right. It's a really tight old race, this, and he's a bit of a target, Aaron Cook, out there in front. Sean Traynor in second, and these 2 really have been the drivers that have been dominant in MR2 racing for quite a few seasons now between them. Cook having won the championship twice, Traynor 4 times. Cook still only 25 years of age. Relative newcomer to circuit racing about 3 years ago.
That was a better lap from Cook. On best laps, Cook, Traynor, Topley, Lockwood, Mailings and Stratton, all within half a tenth of a second of one another. It's only Daniel Sylvester that's gone a bit quicker and Ben Rowe that's gone a bit slower, so extremely competitive here between the lap times, between these top 8 cars.
Paul Cook, by the way, back up to 13th place now, and he's lapping faster than 2 or 3 cars ahead of him as well, so Paul Cook might yet get back into the top 10 after that incident at Agostini on the opening lap of the race. There's only 5 minutes to go. 15-minute races, of course, around here only give you perhaps 6 or 7 laps of racing. Yeah,
that's right. I think it should be 7, shouldn't it, for the MR2s. We might see some 6-lap races throughout the weekend, though, later on. Here's Paul Cook turning his way through. Palmer on board with him, making good progress in the 7 Patron Racing Toyota MR2. If he can get a clear lap, he might be able to get a good lap time, which will give him a good position for later on. But at the moment, he's stuck in a battle. Is that Tom Mailings ahead of him, possibly? With behind Jim Mew at the start of the lap. I think he's passed him already. So he's got Tom Mailings up next, whose best result this year has been a 9th. Paul Cook's had a couple of podiums. He's had a 2nd and a 3rd over the course of the season, once at Donington and once at Croft. That's right, so we're still on board with Paul Cook as he battles to get back into the top 10, and he's just about to make his way onto
the straight, as the leaders are a little bit further up the road. Of course, in the last 4 minutes of this race now, can Paul Cook use this toe along the straight, going to the right hand side of Mailings as they get up into Brundle and Nelson, but we might actually make it through on the inside at the second part of the corner, but no, Mailings holds on there, Josh.
And there's been a change towards the front of the field, because Daniel Sylvester's got himself up ahead of Alistair Topley for third. So here's the driver progressing during the course of this race. 2 laps to go. Here they come across the line. It's still, though, Aaron Cook leading. Sean Traynor second. There's Sylvester behind him, now in third position, ahead of Alistair Topley. So it's the 3 roadsters ahead at this stage of Topley and Ben Rowe. There's Traynor then. He's got 2 more laps, 6 more miles of racing to try and get ahead of Aaron Cook. But if Aaron Cook has got some sort of problem with the cars not as quick as perhaps it should be, he's doing a great job here in at keeping the championship leader behind him.
Indeed he is. Meanwhile, Jim Cook is getting the driving standards flag, so that'll be, I imagine, for exceeding track limits. So as you say, 2 laps left to go in this race. Those are the 2 leaders. There's Daniel Sylvester in third. I suspect his ambitions of victory have diminished now, because he is a second or so away from the top 2, who are heading down to the hairpin, the left-hand hairpin at Agostini once again on this infield section at Snetterton. And apologies once again for some of the technical issues we're having at the moment. We're working hard to fix those for later in the day, but it's still plain to see that there's a very good race going on at the front of the field between number 1 Aaron Cook and 27 Sean Traynor. These the 2 likely protagonists for the championship. Sean Traynor with 5 wins this season. It's just 2 for Aaron Cook, the only other driver to get a win this season has been Alistair Topley, who's there, as you can see now, in that gold liveried car, down in 4th position behind the roadster of Sylvester.
I think Tom Mailings and Jim Mew have just been involved in an incident at Agostini. They've both got back going, but lost a lot of time. Meanwhile, the leaders, are they side by side here as they go into Brundle? And Sean Traynor this time does fight right round the outside to get the lead, but he's lost it. He's all sideways. He's saved it. He's all over the curves. Now he's off the circuit. What was you saying about Daniel Sylvester being a long way behind? Well, that's not going to be the case anymore.
He's going to be up to second, is he? They're going to be side by side through the bomb hole, and it is just the car getting ahead there of Daniel Sylvester for second. There's a car there that's off the circuit. That was Maxine Nichols, I think, wasn't it, who's in trouble. There is the Sean Traynor, who's now holding on for third place here, because Topley is besides him as they go into with Sean Traynor just about fending him off for the moment. But of course, Sean Traynor lost that momentum at pretty much the worst possible time.
Well, he's lucky he didn't have a bigger accident, really, because that is a possibility at that point of the circuit. But anyway, they go up across the line. He's got a good lead now, Aaron Cook, of 1.1 seconds over Daniel Sylvester. Then Sean Traynor is third. Ben Rowe is in 4th. Is he? Has he got himself up ahead of Alistair Topley? No, he didn't quite make it work. They were actually level across the line, but I don't think it was a successful move. No, still Topley there in 4th, ahead of Ben Rowe. Sean Traynor's pushing on again, though. He's out over the dirt, coming out of the Wilson hairpin. Now, this is the last lap of the race. Can Aaron Cook hold on to the lead?
Yep, timed element has almost run down. That's Ben Rowe getting a little bit sideways there through Palmer. Here they come. There's the stricken car of Nichols as the leaders come down to Agostini, and it is Cook at the moment leading from Sylvester in second, about a second between those 2, and then Sean Traynor in third. He'll be desperate to try to get back ahead of Sylvester. Of course, he's done a lot of work on the first lap to get from 6th on the grid up into contention, and he's having a look at Oggies here, the 2 of them almost overlapping. They'll then come to the right-hander at Williams, and then it's a question of whether Traynor's going to be in the tow as they go along the Bentley Straight, and he's about 3 or 4 car lengths behind at the moment, Josh.
Daniel Sylvester's not finished on the podium yet this season. I don't think he has in the past either. He's had 3 4th place finishes in the past, but never a podium, and he's currently in 2nd place. We're going up to the part of the track where Sean Traynor has challenged Aaron Cook. This time he could have challenged Daniel Sylvester, but perhaps thought better of it, considering what happened a lap ago. So Sylvester therefore hangs on to 2nd. Very limited overtaking opportunities left now if Trainer is to get that second position back as they go into Coram for the final time. Nose to tail for second and third positions. So it's Aaron Cook well clear, but second still to be contested here.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're through Murray's for the final time. It's all going to be about the sprint to the line for second place. Checkered flag's going to go out to Aaron Cook, and I think it's going to be Daniel Sylvester that gets second place, which will be his best finish in the Toyota MR2 Championship. Indeed he does, by about 0.3 of a second in the end from Sean Trainer. He takes third in number 27. Ali Topley it is in fourth place. Ben Rowe fifth. Graham Mailings across the line in 6th, Adam Lockwood 7th, Neil Stratton 8th, Darren Aldworth 9th, and for 10th on the last lap it is Paul Cook that makes up the place to get ahead of Tim Heron. But Aaron Cook, I'm not sure it was very easy for him, but he did get the win, his third of the season. Yeah,
that's right, and they claw 5 points back. He was only 7 behind, so it's down to 2 then going into later on this afternoon's race. It's all a bit odd, isn't it, how Aaron Cook's pace has been over the last 2 meetings. So that's a question for Kieran to ask our race winner. Although he won the race, it looked like he didn't quite have the pace you might expect of the driver who got pole position, a driver who has won 2 championships in the past, but he's got the job done, like you say. He's very good at defending, but later on he's going to start much further down the order. It's actually going to be Daniel Sylvester who starts on pole later, so he's going to have a real shot at it. But Trainer, he was aggressive, wasn't he, trying to get through, and that just didn't work out for him. Like I say, he was lucky to get what he did out of that race, because he looked like he was going to spin at one point, and he kind of caught it. Then he had to avoid the big curb, which is that type of curb has been controversial in motorsport lately. So he avoided that, and then he was facing the grass, and then sorted that out, and ended up third position.
He did, and of course an all Mark III top 3 here. 3 roadsters filling the first 3 positions.
First time that's happened.
I don't know. I can see you're scrutinising the past results now to work out whether that's a first.
It happened at Brands actually. Lockwood was on the podium there with Trainer and Cook. So.
But it's not all that common that we get that particular result configuration. So the best of the Class B cars was Alistair Topley in 4th position overall. And he was ahead of Ben Rowe, and then third of the Class B cars was actually Darren Aldworth, who took 9th position. So that was the way of things at the end of the first of the day's races for the Toyota MR2 Championship. There's another race to come for them later on this afternoon. That's going to be at around about 5 o'clock. As spots of rain continue to accumulate in not particularly great volume, but they are there nevertheless on our commentary box window. I'm not sure it's doing much to change the condition of the circuit, though, and certainly it's very warm out there, so I don't think any dampness will be particularly prolonged. So we'll, hopefully in a moment be able to head down to the Parc Ferme area. That's where the top 3 will be found. And they're going to speak to Kieran McGinley for the first time today.
Yes, thank you very much. And yes, a little bit of psychological rain at the race end there. But I have to say, now I'm here with Aaron Cook. Aaron, well, how was the race out there? It looked a bit tentative at times.
Yeah, it was a tense race. Brilliant racing with Sean. We've always had some good battles together, and that one was no different. Glad that the battle happened when the cameras were here. We always like to put on a bit of a show. But yeah, great. He made some good moves. I managed to get the switch back on him a couple of times. One time I thought he was going round, but managed to hold it together. But yeah, the rain, I don't think it really affected things much. I was hoping it would get in some people's head. I think it was a bit slippery, but I think it was just warm tyres, get a bit slippery towards the end.
And of course, the best people to be battling behind you is for it to happen behind you. So it was able to stretch your lead a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. I need Sean to lose a few more places really for the championship. We've been tight all year. He nipped ahead of me at Brands Hatch, so I'm trying to claw some points back. Hopefully we can make it 3 championships in a row. But yeah, great to have a battle with Sean to try and stop me.
Absolutely. Aaron, congratulations on the victory, and go enjoy a well-earned lunch break. Let's have a chat to our second place driver in Daniel Sylvester. Daniel, well, talk to me about that race, because that was a bit of a hectic ending.
Yeah, it was really good. Hectic ending, hectic race, everything was really good. I owe Alistair Topley a big thank you. he let me through, and then he gave me a few nice little touches up the arse just to keep me going. So yeah, big thanks to Ali for that. But yeah, best ever finish, so I'm pretty chuffed with that.
And a little bit of rain just at the end. I mean,
It started to get a bit slippy. I weren't sure if it was my tyres or someone dropping oil or anything, but yeah, it got a bit slippy towards the end. But yeah, what a race! It was awesome. Yeah, real good.
and what goes through your head then when you see those first spots of rain hit the windscreen? Is there anything in particular going through your head?
Hitting everyone's windscreen, aren't they? So everyone's on the same playing field, so it doesn't really matter, does it? But yeah, it certainly takes your attention away. Just touch the wipers once or twice, you'll be all right.
Daniel, so much. Thank you very much for the chat. Enjoy your second place. Congratulations today. And let's have a chat with our third place driver in the number 27 of Sean Traynor. Sean, well, a bit of an eventful end to that race. Talk us through it.
Well, I had a qualifying, we lost third gear on the third lap, so we were starting in sixth, which I think we had the pace to be on the front row, so I had to make a good start, which we got a good start. And then I had a couple of, the lap before, I think it was the third lap from the end, I managed to come around the outside of Aaron, but he just had his nose in front for, I can't remember the corner, at the end of the straight, and it's the right-hander. So he took that one and thought, next time, if I'm close enough next time, I'll give it another go. And I hung it in there a little bit longer, and then I lost the rear end. So I got in front for about a second.
TV-friendly words coming out of your mouth, I hope?
Yeah. But it was good. No, it was good race, but hopefully we set a decent enough time to put us somewhere in the front two for the next race, or front couple of grids, anyway, front row, or front two rows. I don't think I've got a front row pace in there, but because I was battling with Aaron for most of the time. At one point I thought, do I back out and then try to go for it and put a lap time in for the next one? And I thought, I've done it too many times before, and then all of a sudden they make a little mistake and you're not there to take advantage. So I thought, no, I'll try it. So, but it didn't work this time. Hopefully next time.
Absolutely. Well, Sean, enjoying your wreath today, and congratulations on third place. And with that, then, that becomes our lunch break. So we'll be back in about 20 past 1 for the Race Sports Historic 750 Formula Series. So join us then when we will come back for some more racing action after lunch.
Very warm welcome back to Snetterton after the lunch break at this 750 Motor Club race meeting, where we've got the cars already onto the grid for the historic 750 Formula Series race, where on pole position we have the number 29 car of John Village. Beside him is number 27 Richard Pryor. The second row is 72 Trevor Slatter and 200 Christian Pedersen. The third row is 7 Graham Wilson and 2 Nigel Howard. On row 4 it's 42 Timothy Sage and 3 Charles Cooling. Row 5 is 18 Timothy Roebuck and 23 Lyndon Thruston. On the 6th row it's 55 Roger Rowe and 1 Gregan Thruston. On the 7th row 61 Simon Gallen and 19 John Ingram. Row 8 is 37 Tim Ellison and 88 Jerry Fincham. Row 9 is 11 James Miles and 6 Richard Verheyden. On the 10th row it's 30 Tim Mile and 77 William Kirk. Row 11 is 78 Kevin Welsh and 14 Matthew Pryor. Row 12 is 69 Hugo Pickup and 22 Charlie Plain Jones. Row 13 is 99 Daniel Lewis and 8 Peter Marsh. And rounding outfield is number 9 Thomas Everton and 12 Ben Mile. My name's Ian Soman, up here in the commentary box. Josh Barrett once again is alongside me as we look ahead to the start of the race. And just last few cars going into position, Josh.
Yeah, and this is an impressive grid, isn't it, of historic cars. You've got the pre-1974 750 Formula cars, and then you've got a good number of Austin 7s of different modifications. You've got the standard cars, you've got the supercharged cars, and then you've got the single-seaters that run in the Class C, the cars where the historic 750 Formula cars are. And it's John Village there on pole position, who started his racing career in 750 Formula 50 or so years ago, and driving a very similar car now to what he raced back then. And great to have him here with the 750 Motor Club over the last few years with this car. And he got pole position this morning by 1.1 seconds over Richard Pryor, who's had lots of success as well in this JGS3, which raced in period when John Village raced that car as well. So it's a car that he raced against in period. 50 years later he's back racing against him, Richard Pryor. I think he's an ex-hill climber, isn't he? Goes really well in this car. So it should be a good battle between those two. Watch out for Christian Pedersen. He's normally quick in his methanol Austin 7. 30-second
board is being shown at the start of this historic 750 Formula Series race. We're waiting for the 5-second board to be shown. So it's John Village, 3-time winner already this season at Alton Park and Pembrey, on pole. And alongside him, Richard Pryor, as the race gets underway then, and it's a pretty even start by the two of them on the front row of the grid. A good start too by Christian Pedersen from the second row of the grid, and it looks to me as if that yellow Austin 7 on the left-hand side of the circuit is going to sweep into the lead. That's the Pryor car, number 27. It looked like he might have dropped down a position or two. And we'll pick up on that in a moment, but it looks like it's John Village there in second behind the yellow and green car, the Austin 7 of Pedersen. But is that going to last much longer? Because Richard Pryor trying to drive all the way around the outside, and I think he might just do it. That's at the Wilson hairpin, but no, as Pedersen can accelerate towards Palmer. He gets his car back in front, but it's side by side for second, Josh, as they head through Palmer and down to Agostini for the first time.
Yeah, that's right. So the Austin 7 of Christian Pedersen's got the more power, at 90 brake horsepower. The two cars behind, 65 to 70 brake horsepower, something like that, in the historic 750 Formula 850cc cars. So it's going to be an interesting battle to see the more powerful, more potent Austin 7 in the straights against the more nimble 750 Formula cars that are behind Pedersen, so who won a lot of these races in the past. Hasn't won so many lately as Pedersen. And here comes John Village up the inside into the right hander there at Oggies, and he goes through, and Richard Pryor behind spins, so Richard Pryor spun out of the back lateral for the lead. He's still side by side because Pedersen, using the power, stayed there on the outside, but he's not able to do it into the bends. So John Village slices through, and he tries to make up as much time as possible through Williams because he knows down this long straight Christian Pedersen will be accelerating back towards him.
And we'll see where Richard Pryor is in all of this after that spin in the background there through Oggies. But it's certainly John Village leading then at the moment, as one car in trouble, driver with his hand in the air, going to pull off onto the side of the circuit, hopefully close to that Marshall's post there, so the Marshals can deal with that situation. But the leaders heading into Brundle and through Nelson now for the first time in this race. And it is John Village that is leading then from Christian Pedersen in second as they head now through Coram Curve for the first time. And these two have probably got about 8 or 10 car lengths between them as they head up towards Murray's for the first time.
Yeah, it looks like Graham Wilson's there in third, who I caught up with yesterday. He was telling me that his uncle used to race in this championship back when these cars were in period. He went to Alton Park a few years ago, saw the cars and thought, I want to get involved. But it's side by side for the lead across the line because Pedersen, using that extra 20 brake horsepower or so, accelerates back ahead, going up towards Richie's, ahead of John Village. For third place, Graham Wilson is under pressure from Timothy Sage, who's out there in the Mallock, isn't he? One of the early U2s. So that's sort of an early Clubman's car, I guess, that's out there as well as the 750 Formula cars and the Austin 7s. The first of the supercharged Austin 7s is in 8th position. That's Tim Roebuck, who always goes well in this car. Meanwhile, the leaders together, Ian.
Yeah, and they're heading out of Wilson down towards Palmer once again, pretty much nose to tail between Christian Pedersen and John Village. There was just 1800ths of a second between them as they crossed the line at the end of the first lap, and quite a long way ahead then of Graham Wilson and Timothy Sage in third and fourth position. We'll try and pick them up in a moment. Obviously just one or two technical differences.
Richard Pryor, who finished third position as his best result in the scratch races so far this season. John Village unbeaten. No, he won 2, didn't he? Christian Pedersen did win 1 actually earlier in the year.
Just seeing the cars head down the Bentley Straight towards Brundle and Nelson there. There is John Village, and he is in the lead of the race from Christian Pedersen. Richard Pryor's been off the road again by the looks of it. Where did he come through at the end of the first lap? He came through in 9th position. He's had another moment there and he's just rejoined behind Timothy Roebuck, who he was behind in any case, I think there, Josh.
Yeah, it's only the start of the lap. I think he'd got past Roebuck and caught the next group. Meanwhile, the leaders are side by side again, heading up towards Richie. Now, this continues for the rest of the race. It could be interesting, couldn't it? This would probably be a 6-lap race, I think.
Yeah, looking at lap times.
And we got 37 off the road, by the way. That's Tim Ellison in the Contour.
Yeah, Centaur. Centaur Mark 16.
So that's stopped out on the circuit.
Yeah, so he's disappointingly out of the race. Where did he qualify? He qualified on row 8 of the grid, so that's a great shame for Tim. Going to clamber out of his car by the looks of it. And you can see the cars exiting Richie's and heading up towards the Wilson hairpin. One of the Austin 7s going through shot there is number 18, Timothy Roebuck, and he does lead the supercharged Austin 7 class on this occasion in 8th place overall.
The leaders are up at the Agostini hairpin, where Christian Pedersen was ahead into the corner, but through and out of the corner, you can see there, John Village is back ahead. So it's multiple place changes between these two very different types of car, which this category is all about, this historic 750 Formula category that brings lots of different types of car into the series. And the leading car, the Christian Pedersen car that runs, I think, on methanol, doesn't it? The Miss Green Austin 7, and then John Village's 750cc car. Very different speed. Got the supercharged car there of Pedersen back in second place, but I wonder when he'll be able to get back in front of John Village again. Both these drivers are going quicker than qualifying. Christian Pedersen is going to the extent of 8 seconds faster than he went in qualifying this morning.
Yeah, we've not yet had a lap record though, have we? That was set by Richard Pryor last year, 2:29.44. We're not below the 2-minute 30-second barrier yet today.
Tim Roebuck, though, has broken the Austin 7 supercharged lap record by 4 seconds already on the first flying lap of the race. So he's going pretty rapidly. The standard Austin 7 class, is that Richard Verheyden, I think, who leads that one. So ahead of Charlie Plain Jones, which doesn't happen very often. Charlie Plain-Jones won a lot of these races in this sort of this new class that was put together with it last year, I think.
Yeah, the supercharged and non-supercharged Austin Sevens separated out. There you can see the 88 car on screen, and that is the car of Jerry Fincham, his DNC. I think also involved is the number 19 car of the veteran John Ingram in his Arthur Mark II. So nice to see those two cars out on track. They're in 15th and 16th position in this race, which is now 3 laps old because John Village has gone through 9/10 of a second ahead of Christian Pedersen at the end of lap 3.
Yeah, for the first time in this race, Pedersen didn't lead into Ritchie, so John Village has sort of fought off that challenge going onto the infield. Richard Pryor across the line, he's now 6th, so he's I think had a better lap that time. He's got himself just ahead of Lyndon Fruston on that last lap, so he's gaining positions.
Very long lap as well, there's nearly 3 miles in length, so it is a sort of 2.5 minute plus lap time, although John Village having broken the 2-minute 30 barrier for the first time with a 2:29.94.
Just had Charles Cooling past us, he's 10th, he's having his first race I think today, just 28 years of age.
Yeah.
So having a good run there in DNC from 1972.
Yeah, Richard Pryor is his future father-in-law, also racing in the same class, and Charles actually works in composites at Alpine F1.
So there's John Village then, who goes through Williams ahead of Christian Pedersen. So Pedersen goes out of Williams still as the race leader. So it's John Village still there ahead of Christian Pedersen. The pair of them are 20 seconds ahead of Tim Sage, who's there in 3rd position. 4th for Graham Wilson, 5th for Trevor Slatter, 6th for Richard Pryor, 7th for Lyndon Fruston, 8th for Nigel Roebuck, 9th Tim Roebuck, and as we said in 10th place Charles Cooling. So we have just over 5 minutes of the race to go. The 4th lap of the race is currently ongoing, and John Village and Christian Pedersen making that towards the end of that 4th lap.
Yep, so we're here with 5 minutes of the race remaining at Snetterton on the 300 circuit, this historic 750 Formula Series race. And we've got a bevy of Austin Sevens going over the line just in front of the 2 race leaders, but that's problems for Richard Pryor.
Yeah, that's right. He's just going out of Williams very slowly. We said he was gaining positions, but that's not the case anymore, is it? So Richard Pryor. Oh, there's a big lock-up down there at Murray's for Graham Wilson, I was talking about earlier. So he's had a bit of a moment. He was in 4th position just behind Tim Sage. So Tim Sage now with a bigger gap in 3rd. Trevor Slatter is there in 4th position, and Graham Wilson after that moment at Murray's a moment ago has dropped to 5th. But those 3 are 25 seconds behind the top 2, John Village and Christian Pedersen, who on that lap are only separated by 3/4 of a second. So the battle for the lead is pretty close again as they get into lap traffic now on this 5th lap of the race. Tim Roebuck goes across the line. He still leads the supercharged class. He's in 8th overall. And then the normally aspirated cars are still led by Richard Verheyden, who continues to go well ahead of Charlie Plain-Jones, some 20 seconds or so. Then Matthew Pryor is there in 3rd position, who I think is another driver making his race debut this weekend.
Indeed so. So we're coming towards the end of this race now here at Snetterton, and as we see the 88 car go across the line, that is the car of Jerry Fincham, the DNC, and he is still there in 12th position, one of the Class C drivers of course. It's John Village leading by 3/4 of a second, but those two 24 seconds clear of the rest, who in turn are headed by Timothy Sage and that number 42 Mallock, the Mallock U2 Mark IV, and Trevor Slatter number 72 in 4th position, Graham Wilson 5th, and Nigel Howard completing the top 6. As it's not going to be too much longer before we get John Village back through to complete another lap, as Richard Pryor, we can see, is in the pit lane now and out of the race, Josh.
Yeah, that's right. So the leaders turn their way through Murray, still together, still a long way ahead of everybody else. Is Christian Pedersen this time close enough to accelerate past up to the line? Well, it's pretty close. If this was the last lap of the race, it would have gone Pedersen's way, because it's back ahead as they go across the line to the tune of 900ths of a second. So there's nothing between them as they cross the line. But it's Pedersen back ahead then to start this last lap of the race, which means that John Village will have to do some work on this last lap, and he's challenging Pedersen, I think, down into the Wilson hairpin. After they get out of the hairpin, there's yellow flags because there's a car that has pulled off up there. Notice we've lost Ben Myland earlier on, one of the drivers, but it is Pedersen still ahead then of Village as they turn their way into this yellow flag zone at Palmer, so no overtaking here, but on the exit of the corner, the green flags wave, so John Village, is he going to attack down towards Agostini? We've seen him pass here before, he pulls to the left-hand side of the circuit, he brakes late, he slots back ahead. So John Village, once more, the race leader, but whether he can pull up a big enough gap before the run to the line is yet to be seen. So it could go either way, I suggest, at this point of the race here.
Yeah, it could certainly do that. 900ths, as you say, over the line between first and second. It is all going to be about that last drag race. There's only a minute of the race to go, so only about half a lap to go for the race leaders. Just trying to pick up exactly where on circuit they are at the moment. I think they just head back onto the Bentley Straight then for the final time in this race. Head towards Brundle Nelson. Yeah, you can see Pedersen just reeling him in all the way down the straight. So if Pedersen can get through into Brundle, I wonder if that might be job done. But let's see if John Village can hang on as they go into the S's here. And I think he has. John Village leads here, but on about half the laps, Pedersen's accelerated ahead by the line. On the other half of the laps, John Village has stayed ahead. So it could go either way. So they've got no traffic to deal with. That should help John Village, you'd think, so he can run his own lines, which he wasn't able to do a lap ago. So they turn their way through Coram, and there's not that many car lengths between them at this stage yet. About 6 or 7 car lengths maybe into Maris for the final time. So it's all about whether Christian Pedersen can get the run to the line. We've had 15 minutes now on the clock, so it is just a question of whether Christian Pedersen can get him on the run to the line. I think he's going to be able to. Yes, he does. About 50 yards before the checkered flag, Christian Pedersen sweeps in front, and it's Christian Pedersen, therefore, that takes the win by 37 100ths of a second in the end. So number 200, Christian Pedersen, it is that takes the victory then from number 29, John Village, in second place. And it's quite a long gap back then to third position. I think they're just at Murray's now, possibly the cars for the minor places now. That's a lapped car, isn't it, that's coming through next? Up at Coram, so we find Tim Sage been caught by Trevor Slatter, I think, in this last lap, hasn't he? Actually, no, sorry, they are at Murray's, aren't they? So it's another battle a bit further back. Sage had kind of been caught by Slatter, though, but not enough to challenge. Yes, about 3 seconds between them at the end. And then it should be Graham Wilson and Nigel Howard coming off the line. Off the road at Murray's is Graham Wilson. Yeah, so it's going to be Nigel Howard that's going to come through to take 5th position in the number 2 car. There you can see on screen the number 7 car of Graham Wilson, and recovering from that spin. I think he's still going to come through to take 6th position then. And then 7th should be the winner of our supercharged Austin 7 class, which will be Timothy Roebuck. Not got him through yet, but we do have the 99 car just going through. That's David Lewis to this race. Timothy Roebuck there goes across the line. He's actually chased over the line by one of the Class C cars, and that's Roger Rowe, the former 750 Formula champion. So he takes 8th place. And then it should be Simon Gallen in 9th position, and 10th place will actually go the way of 88, Joey Fincham, who gradually made his way up the order during the course of that race. Yeah, that's right. The nationally aspirated Austin 7s, normally aspirated Austin 7 should go the way of Richard Verheyden, who in the end was 40 seconds clear of Matthew Pryor and William Kirk, who've both got past Charlie Plain-Jones, which doesn't happen very often. Yeah, Plain-Jones' last lap was pretty slow, so not sure if all is well with his car there, but it's Richard Verheyden
who will win Class A. And so far this season, Nick Haywood-Cook won at Alton, but Hayden won the handicap race there, and then Charlie Plain-Jones won the 2 races at Pembrey. See though, already so far they were ahead. John Village and Christian Pedersen have already made their way down into Park Ferme, where Kieran is heading in their general direction.
Yeah, we'll see if we're going to be able to hear from the drivers after that race. One or two difficulties on the technical side for the live stream during the course of that race, and apologies if we've also some difficulties on the circuit PA as well, but we'll hopefully get all of that sorted out before too much longer. And yes, we can certainly see that we do have drivers now down in Park Ferme.
Looked like we lost Lyndon Fruston from the race as well, didn't we?
Yes, I think we did. Yes, he only completed 4 laps out of the 6 that were completed by our race winners. So a great shame that we lost Lyndon Thruston from that one. So I think we probably had 19 finishers in the end from that race, Park's historic 750 Formula Series race. Plenty more racing still to come here. Coming up next, we're going to have the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Low Cost Championship. So that's the next race action here at Snetterton today. That's going to be another 15-minute race, and then we have the 45-minute race for the road sports, the Tikiwa Road Sports Series, which is the only long distance race of today. 2-driver affair, of course, a great variety of cars and a huge grid assembled for that one. But we will look forward to that very shortly here at Snetterton. It's a dry afternoon now. We had those spots of rain before lunch, but it is very sticky and warm out there. A bit of a breeze I can see with the flags fluttering, and hopefully conditions will at least stay dry today, although that's not necessarily the forecast for tomorrow's action. It certainly looks like Snetterton could do with some rain falling on the local area, because it's extremely parched here. Certainly all of the grass is looking rather parched. So we'll just see if we are able to hear from our class winners, it would be, after the race parts historic 750 Formula Series race. I think they've been mostly gathered together now, but just a question of whether we technically can hand down to them. Yes, it looks like that might be a difficulty, unfortunately. So a few technical issues today. I do apologise for those. So what we will do is look ahead in a moment to the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Low Cost Championship race, for which the cars will be heading out onto the grid shortly. A bit of clearing up work to be done first, though, from that historic 750 Formula Series race. So that will take a few moments to do. But possibly while we have a moment, what we can do is just talk about the championship so far in the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Low Cost Championship. We'll give you the grid for that in a minute as the cars are ready to come out. But championship-wise, it's Martin West that leads the way at the moment after the most recent championship rounds, which were at Pembrey last month, Josh.
Yeah, that's right, where Craig Land had gearbox problems. I think he had just the one problematic gearbox, which he got through the first race, but then in races 2 and 3 he was unable to get to the end of. He won every race up till then, and then Martin West won the 2 at the 2 on Sunday at Pembrey. So like you say, Martin West leads the championship. If you start to take drop scores into account, then Craig Land sort of goes back ahead, but obviously he's got less of a safety margin than what he had going into Pembrey, and they are the 2 drivers a decent way ahead, but Cole Rusenars, despite only being on the podium a couple of times, not too far away, and then there is a big gap to everybody else. It's been a bit of a dramatic season, particularly last time out actually at Pembroke.
It was, wasn't it?
We are missing a few people this weekend. So actually, I think 23 cars, something like that in qualifying, which isn't as the size of grid we normally expect to see in low cost. But around Snetterton, I suspect the racing is going to be pretty competitive. We had 4 cars separated by 4/10 of a second in qualifying. West, David Martin, then Land and Roussenars, so 3 of the 3 championship contenders inside the top 4 there. And I suspect it'll be a real slipstreaming battle between those competitors, which is going to be one to watch, particularly if you've got yourself perhaps to the end of if you're here at the track towards Ritchie's or towards Brundle and Nelson. There'll be some real battles into there, probably Agostini as well actually. Sort of forget how long the straights are on the infield there, don't you? Past Till's restaurant. It's a real place. You can actually make an overtake in these types of cars.
Absolutely. It's a circuit that really lends itself very well to this type of racing. These low cost of course, 1300cc Ford Crossflow engines power them. They're Caterham-esque in terms of their shape, so a bit like a brick. So not a lot in the way of aerodynamics. Their design initially based on the book by Ron Champion, Build Your Own Sports Car book, and low cost ran for the first time at 750 Motor Club a little over 20 years ago now, and it soon grew into one of the biggest championships that the club has, and it really does very much appeal to those on a budget. The performance is, they're not the most rapid cars out there, but they're good fun to drive and they're good fun to race. Very exciting racing that they produce, with the lack of power and lack of aero. Fairly limited modifications to the suspension. They run either 4 or 5 speed gearboxes. They use the Yokohama A539 tyre as well, so that's pretty economical. And they have 15 rounds during the course of this season. We'd already had 7 before this weekend. He said, 8 rounds before this season. There's 8 still to go, isn't there? That's right. Snetterton, Brands, Cadwell and Alton still to go during the course of this season, and it's still to play for in the championship to some degree. But obviously with those problems for Craig Land, that's put him on the back foot. He's qualified 3rd on the grid for today's races, with West on pole position and David Martin in between the two of them. What's David Martin done so far this season? He's had a 2nd place at Silverstone, hasn't he? I think that's been his only podium finish. He's, I think, is that 7th in the standings? 8th in the standings, yep. Just that one podium so far.
Next best result was a 6th. Yeah, that was the 2nd race at Silverstone, where Craig Land managed to break the toe and pull away. So David Martin basically won that battle to be best of the rest, which was quite a scrap, as you might expect on the Silverstone National Circuit. I think you get 3 drop scores in low cost, don't you? So at this stage, Craig Land's still in an okay position, but like you say, there's quite a lot of races left in the season. So reigning champion Martin West in a good position, but Craig Land yet to win the championship. It's still in a nice position going forward during the course of the 2022 season. So if you include 1 drop score, Martin West is still 2 ahead. If you include 2 drop scores at this stage, Craig Land is actually 17 points ahead of Martin West.
But he's got little room for error, hasn't he, with those 2 non-finishes at Pembroke last time out.
Yeah, Martin West has got good results all the way through the year. I think his worst results are 4th.
Yeah, his name more often than not appears in those top 3 positions, so it is going to be between those 2, you would think. Certainly last year in the championship it was Martin West that won it by 10 points from Andrew Tate. That was his first championship. He'd been there or thereabouts for several seasons there, the man from Southampton. He was 5th in 2020, he was 4th in 2019, he was the 2nd in 2018, in 2017 he was 4th, same in 2016 as well, so he'd been there or thereabouts for quite a long time. But anyway, enough of that, because the cars are forming up on the grid now. Let's tell you about the grid order. So on pole position it's going to be number 94, Martin West, and beside him it's going to be number 40, that's David Martin. On the second row it's 87 Craig Land and 84 Carl Roysenars. On the third row it's 58 Brad Horsnell and 82 Paul Clark. On the fourth row 8 Sean Brame and 74 Gary Brandon. On the fifth row 79 Tom Parker and 9 William Wright. On the sixth row 28 Dave Berry and 73 Rob Apsey. Row 7 is 5 George Grice and 21 Kev Straw. The 8th row 31 Glyn Griffiths and 46 Barry Stewart. The 9th row 50 Ian Hardy and 57 Daniel Russell. 10th row 34 Trevor Faunch and 52 Alan Harmon. The 11th row 27 Mark Rue and 25 Tony Bowl. And on the final row 20 Bill Ward should have, I think, fourth Tuller, number 90 beside him, because he did complete laps out of session at lunchtime. So that's the way the grid is going to line up for this 15-minute race for the Demon Tweaks Yokohama low-cost championship, round 9 of the season. Got about 2/3 of the grid already into position. Pole position is the mostly black car with some green and red livery on it. That's number 94 Martin West, and it's the red and white car, the TSR prepared car of number 40 David Martin. Then the second row, 2 mostly black cars. The orange roll cage is that of Craig Land. The yellow roll cage is that of Carl Roysenars. And then it's another black car on row 3, that's the 58 car of Brad Horsnell, that's got red wheel arches. It's the green and yellow number 82 car of Paul Clark besides him. So those are the ones that you need to watch out for. It's going to be a 15-minute race, as we say, for the Demon Tweaks Yokohama low-cost championship. 1-minute board is shown to the drivers, and very soon we'll be underway for this 15-minute race, and as Josh says, we should be in for a thrilling slipstreaming contest, which is easy for me to say. We're just waiting for last few indications. 5-second board is shown, so watch the lights to go on. And out they go, and it's a pretty even start from the front. Actually a better start by Martin West, and it's David Martin then in the number 40 car, the red car that's going to fall behind. Craig Land is going to try and get up the inside of Martin West, I think, going into the first corner, and Carl Roysenars there trying to sweep around the outside of everybody as well. So we'll see how that shakes out as they head up towards the Wilson hairpin for the first time. And it's 94 Martin West that's got the advantage. It's Craig Land up to second, Carl Roysenars is third, it's Paul Clark in fourth, and David Martin has really lost out, hasn't he? Because he's dropped back down to, well, it was fifth position, he's now got fourth place back, Josh.
Yeah, as long as he can keep within a sort of half a second or so range, it shouldn't be too much of a disaster for him, like it might be in some other categories. So it is the cars making their way down towards Agostini, where Martin West then leads Craig Land, the two main championship rivals. A small lock up there from Land into Agostini, but he's actually the one that sort of gets a tighter line through the corner. Then Roysenars is there in third. David Martin just about keeping Paul Clark at bay for fourth position, but it is a small gap the top three have got over the rest, headed by the championship leader and the reigning champion Martin West, as he turns then right into Oggies for the first time.
Yeah, Oggies, and then up towards Williams, and then on to the Bentley Straight. There you can see a gap opening up between third and fourth position for this car. Fifth is Martin. It looks like it is Sean Brain there in sixth position. He started seventh on the grid. Leaders heading down the Bentley Straight towards Brundle and Nelson for the first time. And it is still Martin West leading, no jostling for position there as I thought there might be. Still Craig Land, number 87, the driver from Nottingham, in second place. Third is Carl Roysenars, fourth is Martin, and fifth is Clark. Heading through the compression at the bomb hole, and now to the long right hand they head at Coram towards the end of this first lap of the race. We're probably just going to squeeze, I would think, 7 laps out of this 15-minute race.
Yeah, that should work out, shouldn't it? Like the MR2 for lunch. So they've got their way out of Murray. A few drivers dipping their wheels over the curb. It will be caught by the track sensors that you can see there in your shot if you're watching at home on Alpha Live. The leaders across the line. Martin West giving off a big toe to Craigland, but Craigland makes absolutely no attempt to overtake him. He brakes in a straight line, not to overtake Martin West. And we've had a collision. 3 cars, I'm afraid, are involved at Murray's, and we might not be getting 7 laps of racing here.
One of those is Tony Mole, number 25. Now, he was involved in an incident at Pembrey as well, wasn't he? And he's become intertwined with another similar liveried car, and another one was involved as well. We'll see if we can work out who might be involved in due course. But there, the leaders are making their way down towards Palmer. And sliding the car through nicely there was Martin West, just ahead of Craig Land and Carl Roysenars. And the red flags are out. Red lights are on. The race is being stopped, and that's because we have those 2 cars there.
There's a 3rd car in there as well behind it.
Yes, there is.
27 Mark Rue didn't come through, I don't reckon.
Okay.
And try and work out who the other one might have been.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate we can only see the number of one of the cars. That's the Tony Bolt number 25 car that's out there. But it is going to be a red flag and a restart. But only had 1 lap completed at the time of the red flag, so I think we'll be going back to the original grid.
You suggested Ford Tullow should have made the start, so he either didn't make the start or was involved in that incident, one or the other.
Yeah, we will wait to see. Perhaps we'll get a shot of that incident again as the cars are recovered in a moment, which will help us to identify who else might be involved.
And 5, George Grice didn't make the end of the first lap,
No,
so I think 3 of those 4 are up there at Murray's, and one of them probably didn't make the start, I reckon.
Yeah, so we'll pick that up. There's Sean Brame going round on his lap back to the grid, where the cars will be re-gridded in their original format. It's 27, isn't it? So it is Mark Rue there, as you suggested. That's the right hand of those blue cars.
I think it's Ford Tullow behind, isn't it? The golden Sellers car. And he was just behind them on the grid, so that would all make sense, really. Whereas George Grice was much higher up on the grid, so perhaps he didn't make the start.
Yeah, possibly so. So, unfortunate incident there, bit of a tangle. Doesn't look like there's any sort of very serious damage. It would have been a relatively low speed incident there as well.
A bit more awkward than anything how the cars have ended up.
Yes, just that, such that they couldn't easily be recovered. I can see there is a breakdown vehicle now on the scene there at Murray's as well to help to facilitate the recovery. And we'll get a restart, one would think, over a reduced race distance.
So David Martin should get his front row start back, I think, as we didn't complete 2 laps of
I think you're right, yes. I am going to, while I talk for a minute, I'm going to allow Josh to note down start drivers for our next race, which is the road sports race. So it's the circled ones you want there, Josh, not the highlighted ones, not the highlighting. I'll find you the next list in a minute. But it's the 45-minute road sport race, which has 2 drivers, is coming up next. And the car that's in the back there, we still can't see the number, I think it is though the 90, isn't it, of Ford Tullow. So damage, I think, to the front suspension of the 25 car. It's looking like it's been beaten up. And that will take a moment to be recovered. There's some more for Josh. And there you can see the cars forming up on the grid. So we don't yet have David Martin back through to take up his position on the outside of the front row of the grid. He's going to be waved through though by the marshal. Yep, saying yeah, come on through, David. Come and take up your pole position. Going back to the original grid. And he'll pick up his spot beside Martin West. So has got the opportunity therefore to atone for that disappointing start to the race initially, thanks to that red flag caused by 3 of the slower cars coming together at Murray's on the opening lap of the original start of the race. So I imagine we'll get something like a 10-minute restart. I've not heard that officially as yet. think Josh has got all of the details now, so I'm going to let him talk while I make those notes now, Josh, about the low-cost cars that you can sell at the circuit. This is where I realised a pen would be a good idea as well. I'll borrow Josh's pen on air production. But yes, Josh, talk to us about low cost.
Yes, so as Ian was saying, this is round 9 of the championship. So we've got 2 races here at Snetterton this weekend, and we stay at motorsport vision venues for the rest of the year, because at the end of the month we go to Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit. We've already been to the Grand Prix circuit as a sort of one-off special occasion earlier in the year, then Cadwell Park in September, and the season will conclude at Alton Park in October. Here's George Grice heading down the pit lane, who we noted we didn't think made the start. Well, he might make the restart. Well, he's had damage to the front nose. That's been taped up. So whether he was involved in a different incident, perhaps on the first lap of the race, so they've been able to get the car back in some sort of place to take the restart. So from the pit lane we'll see car number 5, George Grice. I suspect we'll be missing those 3 cars that we noted were off up there at Murray, where I can see the Ford Tuller car there, the Sellers car is being lifted. Oh, there's a lot of fluid on the track as well, so 27 there was leaking quite heavily. So that was Mark Rue's car, so that's obviously perhaps damaged the radiator and leaked fluid onto the circuit, so that will have to be addressed once the cars are removed. No green flag lap needed for the restart, so once all that's been concluded, the race will be able to restart pretty quickly. Lots of racing though still to come up here at Snetterton today. After this restarted low-cost race, we'll have the 45-minute Road Sport Series, a race with a pit stop, full grid of 45 production sports, GT and sling cars. Then 750 Formula will be out, the longest running championship in the world since 1949, and for the 1108cc Fiat Fire engined machines, mainly home-built cars in that, so that will be good to watch. We'll also have classic stock hatch, Formula V Sports Specials, plus MR2s and historic 750 Formula to round off the day. But that will happen with the local race in a few moments' time. We're here with the communications manager of the 750 Motor Club, James Stanley. James, the 750 Motor Club in the 2022 season, it's looking a good year ahead.
Yeah, we're all set for an exciting, busy year again. 2021 was a very good year for the club. It was great to have a lot of newcomers joining us, both from elsewhere, but also novices coming in, and a lot of appetite for club level racing, and hoping to see the same again this year with a packed calendar.
Obviously, there was a lot of challenges worldwide over the last couple of years. How have the club adapted to the new way of life?
There's been, there's certainly been some positives that have kind of come out of the, I suppose, upheaval of pandemic-related issues. A lot processes are a lot more efficient, kind of going forwards. A lot more is done online now, which ultimately, if we can refine those processes to make life easier for the competitors, but also crucially, the officials and the marshals, and try and ease that process into, I suppose, the new generation of the admin procedures, then it works really well.
Obviously, the club's changed a lot over the years. What are the sort of the new things over the last few years that people can come to expect from the 750 Motor Club?
From the competitors' point of view, we've got online signing on. We're doing everything kind of digitally in advance, so a little bit more to do on the run-up to a race meeting, but you don't necessarily have to be up quite as early, at a race meeting. But we're constantly progressing, adding new things. We're doing a lot more live streaming. For competitors, it works for everybody. It works for the competitors, the sponsors, and just to get the 750 Motor Club kind of brand and club motorsport really out there to the wider world that perhaps don't know we exist.
And for the on-track championships, how have they had to adapt over the last few decades?
I mean, it's a kind of constant progression really for many championships. We've got such a varied range from kind of development formulae to kind of one make series, and it's a kind of natural progression for some, and a lot going on both in terms of the car builds and refining things to keep costs down for competitors where necessary by refining the regulations.
You mentioned regulations there. There's obviously some championships which are much more tightly than others, so if you perhaps like building a car, there's some championships that perhaps prefer that type of competitor.
Absolutely, yeah. So it's we kind of cater for every competitor, whether it's somebody that wants to be really hands-on and build a car, completely from scratch. It's obviously 750 Formula, this championship going, and that is it's having a good resurgence over the last kind of year or two. New people coming in, and you can literally start from scratch. And that we have other formulae that are like that. If you're that way inclined, or there's kind of things in between: buy a chassis, convert it. But then right to the other end of the scale, we like to make it easy. So if you just want to go hatchback racing or saloon car racing, there's formally where you just need to do the bolt-in roll cage and some basic bolt-on modifications, and it's not a huge challenge. And then taking that a step further, in most of the formulae there are teams that work around 750 Motor Club Paddock that can offer just an arrive and drive option. So you've got the licence and your safety kit, turn up with your helmet and your suit and your licence, and away you go.
And if you are new to racing, best way is to contact the club directly, I assume.
Absolutely, yeah. Always encourage people to just pick the phone up, give us a call. Happy to talk through all the different formulae we run and the steps involved in getting your licence. But also, come along to a race meeting and chat to us in person, speak to the drivers, and we try and ensure that although you might be on track for 45 minutes or something like that across the weekend, it is the whole weekend has got to be an enjoyable experience. And, that is a really prime factor for 750 Motor Club. So anything we can do to improve that experience, we do, and ensure that everybody has a good time, both on track and off.
And you mentioned there about obviously on track it's all very competitive, but in the paddock there's a really good feel.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I'd say that really has been a long-standing part of the club. Everybody wants to win on track, but nobody wants to win by leaving somebody back in the pit. So you have a mechanical problem, your rivals on track will descend on your car and help you get it fixed, get back out. And in the evenings it's social. There's barbecues and everybody makes new friends, and it's always really encouraging to see and nice to see when newcomers kind of come involved, and it becomes kind of their life both on and off track.
And for those that are not sure what sort of budget they can commit to, what sort of things should they be looking at?
It's kind of in some ways it's how much you kind of want to spend, how much you want to get involved. One thing we always try and get across from the start is that you don't have to commit to a full season in any championship. There's no obligation to sign up with the big bill at the beginning of the season. Do as many or as few races as you want once you've got the license and your kit, and if you're running your own car, do a few track days, come and do some racing. So you can get involved. You can do a whole season in some of our championships for kind of £3,000, that sort of range upwards. If you're sharing a car in something like road sports, you could probably do it for that maybe even a little bit less. But then if you were wanting to do a ride and drive in one of the kind of quicker, more involved championships, you're probably looking at kind of £20,000 and upwards. And it really depends what you want to spend on the car yourself. But whatever kind of your budget is, we should hopefully be able to find a home for you.
So
Thanks,
the
James.
low-cost
I hope
race
you're
about
watching at
to
home today.
get
Might be
back
on track
underway
soon.
after that delay. Red lights are on, red lights go out, and it's a good start to the race by Martin West. It's another poor start by David Martin. Carl Roysenars has got away even better this time, and he is alongside Martin West as they head down towards Rich's Corner for the first time, and it is Roysenars this time that sweeps through into the lead of the race at Rich's, so they'll head off up towards Wilson Hairpin for the first time. Roysenars in the lead. It looks like West in second place, I think. This time David Martin's again in about level pegging for fourth position. Craig Land is there in third place as they head down the short straight towards the left-hander of Palmer. It's Roysenars leading, having started this race in fourth.
Yeah, that's the real big change from the first attempt, isn't it? They come then out of Palmer, and it's side by side for the lead. To the outside goes Martin West, the inside for Roysenars, and it's round the outside for Martin West to take the lead. So that was a great effort there from the championship leader to grab the lead of the motor race as they go up towards the left-hander, the really fast corner this, and it's West, Roysenars and Land, the top three. Then David Martin's back to fourth, ahead of Paul Clark. In sixth position is Sean Brame, and this time in they're much closely bunched compared to the first start.
They are indeed. Number 5, George Grice, by the way, started the race or the restart from the pit lane, having had some damage from the initial start, patched up before getting his race back underway. So the leaders heading down the Bentley Straight for the first time in what we think is going to be a 10-minute race for the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Low Cost Championship. It's Craig Land, you can see on the right-hand side there. He is behind Martin West now, so it's Martin West leading, Craig Land second, and Carl Roysenars third. So the top three having reversed from what it was half a lap ago. David Martin fourth, Paul Clark fifth, as they go through the compression at the bomb hole for the first time. So Land and West, the two main championship protagonists, together at the front of the field.
Now we are back to where we were on the first start, aren't we? And we saw Craig Land not really want to attack in the first part of the race. So ahead of that, let's see if this time, because certainly when as close as he is, he should easily slipstream past, and I think he's going to do it this time up on the right-hand side of the racetrack. And he will go then through ahead of Martin West. Will he bring anybody else with him here? Well, Carl Roysenars is having a look, but he can't do it. So 4 for the lead as they turn into Ritchie's. Craig Land now the leader. Second is Martin West. Third is Roysenars. And fourth is David Martin. Small gap back to Paul Clark and Sean Brame, who are 5th and 6th. And challenge there into Wilson.
Yeah, around the Wilson hairpin there, and it's Roysenars back into third ahead of Martin. I don't think it's going to stay that way for too much longer. You've got Craig Land in the number 87 car leading though from number 94 Martin West. Then you've got another pair, then you've got Paul Clark on his own, Sean Brame also on his own for the moment at least in 6th position, but the two leaders overlapping there as they headed out of Palmer and towards the hairpin at Agostini. That's the left hand hairpin which they're negotiating their way through now, and it's still Craig Land, the Nottingham driver, that's ahead of the man from Southampton, number 94 Martin West, the reigning champion in the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Low Cost Championship. And then third, that looks to be the car with the yellow roll cage of Carl Roysenars still.
Okay, so here they come out of Oggies and into Williams, and now we'll see how keen Martin West is to try and make a move, because again the the Bentley Straight is a long slipstreaming slog up towards the S's, up towards Grundle here. So let's see. Yeah, already Martin West pulls out of the toe halfway down the straight, really. So I wonder if Roussillon's in third might be able to, or even David Martin. Both of them are getting a good toe here, but it's side by side for the lead. Martin West has got it. Land is second, so they both stayed ahead of the next two. David Martin now ahead of Cole Roussillon, out over the curbs there for Martin. And Paul Clark has caught them, so there's 5 for the lead now.
He has, and Sean Brain back there in 6th. There was a dust cloud that went up, wasn't there, on the exits of Williams. You can see it in the background, the long shots of the Bentley Straight. Not quite sure what the cause was of that. As we watch the 94 car Martin West head through Murray's for the 2nd time in this race. It's probably going to be maybe squeeze 5 laps out of it, but possibly only 4. We'll see how the officials are feeling about this. Coming up towards the end of the 2nd lap of the race, then they're absolutely side by side over the line. Craig Land again going through on the inside, and this time he does take someone else with him, and that's someone is David Martin in the number 40 car. And could he even challenge for the lead? No, he can't. Actually, he tucks back in behind the Martin West car, and Paul Clark in 5th. He's showing 4th on time screen, but that's because David Martin's transponder's not working. Paul Clark in 5th position. Is in the best lap of the race, and he's now got into 4th position ahead of David Martin, briefly, but not for any longer.
And that's David Martin, who was 3rd not very long ago at all, so that was all a real change around as they went onto lap 3 of this race, where Craig Land heads Martin West, Cole Roussillon's David Martin and Paul Clark as they go up towards the Agostini hairpin, where there's still side-by-side action going on for 3rd place, actually. Cole Roussillon's back ahead of David Martin there, using the inside line. This is allowing the top 2 to get away as they continue to run side by side, corner after corner in that battle for 3rd position. Roussillon has got it for now, with Paul Clark just behind the pair of them. They turn their way into Oggies then, and it's Craig Land here then that leads. Martin West is this time the driver to kick up the dust. It's not difficult to kick up dust today, as soon as you run a little bit wide. And is it going to be West's turn to slipstream into the lead, I wonder?
We'll see. Dave Berry out of the race. He's caught into the pit lane at the end of his 2nd lap. So over along the start and finish straight they go, and it is West that turns into Grundle ahead this time. So it's West 94, Land 87, then a gap back to David Martin. He's climbed his way back to 3rd position. 4th is Roussillon, 5th is Clark, and then a gap back to Sean Brain. So it's really, I suspect, one of these 5 is going to win the race, but I still wouldn't necessarily put my house on any of them.
Well, the effects mics, you could hear something that certainly didn't sound like a Ford Crossflow engine, because we've got a number of warplanes heading over Snetterton for some reason this afternoon. So if you hear something that doesn't sound like a car engine, that's what it would be. Out of Murray's come the top 5 cars, and so the race continues here at Snetterton, with Martin Weston ahead of Craig Land this time across the line. We're going to get at least one more lap here, and it's Land that retakes the lead into Ritchie, so he's slipstreamed back ahead. Even
though Martin West is just in the best lap of the race, a 2:23.82. So Land has got back ahead on the way into Ritchie's for what I think is going to be the final time in actual fact, so it's going to be a 4-lapper. Paul Clark still there in that leading group, but as you can see, Sean Bramer's dropped a long way back now, and he's got William Wright, number 9, challenging him now for that 6th position. So they've got their own battle, but it's these 5 who are going to be disputing victory here, and it's Craig Land ahead at the moment in the red roll-caged car that is heading its way down towards Agostini once again. West in close proximity to him as they turn into the left-handed hairpin and come out of it still in the same order. Yeah, I think it's going to be a race that's decided, Josh, on the run to the line.
Absolutely, yeah. Who leads into Murray's may not win the race, so this is a really interesting tactical finish. Did we get a last lap board?
I think that probably was the last lap board being shown. I can see the checkered flag being prepared beneath us.
So drivers should know it's the last lap as well, so we're keeping an eye out on that. So good work by our Snetterton marshals to show that to the drivers. And do you go through here, going up towards Brundle, or do you try and hang back and hope you get that good run out of Murray's to tow your way past across the line? Well, we shall see in the next 90 seconds or so. Here they come then, side by side, down towards Brundle. West on the inside, the outside for Land. They run side by side for a moment, then Craig Land lets Martin West have the lead then. And David Martin maybe just a little bit too far back, so at this stage it's 94 Martin West ahead of 87 Craig Land with 2 corners to go.
Yeah, absolutely right. It looks like it's going to be one of these two now. Land showing his nose to Martin West as they go through Coram then for the final time, but it is West still ahead. As Josh said, it might not be the person that leads into Murray's that wins the race though. Martin West is leading into Murray's. Is he going to win the race? A bit curb, perhaps too much curb being taken there by Craig Land. He's in the slipstream, but is he going to be able to get past on the run to the line? He's diving out of the slipstream now. They're up to the line, and he's done it. I think Craig Land has done that. I think he's got the victory. Yes, he has, by 4/100ths of a second on our official timing screen here. So Craig Land, right at the last moment, pulls out of the slipstream to take the win in the latest round of the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Low Cost Championship. He beats Martin West. So 87 the winner from 94, Martin West in second. David Martin, number 40, took third. 84, Carl Roycenars took fourth. 82, Paul Clark took fifth. And Sean Brayman, number 8, took sixth place, fending off Willie Wright towards the end. But that race panned out as exactly as you suggested it might do, Josh. Yeah,
despite what wasn't a great exit to Murray's for Craig Land. You noticed he was all over the curbs, a little bit wide, but I guess that's the good thing about the dry grass. It's still got a decent amount of traction, and Craig Land was able to accelerate through, get in that tow. Martin West, he moved once, didn't he? But then he didn't do anything silly to try and block. He knew what was coming, and Craig Land was able to take his 7th victory of the season. He got the fastest lap on that last lap as well, so 4 extra points in comparison to Martin West during the course of that race. So on net scores, that bring the gap, which was 19, down to 15 going into tomorrow's low-cost race that begins the race action here at Snetterton tomorrow. But a good battle that between the quickest 2 drivers in the championship, Craig Land and Martin West, and it's been quite a season here, hasn't it, for Craig Land? He's won every race he's finished.
He has, and the championship still set up very nicely. I don't think we're going to be able to hear, unfortunately, from our top 3 at the end of that race. We'll hopefully be able to bring you those interviews at some later point. There's just a few technical issues at the moment with our roaming camera, but Kieran will be down there to interview the drivers in any case, and we'll hopefully be able to hear those interviews a little bit later on. But it's a very good race for the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Low Cost Championship there, and there's another of those to come tomorrow, and we're going to turn our attention next to some longer distance racing because it is the Tagiwa Road Sports Championship that's going to come up in a few moments' time. So it's a big field next for the Tagiwa Road Sports Series, who have the 45-minute race here today. It is their fourth race of the season. They've already had events at Silverstone and at Croft, and most recently at Brands Hatch. The format of the race is that it's a 45-minute race with a mandatory 60-second pit stop for all teams, whether they're one driver or two drivers, and they have to take that pit stop in between 15 and 30 minutes into the race. When they make those stops, they have to point at 45 degrees into the pit lane, because it's a very congested pit lane here at Snetterton. The cars, as I say, have to be stationary for 60 seconds. A few cars, though, have some penalties to serve as well, based on success in previous races. So just to run through the details of the drivers that have to stop for extra time. 15-second penalty for number 1, David Drinkwater. A 20-second penalty for 22, Chris Fantana. 15 for 23, Matt Creed. 5 for 29, Matthew Weymouth. 10 for number 32, which is Leon Bidgeway. 5 for 37, Andy Marston and Brett Evans. Another 15-second penalty for number 94, Ben Uren. 5 for the number 129 car of Phil Adcock. 10 for 137, Kevin Talbot. And 15 for 169, Aaron Cook. Those drivers have to serve those extra number of seconds at their pit stop, and that's because of success within their class in previous rounds of the Tiki-Wa Road Sports Series. The last event for these cars was at Brands Hatch. Earlier they were at Silverstone on the national circuit, where Matthew Weymouth won from Rob Boston and John Munday. At Croft, Leon Bidgeway took the honours from Brett Evans and Andy Marston and Rob Boston. And last time out, Josh, they were at Brands Hatch.
Yeah, and Rob Boston won there overall in a Class B car. He's here today, but in a Class A car, so a car with more power. And then in second place was Ben and Adam Uren, who won the Class A cars, and then Kevin Talbot finished in third position. So 4 classes here in road sports, based on power to weight ratio, so you've sort of got 4 races in one. There's a lot of competitors today who are also racing in Club Enduro tomorrow, so particularly on the first 4 rows of the grid, there's a lot of people that don't generally race in these road sports events, so that's going to mean this is a very fast-paced race, I suspect. Rob Boston's qualifying time was impressive, a 2:03, which is a second underneath any lap time we've seen in a race conditions in road sports before. That was set by Brian Branson here at the end of last year, so we'll see if anyone can beat that. And alongside Rob Boston is the owner of the 46 M3, Matthew Hampson, but it would have been Andy Schulz that set the lap time there, and Matthew Hampson's going to have a lively first lap, I suspect, with some quick drivers around him. A really impressive, though, third on the grid here from Josh Lawton, his first season of racing, I think, in this Honda Civic. I think he had to start with the pit lane at Brands, worked his way up the order, then the car had a problem, but this is a pretty mighty Civic. I think got the K24 2.4 litre engine in it. He starts there in third alongside, I don't think we got the start driver, did we, for Andy Marston or Brett Evans, the car that starts there on the second row of the grid. Then we got a couple of TCR cars. They look massive, don't they, compared to the Lotuses behind. So you've got the Audi. These are both Capture Motorsport run cars. The Audi, which will be started by Mark Rice, the RS3, a great looking car that, and alongside is Colin Gillespie, and he is with Phil Dryborough, who will be racing a front wheel drive car for the first time this weekend. So we'll see how the 2 Scottish drivers get on there. That car's been wrapped since Colin Gillespie raced it at Croft. He sort of had a last-minute deal there. He enjoyed it a lot. I think he got second in Club Enduro there. So now he's got the car permanently with Capture Motorsport. On the fourth row, you got these 2 little Lotuses. Liam Bidgeway, who led most of the race at Brands, actually dominated the race. And then he had a small issue where he had to pit, and that lost him too much time to fight back. So he's in the Exige, and alongside him, making his Lotus Elise race debut, is Sam McKee, who actually passed his ARDs in a Lotus Elise a few years ago. It's first time racing one. This is the Dan Jude run car. The car's had a lot of work over the week because World Superbike champion Sylvain Guintoli was testing it in the week and broke it. Yeah, he broke it though, so that meant the work had to run on that car to get it out. But apparently Sylvain Guintoli's thinking about going car racing, and 750 Motor Club might be where he comes. I think 2014 World Superbike champion I read earlier. And then on the next row of the grid you've got Warren Allen in this turbocharged, I think it is now, Porsche Cayman, so that should be a quick car. Notice Chris Freeman, was he one of the reserves? He was sixth in qualifying. Was he supposed to be there on the grid? No, so he must have been a reserve, mustn't he? So he's not there on the grid. Such a big grid we've got here today. It's super impressive. That means we have got some reserves that may not be able to take part in the race.
In terms of start drivers, I'll just run through those now. So the start driver for car 1 is going to be Colin Hughes. For number 8 it's going to be Matthew Tidmarsh, and he's gained a co-driver since the digital programme was published in the form of Chris Webster. Colin Gillespie is going to start car number 15. We don't know about the number 37 car of Andy Marston and Brett Evans, which is actually the furthest up of the two driver cars, I think. No, it's not quite, but it's certainly close to the front, which is a shame. 48 is going to be started by Mike Nash. 66, as Josh said, by Sam McKee. 69 is the car on the front row that's being just started by Matthew Hampson. That's a two-driver car. 87 is now being driven solo by Chris Byallen. 94 is going to be started by Ben Uren rather than Adam. The 98 car has gained a co-driver, so Tim Hartland is going to drive second in the 98 car. Rory Baptiste is going to start it. Johnny Cooper is going to start car 100. Mark Grice start car 127. And Phil Adcock car 129. All of the other cars that we've not mentioned, single driver entries.
So I was talking about Class A cars, so now without Chris Freeman though, the first 12 cars on the grid are all Class A cars, which I don't think we've seen that many Class A cars in a road sports race before, so this is going to be a quick race. But it's Kevin Talbot who starts on pole in Class B, and he's hit Honda Integra, ahead of Matthew Tidmarsh, who we just mentioned has gained Chris Webster as his co-driver. I think it is Chris Webster's car, so that's sort of fair, isn't it? Letting him do the race. And then Jake Fraser-Burns in another Integra, I think, is third. Yeah, there he is, third on the grid in Class B. In Class C, it's Michael Downey's Porsche Boxster, who's qualified ahead of Matthew Creed's Renault Clio, which is impressive. And then William Puttergill, Honda Civic, is third. Then in Class D, it is Colin Hughes in David Drinkwater's BMW Compact on pole there. Then the Adcocks in a similar car, second on the grid, and Chris Fantana's Mazda MX-5 goes third in Class D. But an impressive amount of Class A cars here at the front here and just rolling onto their green flag lap.
Yes, they are. So as they do so, let's run through the grid then. It is a 45 car grid. It lines up as follows. On the front row it's 9 and 69, 9 Rob Boston and 69 Matthew Hampson. The second row 10 and 37, 10 Josh Lawton and 37 Andy Marston. On the third row 127 and 15, 127 that car being started by Mark Rice and 15 Colin Gillespie. On the fourth row 32 and 66, 32 Leon Bidgeway and 66 Sam McKee. On the fifth row 165 and 94, 165 is Warren Allen and 94 is Ben Uren. On row 6 it's 21 and 29, 21 Keir McConomy and 29 Matthew Weymouth. On the 7th row 137 and 8, 137 Kevin Talbot and 8 Matthew Tidmarsh that's starting that car. Then on row 8 it's 67 and 17, 67 Lloyd Chafer, 17 Jake Fraser-Burns, the XMG racer. 9th row 120 and 153, 120 Matthias Radstock and 153 Paul Bancroft. The 10th row 31 and 95, 31 Andy Chapman and 95 Andy Bailey. On the 11th row 73 and 76, 73 Bailey Edwards and 76 Michael Downey. On the 12th row 23 and 87, 23 Matt Creed and 87 Chris Byallen. On the 13th row 102 and 83 102 Matthew Higgins and 83 Nicholas Skill. Row 14 is 54 and 98, 54 Stephen Harrison and 98 Rory Baptiste. On the 15th row 198 and 114, 198 Justin Cooper and 114 George Whitehouse. Row 16 is 30 and 48, 30 is Mike Morace and 48 is Mike Nash. On the 17th row 253 and 80, 253 Steve Hutchinson and 80 David Aspton. Row 18 is 169 and treble 6, 169 is Aaron Cook and so on the R2s and treble 6 Sammy Bowler. The 19th row 100 and 100 Lewis Harrison and 1 is the car started by Colin Hughes. On the 20th row, 155 and 47. 155 is Ricky Abel. 47, the former Brands Hatch Formula Ford star Kevin Bottomley. On the 21st row, 129 and 22. 129 Philip Paddock and 22 Chris Fantana. The 22nd row, 125 and 518. 125 is Matthew Footman and 518 Colin Whitehouse. And number 72 is Lee Forrington at the back of the grid.
Well done, Ian. There's a lot of cars to get through. Super impressive stuff then from the Tiguan Roadsport Series. This will be a rolling start, so they're getting into 2x2 formation shortly. Some really different types of cars here at the front. So you've got the light Rob Boston Lotus at the front, which I believe has got a Rover engine in it. If I heard it this morning is correct. Alongside the big, heavy BMW M3 of Matthew Hampton, with a lot more brake horsepower in that car. They are evened out on this power to weight ratio. The second row, the front wheel drive Honda Civic, and then another E46 alongside the Marston car. So I think those first three places really get much difference of car there. So if Rob Boston can lead into Ritchie's, I think he'll be able to go away, but it might not be the easiest thing to get away in front with not got the horsepower of the cars around him.
Absolutely right. Shall we make a call? I'm going to say it's Andy Martin in the 37 car, because that's the one that's twisted on the field. It may not be. That's the one we're uncertain. We know about all of the rest. 45 minutes then on the clock. Pit stops in the middle third of the race, and the safety car is still out there. So the safety car has not peeled off. So we're not going to go full green flag racing this time. So we have start delayed board being shown. So possibly there's been someone that had an incident on the green flag lap somewhere around the circuit. Just having a look out of our commentary box window. We can't see anything from here. Looking at our CCTV pictures. No, all looking clear, but it's not there's not someone just tucked out of sight. Well, that's required some attention.
One good thing is everybody realised what was happening there, because otherwise that could have been an issue. But everybody's come.
A couple of cars went into the pits about that. They the reserves. I think, yeah, they're the two reserves that have come in, which is the 96 car, which is the Audi of Jonathan Berry, and also 14 Chris Freeman. So that's why I've had a couple into the pits. So now I've got a 1 minute board being shown again. So whether we get the 45 minutes sort of counting down from the beginning of this second green flag lap remains to be seen. Possibly we will. But we're not quite certain of that. So green flag is going to be waved again. Yes, it is. And we'll have another lap behind the safety car before this race gets underway on the Snetterton 300 circuit on a bright but actually mostly cloudy afternoon. It's still pretty warm and humid here at Snetterton today. See the cars making their way through Ritchie's, the Lotus there at the front. We saw the Ginetta as well, the G40 making its way through. A couple of Ginettas we've got on the grid today. So good to see those here.
You've got the couple that are run by Jonathan Lewis out of Snetterton Speed Shop, which you can almost see from the commentary box.
Absolutely,
so close.
Very local.
And then you've got the one a bit further up, the more modified one of Matthew Tidmarsh.
That's right.
Jonathan Lewis was going to start a junior team, wasn't he, with Martin Donnelly, so perhaps this is where those cars will come from, I guess.
Could well be the case, yeah.
And he's sort of in there, his mini / Formula Ford regulars that have got them, isn't it? So you've got Kevin Bottomley, you mentioned, and Justin Cooper with his minis. You mentioned Kevin Bottomley versus Formula Fords on a more regular basis than these Ginettas.
Absolutely right. Good to have him out with us though this weekend.
Yeah, they were at Brands as well, and at Silverstone, I think, actually. So they've done a couple of meetings. They just seem to miss the ones you were at previously, and it was
absolutely won't take it personally. So this is the fourth event of the season, isn't it, for the road sports? I've caught them only at Croft, I think it was, so far this year. we've got a couple more races left to come, haven't they? After this weekend, they go to Silverstone again, the international circuit this time, and then Anglesey in September to conclude their season's racing.
I think we've pretty much had capacity grids at all the races too, haven't we?
Yeah, it's been really good to see this type of racing enjoying the capacity fields. I mean, some other clubs can only put half of this number of cars on the grid for a similar format of race. Very similar format of race. Anyway, watching the safety car, which has got its lights out now by the looks of it, heading along the Bentley Straight.
It's backed everybody off a lot more this time, so I don't know what was going on earlier, but this time it looks like we should be able to get a race start in a nice tight formation, so perhaps that's what that delayed start was all about a moment ago. So we will see how much of the 45 minutes we will get. We'll probably have a good idea, won't we, when the timing screen shows after a lap, because that is kind of important for the teams know when to make their pit stops as well when the window opens.
Absolutely right. So safety car should, I imagine, any moment now sort of start sprinting away from them, so it can head into the pit lane entrance, which is on the exit of Murray's, and then allow the race to get underway. I think, yes, he is starting to move away from the field now. So Rob Boston controlling the pace, Josh?
It's an amazingly diverse field though, isn't it? So you've got the Ford Puma at the back, a real budget way to go motor racing. And then you've got the TCR cars further up the order, which is a little bit more expensive, but it's a fantastic varied field for whatever your budget. A great way to go racing. Yep,
so the safety car has peeled in this time, so the two front row drivers controlling the pace for the moment. The red lights are still on, but now they go out. The accelerators are dropped and away we go. It's a great start by the Honda of Josh Lawton from the second row of the grid, and it's going to be Josh Lawton in that Civic that's going to lead into Richie's for the first time by the looks of it. Is he going to carry on in the lead on the exit of the corner? Yes, he is. It looks like it's Rob Boston in second place in the Lotus, and then third is the TCR Audi, isn't it? So that is the car being started by Mark Grice, I think.
And here comes Liam Bidgeway around the outside of everybody at Wilson. So here be, what is that, fourth, something like that? So it's a fantastic start from the fourth row of the grid. Yeah, he is fourth, is Leon Bidgeway. So the Marston's car has lost out a lot here. And for the lead, Rob Boston, is he defending or is he attacking? Hard to tell really at the moment. But yeah, I think he's defending because Mark Grice in the Audi, who's been pretty aggressive at the starts here, trying to gain positions, couldn't quite make that work, I don't think. As the field come down here with these different shapes and sizes of car that work their way to and through abreast still as they turn their way through. I can see they saw Sammy Bowler, who's had to rebuild her car since Grand Touch because she had a role in qualifying there. It's good to see that she's got the Mini Cooper out. So just turn through shot there at Agostini, but it's free for the lead. It's Honda, it's Lotus, and it's Audi. So you've got the home adapted Honda, the Rob Boston Racing prepared Lotus, and then the Audi Sport car there in third position. Lots of dust in the background. Hopefully all is well. Again, Rob Boston having to defend from Mark Grice. Josh Lawson, I think this is his first season of racing. He's got two massively experienced drivers behind him. Rob Boston, who's won so many championships. Mark Grice, who was a Civic Cup Championship contender. So this is a great effort so far.
It is, and he only did a 2:05.95 in practice this morning to qualify third on the grid. Rob Boston did a 2:03.10, so nearly 3 seconds between them.
Boston's gone down the inside through Corn, but he couldn't quite do it. I can see it outside the commentary box window. So through the tighter parts of the circuit, that's where the Lotus is good, and he's got good acceleration off of Murray. So we know the Civic by the end of the straight should have the speed. So who's going to lead at the end of one lap?
It's going to be Josh Lawton, I think. He's up to the line now, and he's got about 2 or 3 car lengths. He's able to stretch his legs away from Boston, who's going to have a look down the inside into Richards, but not close enough to make that work. It's Mark Grice in third place in the Audi. In fourth place, it's the number 32 Lotus of Leon Bidgeway. In fifth place, it's the number 15 car of Colin Gillespie, and it's Andy Martin's BMW rounding out the top 6. And we've had 2.5 minutes of the race, so it looks like we're going for the full 45.
That'd be good news. And Lawton, again, doesn't have the speed through the hairpin, so Rob Boston's got alongside him, but it's the inside line for Josh Lawton. But right round the outside, into Palmer goes Rob Boston, and he takes the lead lead of the race. You kind of thought that would be coming, but immediately has to defend. He knows the Honda's got good straight line speed. He's weaving about now. Not sure if that's totally necessary, but Rob Boston has braked late into Headley, and Bidway is under pressure from the huge Zayat of Colin Gillespie, or it looks that way, doesn't it, compared to the Lotus Exige. But Liam Bidway trying to muscle it out on the inside line to hang on there to fourth position. He couldn't do it though. Gillespie's got round the outside, and this really shows how the power to weight ratio works with cars that are much quicker down the straights and cars that are much quicker through the bends.
Yeah, 4 different classes within the road sports as well. Class A up to 300 brake horsepower. That's one of the Class B cars, is it not? That's gone for a spin. The leader of Class B, the 137 car of Kevin Talbot. So he's got to do his 10-second pit stop penalty as well. That would like to salt into the room now. So he's on Class B. That's the 240 brake horsepower per tonne class. Class A is up to 300. Class C up to 180, and the sport class, Class D, is up to 145. But these are Class A cars, so that's up to 300. And it is now Rob Boston, the very experienced former MX5 champion, leading the way then from Josh Lawson in second position.
Concerningly, Kevin Talbot's Integra's not going anywhere, so that's a potential issue. But yeah, they can see the car there offer to Agostini's. Rob Boston's driving away now from the front-wheel drive cars behind him. Josh Lawson's home-built cars ahead of all the TCR cars here at this stage as they come up across the line. He's still there then in second place ahead of Mark Grice. That's another car that's been off. That's the Lee Forrington MR2. But into Richie's there, Josh Lawson was able to hang on ahead of Mark Grice, and Colin Gillespie through in fourth. Liam Bidway was fifth, Andy Marston sixth, Warren Allen in seventh, and from the front row of the grid, Matthew Hampson's dropped to eighth.
So that is the fight now for second position on screen. It's the grey Honda Civic, the modified Honda Civic of Josh Lawton, number 10, and 127, that TCR, Mark Grice, the Audi Sport car, in third position. Yellow flags, though, now waving on the run to Agostini, and the safety car is being brought into action. So that's why I've got yellow flags actually going out all around the circuit. There you can see the board as well being shown on the start and finish line. So safety car being called into action. Not quite sure why that is. The safety car going out, but it's not at this stage picking up the race leader.
But it's out before the leader, so that shouldn't be too much of an issue.
Yes, indeed.
I think the Integra got back going. It's not there at Agostini's anymore. We saw the MR2 off, didn't we? But we'll see if that comes through, or who might be missing here. So that's a real shame, because that was an exciting start to the race. We haven't picked up the reason at this point for this interruption. So Rob Boston's lead's going to do it again. There's the MR2, the Forrington car that's come through. So Kevin Talbot's the only car that hasn't come through, but he's not where he once was at Agostini.
Okay. So possibly that's a bit of a Ginetta wing.
That's the Tidmarsh rear
the
wing.
Tidmarsh car, isn't it?
He was battling for Class B lead with the Talbot Integra. Whether that means anything.
Well, could do. Could have been a little bit of contact there, maybe. Is it just because they want to retrieve that debris then that we've got this safety car?
I don't think Kevin Talbot. Yeah, he did make it through, didn't he? So there's actually everyone is still running. So there shouldn't be too long of a break. Although the problem here is there's not really going to be a gap in any train for a while, is there? Because everyone's spread all the way around the circuit.
That is one of the problems here. But we'll see if the marshals can do the job of recovering that. It could also be the case, I suppose, that the safety car was called, and there's the marshal going to get that work, as though he's found a gap to be able to do that.
I think the whole boot.
It looks like it's the whole rear bodywork, I think, isn't it? The way it's the Ginetta is assembled.
Yeah, Ginetta's just coming to the line now. Here it is, the Gulf coloured car.
Yes, it's the whole boot and wing assembly, isn't it? So that the aero will be quite different on that car now. The handling will be quite different on that car.
Be lighter.
It will be lighter as well. It could also have been the situation, I was going to say though, that the safety car was called while there was still a car stuck and then it got going again, as sometimes happens. Or it could just be that it was always for that bodywork to be retrieved.
So presumably those cars that were behind the safety car that you mentioned, the safety car not picking up the lead, and will get waved through. We would hopefully get this way quite quickly and we won't worry too much about any gaps. Those cars haven't been waved through though, have they?
Not yet, and the safety car lights are out as well.
So just carry on, regardless.
So possibly that's what we will do. With 8 minutes of the race now gone, so 37 we reckon to go, assuming we do go the full 45 minutes after the delay to the start, while we sorted out those. A couple of reserves to make sure they were off the circuit.
No one's actually caught Rob Boston at this stage, have they? There's a Ginetta on the screens now, so if you're watching at home, you can see the bootless G40 and wingless now.
Yeah.
So it once had a wing, it's gone again.
You're all right though, in that I think Rob Boston is still is he not still 10 seconds clear somewhere?
Well, not quite that now. There are some big old gaps, aren't there? People aren't catching the safety car train up as you might expect.
Green flag's being made ready beneath us, and it is waved now to one of the back markers, in actual fact.
This is where Boston's got to be careful, actually. And the others are still not there, are they?
They've been left napping, really. That's not particularly clever racing. Rob Boston did wait until he passed the start and finish line before he overtook anyone. He's overtaken a couple of those back markers now.
If those other cars got close enough, they could have jumped him there on that restart with slower cars.
2 seconds between Boston and Lawton as they came over the line.
To be fair, though, Lawton was actually only 6 seconds off his fastest lap, so he was coming in on pretty quickly.
Yeah, that is true. So race back underway then, with 9 minutes of the timed element of 45 gone. And Rob Boston it is, turning his way through the left-hander at Palmer now, and on towards the left-handed hairpin at Agostini. Just in the background there, you can see coming towards us the big Audi just in behind the Honda. That's lapping that Kevin Tolbert, what was the Class B pole position car, the one that spun earlier. And that's now been passed, or lapped I should say, by Lawton and by Grice as 54 goes rally crossing. That's Stephen Harrison in the Honda S2000.
Yeah, that went well at Brands. That was inside the top 10 overall there, Stephen Harrison. With an unusual car in racing terms. Don't see many S2000s out there, so it's great to see. There's Josh Lawton then, who leads the way. So really on that lap actually, most of the field were only 2 or 3 seconds off their fastest laps, so therefore everyone was trying to catch the safety car up. It's just that Rob Boston had a pretty good lead before the safety car came out, that he sort of still had a lead at the end of it. Everybody then has taken the restart. There you see the Matthew Ford Puma, the Matthew Footman car. There's William Puttick, one of the Type R Trophy competitors, who's racing here in the road sports there, being out racing next weekend. And he's battling with the Rory Baptiste BMW 330. There's one of the older Seat Leons in there too. That's Andy Chapman's car. That was a good battle.
We're just getting back to the Honda S2000 that we mentioned of Stephen Harrison. Stephen's actual favourite circuit is Snetterton. So he'll be enjoying his time racing here today. This car that he pairs with his father, as off the circuit goes that ill-handling bootless Ginetta, and it manages not to hit anything or be hit by anything else.
Get a huge moment on the brakes, whether this is because of the lack of rear downforce.
I suspect it might be.
And he was facing the barriers at one point on the inside of the circuit. Then he saved it. I think now he's giving up, isn't he, making his way back to the pit lane. So that was quite the moment. Josh Lawton's dropped to 4th at the end of the lap. So Rob Boston leads by 4.6 seconds. Mark Grice and Colin Gillespie have got past Josh Lawton's Honda Civic, it would seem. And here comes Matthew Tidmarsh, former Mazda racer, and I presume he's headed for the pits.
I think he probably has done, yes. Yes, he's not coming through, so not a lot you can do about that other than retrieve the bit of bodywork and strap it back on again. I wonder how it became detached in the first place.
And hope it's not damaged.
Yes.
So it would have come off at a decent speed. There were not cars around him actually, so that would have been a bit of a dicey moment. Right, he's down there in the pit lane. And I doubt he'll be back out for this race. Here's about of a second. Colin Gillespie is catching Mark Grice, I'd suggest here. So Gillespie's not been racing for very long. He's had a huge, vast range of cars. He said he nearly stopped racing when his current car had an issue at the beginning of the year, and then the club helped him source this Seat with the assistance of Capture Motorsport to get him out last time out at Croft, and had a great time, and now is committed to this programme. far off winning the race, I don't think, at Croft, and now he's here and sharing with fellow Scotsman Phil Driver, who's got a bit more experience in racing. And he's going really well, Gillespie here, and he's okay, was going well.
Well, there we go. Josh committing the curse of the commentator. I'm afraid it's Gillespie that's fallen victim of that graceful spin at Murray's, and he rejoins just behind that lapped Honda Integra.
Yeah, Mark Grice had a bit of a moment, and then I think Gillespie tried to follow his line, and it didn't work out. A new lap record, Rob Boston, 2:03.78, goes underneath Brian Brampton's lap record from the end of last year by a few tenths of a second. So that's the fastest road sports lap we've ever seen around here. That is a pretty rapid lap for a car on treaded tyres, no slicks in the road sports series. That's only a few seconds off a touring car, a GT4 car. So that's very impressive by Rob Boston, who leads now by 9 seconds over Mark Grice. He's back under pressure after that small error he made from Josh Lawton. Lots of dust being kicked up, and this might be more than dust this time. That's Nissan, the Ricky Abel 370Z, a new car for this year, and I think he's backed into the barriers quite possibly, so that's a real shame.
Car, isn't it? Yeah, Ricky Abel, door open, so he's going to get out of the car. Hopefully he's okay, but the car is off on a rather unusual position, that as well.
Well, if you run wide out of Williams, its car tends to spin. I think they had an issue like here last weekend where the barriers had to be repaired when someone did that. Don't think it's quite as bad this time, but Ricky Abel told me yesterday that's a car in development for this year, and that's at the end of this race for it.
We've had a change of lead in Class B because Andy Bailey in the number 95 Volkswagen Golf has gone through into the to the lead. Is it Golf or is it Fiesta in this race? Yes, that's right. I think it's still the Golf in the paddock, which is what confused me.
Right.
And Matthias Radstock in second now in that class.
Change for third on screen there. Andy Marston got past Josh Lawton just about, so the BMW ahead. Warren Allen is trying to get past Liam Bidgeway, but we're going to have another interruption to this race just as the pit window opens.
Yes, so safety car is out again, and 15 minutes on the clock is now, so the pit window will open.
Boston's missed his chance, so this could be a real problem for Rob Boston if everybody else pits immediately. Teams are scampering, yet cars are coming into the pit lane. This is exactly what happened at Brands Hatch. The pit window opened under a safety car period. Marston hasn't come in and Lawton hasn't, but has Mark Grice from second, the Audi?
Yes, he's coming down the pit lane, I can see. So Mark Grice is heading down the pit lane. The Ginetta, by the way, is being pushed into the garage by the looks of it out of the race. Also, I think Leon Bidgeway is coming in as well. So Leon Bidgeway also in. He was from, I think, 6th place.
So as long as you can get this pit stop done and get back out again before the train comes around, you would be in a pretty strong position, I would imagine.
Yeah, you'd think so. It's a long old lap, of course, so there's plenty of time. It's a 60-second stop unless you've got a penalty from success in a previous round, in which case you have to have 5, 10, 15 or 20 seconds added to your time that you serve in the pit stop. There is Rob Boston then in the number 9 car. He is the race leader, but now he's got to sit behind that yellow BMW, the number 29 car. 129 car, I should say, which is the Adcocks. Phil Adcock at the wheel of that at the moment, Phil the father.
Yeah, that Nissan office met Ricky Abel yesterday. He's in the military and he's backed by one of the services charities in that Nissan, but that's a car that's being developed over the course of this year. I think their plans in the future is Club Enduro. They'll be built as an endurance racing car. And he was saying the problem with a Nissan 370Z is getting parts for them, because he said you either get a Nissan 370Z which is pristine and therefore very expensive, or one that is not in very good condition at all. There's sort of no middle ground. So pit stops are being completed, aren't they? Because Liam Bidgeway is coming back out again. So he's beaten the Audi out. Yeah, so what's happened to Mark Grice's pit stop?
The car's still there, it's still stationary, it's not showing any immediate signs of coming out.
Of course, if you've got a sequential box, don't you
10 seconds, but even so, that's been more than an extra 10 seconds.
As long as they get out, I guess, in the train, it's not the end of the world, but they are losing positions now. So who else pitted here? Because of course they're cars that might have advantage. So 32 Liam Bidgeway has come out. 67 Lloyd Chafer, I think the local driver, damaged there on the screens. Is that an exhaust from Warren Allen?
Yeah, it looks like it.
That's dragging, so that's going to have to be fixed. So Lloyd Chafer, Matthew Weymouth have pitted.
Well,
Kim Economy.
Matthew Hampson's pitting, but he's managed to no, he's going back out again, but he's managed to hold a train of cars, some of which were coming in and some of which were going out.
And that includes Rob Boston, the race leader.
Yes, Boston now in.
Where's his safety car?
Safety car was just ahead of Alan, wasn't it?
So Rob Boston's ahead of the safety car, which shouldn't really have happened, but it has. So that means Rob Boston might actually... Can he get out before the safety car?
I think he possibly could.
Right.
He's not got any penalty to serve, has he? I don't think.
Because it's now moved classes, he would have had a load of penalties for winning in Class B every time. Now, is there a problem? The engine cover has been taken up. Is that just to check things out? So this is the car that Will Stacey has raced in the Club Enduro so far this season. And Rob Boston's going to share it with him tomorrow.
That's right.
So this is a good time for him to get to grips with it. It looks like it's going to be quick, doesn't it? So the lap times he's doing is pretty much on Club Enduro lap record pace. Sure. So that's going to be quick tomorrow as well, and of course Will Stacey fast too.
Had confirmation from Kevin McGinney down in the pit lane that number 8 is not going to go back out into the race. That's the Matthew Tidmarsh Ginetta, which had that damage, bodywork loss.
The Lotus just going back out into the race. That's had to be significantly rebuilt after the Brown's hatch. I'll get involved in that. A different driver, Johnny Cooper, in it this weekend. So yeah, Rob Boston and Josh Lawton actually have both got out before the safety car train.
And I think so too is going to be Andy Marston or Brett Evans. We said it was Andy Marston for the first part of the race, and we'll set Brett Evans for the second part, but that's 50-50 chance.
What on earth happens now? So Rob Boston is still the leader, isn't he? He's going now... Yeah, this is going to get confusing, I think.
It is. What have we got? 19.5 minutes of the race have gone by. Pit lane windows over there for another 10.5 minutes. The safety car's just coming up to the line.
He's staying out then.
It is. The safety car is staying out there.
Is anyone else?
No. The first car behind it is one of the MX-5s, and also I think Leon Bidgeway. Leon Bidgeway is coming.
Yeah, because he pitted early.
He did pit early. So
he's going to end up 4th.
Yes.
In the race.
It's Chris Van Tannen, the 22 car, that's the first car. So the order, as things stand, is number 9, Rob Boston leading, number 10, Josh Lawton second, number 37, Andy Martin and Brett Evans third, and 32, Leon Bidgeway in 4th. But Bidgeway is the first of those cars that's behind the safety car. The first 3 are all well ahead of it.
Yeah. So there's either a lot has got to be sorted out.
A lot of waving through has got to be done.
Or we just go racing.
Or we go, which I think
the other problem here for some of the drivers making their pit stops, they're going to lose a lap to Rob Boston possibly.
Could do. The Nissan's being towed away, so from that point of view, surely we should be able to go racing once again.
How much damage is there to it? Not going to see that.
Pit lane now is still fairly busy, but I think a lot of cars probably have now made their stops. So I've been able to hear from drivers during the course of this race. Just a few technical issues today that we're still trying to sort out. I think there has been a bit of contact in the pit lane, so the officials will be going to work to sort that out.
See, John Munro has taken over the car that Sam McKee started. I think they've lost quite a few positions there. So certainly the early stoppers on the whole have gained, and on the whole the late stoppers have lost out, apart from Boston, Lawton and then the Marston and Evans car.
Yeah. So a stream of cars going past on track and a stream of cars coming out of the pit lane as well. Phil Drybridge is about to go back out into the race. The number 15 Sayat is taken over from Colin Gillespie as well.
They were what, 4th, and now they're 35th.
Yes, that's not worked out for them at all, has it? Be entertaining for them to try and climb back through the field, I suppose, in whatever time we have left.
We've still got half the race to go.
Yeah, absolutely.
So there is a lot of time left, depending on what happens next. So, safety car not yet waving anybody through, if that is going to happen.
Yes, and there'd be a lot that would need to be waved through. It would take a while to affect all of that, wouldn't it? So we'll see how things pan out. We're here at Snetterton on the 300 circuit for this Tagiwa Road Sport Series race, the 4th of the season. We're on our 2nd safety car period of the race so far. and it's Rob Boston that leads the race in the number 9 Lotus, which is Elise, overpowered. And there is the 69 car, which is now being driven by Andy Schultz for the second half of the race. That is in 12th at the moment.
Going to be one to watch, isn't it? Andy Schultz qualified second
Yeah.
this morning. To Class B leader is now Andy Bailey, who you said I think got the position on the road, but he's actually 8th overall now. The cars are being waved through, are they here?
Looks like that must be happening, yes.
So whether they let them catch or just go at the end of this lap, that we shall see. Then second in Class B is Matthias Radestock, and third in the class is Paul Bancroft. Class C is headed by Matt Creed, who went really well at Brands Hatch. He's ahead of William Puttigill, and Justin Cooper is there in third. And then, can we see who leads Class D, which is a little bit further down the order. It's Matthew Footman in the Puma.
Yeah, 34th overall.
Ahead of the Adcocks and Chris Fantana. So here comes the pack.
Green flag being
Okay.
waved.
Okay.
Green flag is being waved, so we're getting back underway. So the circuit having been cleared, and we've got 21 minutes of the race left to go. Safety car then back in. And it's a little bit of a chaotic race, this one, we have to say, but still plenty of entertainment, I'm sure, for the remaining probably 10 laps that we're going to have in this, I would think. Hopefully no more safety car periods, Josh.
Fingers crossed. So Rob Boston's yet to take the restart. So we got he, Josh Lawton and Brett Evans, and they're probably half a lap about that ahead.
Yeah, just coming up now, that group, the 3 leaders over the line now, and so they can start overtaking. And the BMW in third place is going to attack the Honda for second, and they were door handle to door handle through ridges. So that is now the Andy Marshall and Brett Evans BMW up to second place ahead of Josh Lawton. That happened down in the ridges corner, and the BMW not very far behind Rob Boston either. We can see that on screen now.
Yeah, that's right, but Boston's pace from earlier would suggest he should go away from that pack now. So 20 minutes of racing still to go, more dust being kicked up. And here's the battle of the rest. Well, that's headed by Leon Bidgeway. Lloyd Chafer just behind him, returning to racing, I think a couple of years out. Then Matthew Weymouth, who won at Silverstone, I think, yeah. And he's now just ahead of Matthew Hampton's car, now driven by Andy Schultz. He started the lap 12th, and he's, what, 7th now, I think. So that's quite the restart. He's ahead of Keir McConomy. He's making his Roadsports first season in Roadsports this year. He's up next in the 1 Series. And then Will Beach in that Capture Motorsport Audi that's coming through next. There's Bidgeway though in that Exige. They're pulling away from the next group. But here's Andy Schultz then, the former Brit Car champion. He goes through and gains another place. He's up to 6th.
Yep, so then the next target, I think it's going to be Lloyd Chafer, is it not, in the 67 car, which goes across the line now. Only a few moments ahead of Andy Schultz there, so I think that will change before too much longer.
Liam Bidgeway is 82nd behind the car we watch now, Rob Boston, so it's just over half a lap that the top 3 have an advantage. So unless something happens to those 3, nobody else is going to really see the Class A podium, are they?
We saw Warren Allen with the exhaust hanging off the back, confirmation that he's retired to the Paddock with that issue. So there's Rob Boston.
Sideways.
I think the moment there as he's doing some back marker lappery. And there is, that's the 15 car, which is now a lap down, isn't it?
Yeah.
Of Phil Dryborough, so sort of trying to unlap itself as best it can. So big loser in that safety car period. But there's the race leader, number 9, Rob Boston, now 2 3/4 seconds clear of Andy Marston and Brett Evans, their BMW. Josh Lawton is still third, about 4 seconds behind the second place car. And obviously it's a long gap back to Leon Bidgeway in 4th place with the way that the field was split up amid the safety car.
Yes, that means probably the classes might be a little bit more interesting. Oh, as Janetta goes in for a big old spin. That was 198, which is the car driven by Justin Cooper, the former 366 Mini competitor. And he gets back on after rotating. So Class B is headed by Andy Bailey by 3 seconds over Matthias Radestock. Bancroft third. Matt Creed leads Class C by 3 seconds over William Puttergill. Justin Cooper was third in that class, but he just spun that away. So that means Tim Hartland, I think, will come through third in the class. And then in Class D, Matthew Footman leads by 9 seconds over Matthew Adcock. And then third is Chris Fantana's Mazda. The pole man in the class, so David Drinkwater fourth, but I think he's quite a long way behind.
So we are working lap 12 of our race. Our screen's just frozen in the commentary box, so apologies for that. Not sure if it's frozen for everybody else as well. But it is Boston still leading. From Marston and Evans in second place, Josh Lawton third. Leon Bidgeway, yeah, he's about a minute and 20 seconds behind the leaders, which is about 2/3 of a lap, isn't it? And then Hampson fifth and Lloyd Chafer in sixth position, Josh.
Yeah, Andy Schulz is catching Bidgeway, isn't he? By about a second a lap, but he's 4 behind at the moment. So that's a battle possibly to watch for 4th position. For Class B, yeah, Andy Bailey, I think he's still pulling away. How close is he to lap record? There's a couple of seconds off, I think. Matthew Creed, he's broken his own lap record in Class C, 2 minutes 15.57, about half a second quicker than he's gone in the past. And Class D, don't think we're yet on lap record pace there. So 12 laps done by the leaders. Across the line goes Rob Boston. He's now 6.3 seconds ahead of Brett Evans, who on that lap was a little bit slower than Josh Lawton. So Josh Lawton gets a bit closer once more, who's there in 3rd position. The next cars to come up across the line will be Liam Bidgeway, who's there in 4th position. Here he comes into Coram, being caught by Andy Schulz all the time. So the gap was 3.8 seconds at the start of the lap, and the BMW M3 is catching the Lotus Exige as they make their way down in towards Murray for 6th and 7th there together, because Lloyd Chafer has been caught by William Beach, who's going quite quickly now in the Audi RS3. So those two cars pretty much together as they come out of Murray's and accelerate up to the line, but still Lloyd Chafer's E36 M3 is ahead of William Beach there. Andy Schulz is in the 205s now, so he's the 2nd quickest driver on the circuit, but still 2 seconds a lap slower than what Rob Boston did earlier on. So down in towards Wilson, we can see on our screens now Lloyd Chafer under pressure from William Beach, and Beach gets a tighter line. He can't quite go through though, but as I just noted, he is a couple of seconds a lap quicker than the BMW in front, so you'd think the Audi should be able to make a pass before too much longer.
Absolutely right. So 40 minutes of the race left to go here at Snetterton, and you've got Beach there chasing after Chafer. This for final place inside the top 6, down to Agostini. Look at the difference in apparent size between those two cars, the TCR Audi and the more conventional BMW, and the Audi does go through to 6th position.
It's the width for the big arches, isn't it?
Yes.
Things like that, and the big rear wing on it. Somebody had an off there. Look, kicking up the dust.
Done.
I think got away with it. So 14 laps, 14th lap of the race Rob Boston has started. The cars we watch here are still working lap 13. So Chafer there still in P7. He's 5 seconds ahead of Matthew Weymouth there now.
Still 6 seconds, isn't it, between the two Class B leaders, Andy Bailey and Matthias Rudstock. So that's not looking too close. And Matt Creed comfortably ahead in Class C, about 5 seconds between himself and William Puttergill, I think, at the moment.
For 4th, Andy Schulz has now caught, we just saw for a moment there, caught Liam Bidgeway. A couple of the Lotuses out there. Is that Rudstock possibly? We just got a shot of. He's 2nd in Class B. Yeah, just ahead of Paul Bancroft's Civic. And John Munro, I think, is trying to work his way past them, the Class A car. So he's in 13th overall, John Munro, who won this equivalent race a year ago. across the line. The fourth place, it's side by side as Andy Schulz goes around the outside of Liam Bidgeway into Ritchie's and goes through. So a change for fourth position then. Andy Schulz won't get any further because he's 70 seconds behind the next car.
Yeah, and there's only 12 and a bit minutes of the race left to go, so I'm sure he'll get a bit closer to them, but he's not going to take third, second or first positions unless cars in front have a problem now. Well, Boston 9 seconds to the good ahead of the BMW of Marston and Evans, and then Lawton another 3.5 seconds behind that car. As we watch now, the Schultz BMW, the orange car, and the Bidgeway Lotus that he's just passed, there's still nose to tail for fourth and fifth.
The nose was almost under the tail there, wasn't it, for a moment as they went through the hairpin. So the infield, that's where the Lotus is a quick car. As the cars there make their way through. Hamilton just passing 750 Motor Club photographer John Elsey, who's out there on the infield. And I'm sure all his pictures will be up on the website over the coming week.
Yeah, always great images from John. Well worth having a look at those. Usually there's some shared on Facebook as well to give you a teaser of what's on his website as well, and on the club website. So these two, fourth and fifth, Bidgeway on the right hand side of your picture, and on the left hand side of the picture at the moment, or his previously was, Andy Schultz in the orange number 69 BMW that was started by his teammate Matthew Hampson. So they're heading through the bomb hole towards Coram once again. Class D, actually Class D is a little bit tighter than some of the others now, only 4.4 seconds between Matthew Footman in the 125 car and Matthew Adcock is now being the 129 car, and Adcock actually lapping a little bit faster than Footman, so we could have a change on our hands for the Class D honours before the end of the race, Josh. Yeah,
they've gone across the line now 2.4 seconds apart. Adcock's a couple of seconds a lap faster, so I think, as you say, that is a battle on in the final 10 minutes for Class D. We watch Rob Boston, the overall leader. So the cars we're looking out for in Class D is the number 125 Ford Puma and the 129 BMW Compact. So probably, they're just going into Palmer, the battle for Class D. So heading down towards Agostini, the Puma still a little bit ahead, and we can pick that up on our screens now. Yeah, orange Puma and the yellow Compact together, so these are the two battling for the lead in Class D, and it's actually all about Matt Adcock chasing after now Matthew Footman in the orange Puma. You'd fancy, I think, the Compact to be a little bit faster under normal circumstances. Of course, they did have to have a 5-second penalty as well, Phil and Matthew Adcock. And Phil Adcock won at Silverstone, but he was sharing then with Archie O'Brien. We haven't seen a win yet for Matthew Footman this season. He has had a second though in Class D, so he'll be right to hang on this time if he can. Just watching the 87 car go through, that's the Chris Allen Clio. You can see the 47 Ginetta as well, that's the Kevin Bottomley car for the Formula Ford race, and he's just ahead of Steve Hutchinson in that BMW 328i, the man from Doncaster in the 253 car. Class B, that is still being led by Andy Bailey, but that gap has come down by 3/4 of a second on the previous lap. So the Fiesta ahead of Radstock, for the London tech entrepreneur, who was the Lotus Elise Trophy Championship winner in 2020. And the ES Motorsport prepared 1.8 litre supercharged Toyota engine Lotus Elise S3. Class D cars are making their way up to the lines. We'll see if this gap, which was a couple of seconds, has come down. Well, not this lap, no, I don't think it has. So is that because the Puma's going quicker or the Compact's going slower? Puma's done its best lap of the race, 2:24.63, and that time Adcock was a 2:24.74, so almost identical lap times. But that actually was quite a significant improvement in Matthew Footman's personal best lap time, I think. Yeah, that's right. So he has got a chance here, hasn't he, that he can hang on. They're well ahead of the rest. I think the others in Class C must have been caught up on the wrong side of the safety car train. Oh, the Audi's slow in, the RS3 that was running inside the top 6. So William Beach in this Capture Motorsport Audi RS3 might not even make it back to the pits.
No, he's struggling, isn't he, there to get back. I think he is just about going to make it by the looks of it, but that car's going to be out of the race. So that's promoting others. It's tumbling down the order. It's now down to 15th.
He was battling with Lloyd Chafer, who's just another very slow lap. Whether them two facts are related or not.
Ooh, possibly.
But the RS3 doesn't look visibly to have any damage.
No, so it's back into the pit lane and out of the race with 7 minutes of the race left to go. Driving standards flags being shown to someone with a 3-digit number, which doesn't narrow it down too much actually in this field. Quite a few teams have a 3-digit number for their car.
Josh Lawton had a very slow last lap, a 2 minutes 16. The driver in 3rd position. So we have to look out for him. And we have 6 minutes of this race to go. So 4th placed Andy Schulz is about to make his way up across the line, I think, in the Torque Speed BMW. Oh, at least he should be. He's not there though, because Liam Bidgeway is ahead. So Liam Bidgeway has got back into 4th position, ahead of Andy Schulz.
Slow lap for Schulz. Yeah, to 11, so about 6 seconds off what he has been doing. So a mistake there, probably. Possibly an intermittent problem with the car.
These cars have got to do 3 hours tomorrow.
So have we.
John Munro's got himself back inside the top 10, just on a PB, 209.02. I don't think going quite as quickly as he went last year, but as we know, the car had to be rebuilt during the week. Across the line, a battle for 7th, because Keir McConomy has caught Lloyd Chafer, and he's going down the inside into Ritchie's, and he's gone through. So Keir McConomy into 7th, Lloyd Chafer drops to 8th, he had the good pit strategy which jumped him up the order.
Yeah.
And then now Adam Uren will be in the BMW. They're all being caught by John Munro, who's in the 8s now and is only 2 or 3 seconds behind them. So there's potential the back half of the top 10, there could be some changes in the final 5 minutes. They're just about lap the Class D leaders.
Yeah, that's Weymouth going through. Keir McConomy you mentioned, 47-year-old from Lichfield, has various online businesses. 3 years racing in the Mini Challenge Cooper S class. Having started racing in 2018, this is his first year in rear-wheel drive. So planning to race this car for years. There you can see Keir McConomy on screen now, up into to 7th position ahead of Weymouth, and he is between now the 2 Class D leaders. There's Weymouth.
Weymouth's just ahead.
I beg your pardon, yes, sorry.
It's Chafer lost out, and he was under a lot of pressure from Uren as they turned their way through. And then they're all about to be lapped by Rob Boston, actually.
Yeah, that McConomy car, and you can see it on screen now, it's prepared by Jeff Steele Racing, is the Colin Gillespie and Darren Ball car that he's bought for the 2022 season.
You mentioned Gillespie. Phil Driver's got that car back up to 16th. I think he said 35th or something earlier. So
yes, that's right.
He's progressing well. He's going to learn for traffic ready for tomorrow, isn't he, from that stint?
Absolutely right.
Bidgeway goes through, still ahead of Schulz.
The gap came down again though, by
Yeah.
about a second that time, so it's about just over 1 second between them. So that could change around again before the end. 4 minutes of the race left to go.
So here comes Weymouth into Coram, then McConomy, then it's Boston, who's lapped then everybody up to 7th or something like that. Then Chafer, he's got away from Uren again, who's been caught by John Munro. So the Lotus there might gain a place here before the end. So car across the line. How many laps have we got to go? Probably 2 more.
Yeah.
So Rob Boston's done 18 laps now. But that battle for 9th position heading up towards Ritchie's is pretty close with John Munro a lot quicker on that previous lap. Andy Bailey still leads by 5 seconds in Class B over Matthias Raderstock and Paul Bancroft 3rd. Matthew Creed leads Class C now by about 20 seconds over William Puttergill in his Honda Civic.
Yes, and Puttergill at one point was getting the black and white driving standards flag as well, so needing to be careful to observe track limits in the remainder of the race.
Puttergill's being caught by Michael Downey's Porsche Boxster, who's only 3.5 seconds behind. He was a couple of seconds quicker, so that could change. And Class D, 1.8 seconds now between Matthew Footman and Matthew Adcock. So Footman still doing the job to hang on. Sun shining now here at Snetterton, which hasn't done much today. And that's John Munro, isn't it? Still trying to gain. Well, he's got past Adam Uren. Now he's going past Lloyd Chafer down the inside into Oggy, so he can make that work. That'd be 2 places in a lap, and I think he's done it then down the inside into Williams. I think his teammate, the Class B car's just in front, which here lap in a straight line, but that's 2 places gained in half a lap for John Munro.
Yeah, so that's a good effort from him, lapping the team car as well.
Andy Schultz has re-caught Liam Bidray for 4th, heading up towards Ritchie's. So that could change. Or they'll have 2 laps to go, won't they? As they head up towards Ritchie's this time. They've pulled a long way clear of the rest, haven't they? We're stuck behind the safety car.
Josh Lawton in 3rd place is going very slowly. The number 10 car did a 2:17.98 last time through. Gap to Leon Bidray now only 33 seconds, but
more than half.
It has. It was over a minute, wasn't it?
Yeah, 70 seconds, I think.
Well, Boston goes over the line, and I think he's starting his last lap, therefore. Rob Boston, and he is going to be chased by the... Well, not chased that closely by the Andy Marston, Brett Evans BMW. That's the car in 2nd place. Just coming up to the line now to take the last lap board with about a minute of the timed element of the race to go.
Yeah, it's 22 seconds behind Rob Boston. It's sort of what was 20 minutes, isn't it, since the race restarted. Yes. And then I guess it'll be a long way to Josh Lawton. We'll see how that Civic is running after a few slow laps recently. There's a battle for 4th on the screens. They'll have another lap to go at the end of this one. Liam Bidray still ahead of Andy Schultz. So they go through. There's Lawton heading through Coram, the car in 3rd. So let's see if Josh Lawton continues. I guess he knows he's in this strong 3rd place and would like to finish there if the car will allow it. So yeah, here he comes up across the line.
Was he just lapping the GT86 there?
That was at Boston. Yeah, just listening out to Josh Lawton across the line. The car sounds very quiet. So he's done another 2:17 though, and if he gets that again, he should be able to hang on to 3rd.
Yes. But
yeah, that was
gearbox issue possibly, stuck in a gear, or
that's what I was wondering.
Something like that, maybe for Josh Lawton's Honda.
Across the line, 4th and 5th together, and Andy Schultz dives down the inside into Ritchie's, and he isn't going to be able to muscle his way through. Liam Bidray fighting it out on the outside, but they're still side by side actually as they head up towards the Wilson hairpin. But we'll catch that up in a minute because Rob Boston is turning through Coram for the final time.
He is indeed, yes. So we're about to see him come up to take the checkered flags. We've had 45.5 minutes of the race now, so Rob Boston really successful safety car strategy in the end, and he's going to take the checkered flag to win once again in the Tagiwa Road Sports Series race. It's his 2nd win in a row, but first time in the Class A car, and he's going to finish more than 20 seconds ahead of the 2nd place car, which is the BMW of Andy Martin and Brett Evans, which is only now heading into Murray's for the final time. Checkered flag waving then. The David Drinkwater car, the Hot Hats Championship champion for the last few years, he just goes through. 2nd place now over the line goes Andy Martin and Brett Evans. There is that car. 2nd place overall. And the question is Josh Lawton going to be able to hold on to 3rd place then, Josh?
We'll see, the gap was only 20 seconds. Just looking at Matthew Footman's Puma, there's no compact around, so he's had a moment. All there's cars going everywhere in the infield, not quite sure what's
David Aston BMW Z3 is one of them, isn't it?
Yeah, Matthew Footman is celebrating, so I presume he's come through as the Class D winner.
He has, and there is no sign of Matthew Adcock at the moment in the yellow BMW, so he has had a problem on the final lap, it would seem.
Here's Josh Lawton coming through Coram, and it looks like he's still in 3rd.
He is. He is going to hold on to 3rd position. I think Matt Creed just goes across the line to take the Class C victory. 19th overall, I think that will be in the number 23 Renault Clio. There is Josh Lawton. Seems to be back up to pace to some extent. Oh no, it's a 2:18 over the line. He was a bit quicker, but he is going to hold on to 3rd position, Josh Lawton, after he led the race in the early stages. 4th place now, across the line goes the way of number 69, that's Andy Schultz, who took over from Matthew Hampson. And 5th place, Leon Bidray, number 32, although they were having a big battle going into the final lap. More air show activities, a nearby air show apparently. So you're probably picking that up. There we go. We've got that on camera as well. Fantastic. The only thing that we've not talked about then is the Class B resolution, which is Andy Bailey that's going to have won that in the end by about 7 seconds from Matthias Raderstock. I think, though, everything else we'd sorted out. Matt Creed having won Class C and Class D having been won by Matthew Footman.
Not sure this meets the Snetterton noise limits.
It probably doesn't, but it's not on the ground either, so it's probably not within our jurisdiction. So there you can see the cars being shepherded in to the Parc Ferme entrance. That's just at the exit of Palmer's. I'm not sure if our roaming camera is working. Again, it is working, and I've just been notified. So hopefully it will be a chance to hear from our various class winners. So Rob Boston from Class A, Andy Bailey from Class B, Matt Creed from Class C, and Matthew Footman from Class D. If we get time to speak to all of those drivers, so it's going to be Kieran McGinley that's going to be down there.
We have got a green flag lap for the next race, so Kieran has got a bit more time than what he might have had earlier.
He does indeed. So he's just going to try and find everyone that he needs to talk to, which with 40 odd cars, it's not going to be the work of a moment to get everyone there. He could do with a bit of help, I think, from James Winstanley or someone to find them. But we'll see if we can get down to them in a minute to try to grab a word with at least our race winner, Rob Boston, who I can see is there, ready and waiting. But yes, the remaining class winners in such a big field are quite hard to pick out. More racing still to come. It's the Race Part 750 Formula Championship up next. Then it's the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Catches, the Martins Group Formula V Championship, the Freaky Parts Sport Specials, the Toyo Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship, and then we've got a Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series Handicap race to wrap up the day. That's all still to come here at Snetterton. We're also enjoying the aerial sights as well. Quite spectacular and noisy and impressing the crowd. So yes, Road Sport's next action at Silverstone, that's next month, and then they round out their season at Anglesey in September, so we will look forward to that. So Race Part 750 Formula Championship up next here on track, and hopefully within a few moments we're to head down to the Parc Ferme area, where we will find certainly our race winner Rob Boston, and he's going to speak to Kieran McGinley.
Well, to the end of a a jarring start to the race, let's just say. I'm delighted to say we have our overall winner in Rob Boston. Rob, a bit of a fractured start to this race, couple of safety cars. What did you make of it out there?
Yeah, it was obviously the first start didn't go. I think there was a breakdown or something occurred on even before we took the start. So the green flag lap was aborted. Race start. We have formed up at the start finish line with a delayed start. Fortunately, it was only a couple of minutes delay and we got off again. By watch point, I realised it was damn hot out there already. It's deceiving. I've been in my garage all morning and not really stuck my head out. And yeah, it was hot work actually. But yeah, got my head down at the start. Had the TCR car tried to come around me, and there was a very, very fast starting Civic, and you know he's done very well. He's new to racing, and yeah, he just stuck his neck straight out and got ahead of me at the start. So made the first couple of laps quite hard work trying to pick a place to go past, but yeah, eventually did, and then sort of got my head down. But yeah, really exciting race. Another safety car, which meant that yeah, I was able to do the mandatory pit stop. That all went to the second smoothly, and yeah, sort of used the experience of the team to sort of get me in and out promptly, and yeah, we're never headed after that. So yeah, thanks to the team, you know, thanks to the lads who've done a great job this week getting the car together. I'm actually just in the hot seat today, but Will Stacey's in the car tomorrow, so I was very much trying to keep it in one piece today. So you know, there you go, Will. It's good enough to win, so he can keep his head down tomorrow and hopefully do the same.
That's not a pun, is it? Hot seat?
Well, yes, frankly, yeah. It is very hot and it is a seat. So yeah, absolutely, yeah. Loved it every moment.
And obviously you got your head down there with those safety cars. Then it must be tough to get the circulation around the car once you're started slowing down there.
Yeah, actually, when you're going slower, it is more stagnating. You know, it gets so hot in there. When you're going flat out, you get a good draft. In the traffic, you get a bit of hot air. But yeah, it is the steadier moments that are quite hot work there. And after you've finished the checkered flag, you realise how hot you are. So yeah, I'm probably complaining a lot, but you know, my fair skin doesn't fare too well in this weather.
I'll join the rest of us. It's been a fantastic pleasure to talk to you. Congratulations on your win. Get yourself hydrated.
Thank you. Thanks for listening to me ramble away. Thank you very much. Cheers. Bye.
And with that then, that's our overall winner in Rob Boston. That's it then. Let's move on then to the Race Part 750 Championship Series.
Yes, it's the Race Parts 750 Formula Championship. Up next, it's race 5 on our programmes, and we saw the cars for these for this category qualify this morning, and there's 18 of them out on track for qualifying, and they have produced the grids for the first of their 3 races. They're actually having a triple header this weekend for the Race Parts 750 Formula Championship. And we have the grid as follows. So pole position is going to be number 1, that is Peter Bove, and beside him is number 31 Ollie Collett. The second row, the former champion, number 77 Bill Cowley, and number 2 Chris Goff. On row 3 it's 4 Mark Glover and 17 Richard Rothery. On the fourth row 6 Simon Bolter and 9 Richard Jenkins. On row 5, 38 and 12, that's Christopher Johnson and Conway Dorr. Row 6, 21 and 39, Hugh Davis and Matthew Unwin. Row 7 is 67 and 70, Paul Mason and Martin Dapper. Row 8 is 8 and 30, 8 William Smith and 30 Ulrich Killiam. On the ninth row it's 28 and 42, 28 Alan Bunter and 42 Martin Kemp. So that's the way the grid is going to line up for this Race Parts 750 Formula Championship. It's the first of 3 races of this weekend for these cars, as I say. After round 4 of the championship, which took place at Pembrey last month, it's Peter Bove leading the way in the standings. He's won all 4 races so far this season, so he has a perfect 100 points. In second place on 78 points is Oliver Collett. He was second in the first 2 rounds of the season on the Silverstone National Circuit behind Peter Bove. Didn't fare quite so well at Pembrey, but nevertheless I think was in the top 6 in both races. And then third in the points is number 69 Richard Rothery, who's had a couple of third place finishes so far this season at Silverstone and at Pembrey. Fourth on 52 points is the 2-time champion Mark Glover. He's had a non-finish though already this season, which has stymied his hopes a little bit, as has Chris Goff. He's 5th on 49 points, with 6th on 41 points. 2 drivers joint actually, Jake Doherty, who's not here this weekend, and Simon Bolter, who is, I think, here this weekend. So that's the way that the field stands. We've got a car missing from the second of the grid, I'm afraid to say. That's number 77 Bill Cowley that's not there. Well, we saw him have some problems in practice this morning, and it looks like he's not been able to get those fixed for what would have been his seasonal debut, I think, in the championship. So that's a great shame that Bill Cowley is not able to join us on the field, the champion from 2017. So it's Peter Bove there on pole position, continuing his good recent run of form in the number 1 Derby, the orange car. And besides him is the man that's next to him in the championship. That's the full-bodied number 31 Race Kits Falcon of Oliver Collett then. So a gap then on row 2, and beside that gap is the purple or violet number 2 car of Chris Goff, the runner-up in last year's championship. Then row 3 on the inside, you've got number 4 Mark Glover, who was the champion in 2018 and 2019 in his Race Kits Falcon, with different bodywork on it to Collins, but nevertheless new bodywork for this season. And next to him is the PRS of number 17 Richard Rothery, a car that's had championship success in the past, in 2015 in fact, in the hands of David Bartholomew. So the cars, Josh, heading off on their green flag lap for the first of 3 races this weekend.
Yeah, that's right. It's good to see Ollie Collett there, because every time I tried to catch up with him yesterday, they were in work mode, and all sorts of problems they were having yesterday with that car. But good timing qualifying, just 1900ths of a second slower than the poleman Peter Bove. Because Collett struggled a bit at Pembrey. He got a 4th and a 5th, but at Silverstone he challenged Peter Bove on both occasions and really took it to him. So hoping we'll get a similar story here at Silverstone, because that would be a good battle if that's the case. And it'll be interesting to see if Chris Goff and Mark Glover can go after them as well. Don't really expect anybody else would be able to do that, looking at the lap times from qualifying. If Bill Cowley can get out tomorrow, he'll of course be there. Martin Kemp should be starting on the back. He'll be quicker than that, although I'm not sure if he's actually... Yes, he is there, isn't he? I think, Martin Kemp, so...
Yes, he is there.
So his pace shouldn't be at the back, should he? So the first lap for him, I should think, will be gaining positions.
Yeah, he didn't get a representative lap time, I don't think, in practice. So that's why he's at the back of the grid. So slightly depleted field without Bill Cowley being there for this triple header weekend for the 2022 Race Part 750 Formula Championship. Peter Bove looking to complete a hat-trick of titles. He won in 2020 and 2021, and he's now a 6-time champion. And at the start of this year he was a 45-time race winner, so that's 45, 46, 47, 48, 49. So if he wins today, that'll be his 50th victory in 750 Formula, so, or at any point in this weekend.
Yeah.
It will be. So,
quite the moment, isn't it?
It certainly is. I'm not sure what the sort of overall list of winningest 750 Formula drivers looks like.
Winningest a word, Ian?
Say again?
He's winningest a word?
It's not a word. It's not a word. I don't like it when other people use it. But I've just used it now. Who's going to be up there? Mick Harris is probably up there, I would think.
Yeah. With
quite a few down the years. Bob Simpson, I'm sure, will have picked up quite a few.
Well,
on
he said 26. He only won a year, didn't he, to get the 50 wins? So
yes.
That's probably likely, isn't it, that he's up there?
Yeah. That's true.
But I guess in the past there probably weren't so many races in a year, maybe?
Possibly not.
Because one race a year was more common in the past, or going back sort of a couple of decades, wasn't it, in club racing?
Yes, you'd only have one race in a weekend, not 3. Goodness me, no. So yes, Peter Bove looking to chalk up win number 50. There's the number 8 car going through shot. That's the William Smith SZT Mark 1, the drive from Grimsby. All of these cars, of course, run with the 1108cc Fiat engine, the Fire engine as it's known. It was in the Fiat Panda, among other things, but they've been using this engine now for the best part of 2 decades. Before that it was the Reliance, and before that, of course, the Austin 7 engine, which gave 750 Formula its name. There's the number 12 car going through. That's Conway Dorr. He's out in the ex-Dave Robson Star. That was the rebuilt, well, not rebuilt, the newly built car from, say newly built, it's now 5 or 6 years old, I think.
Yeah, well, that's actually watch out for him, because he was on the podium in that car at Silverstone. Conway Dorr, 3rd and a 4th at Silverstone, so he's further down the grid than that would suggest. I know Silverstone quite a different circuit on the national track that day compared to here at Snetterton, but you'd expect that might be a car to move up through the order. I don't think with 3 races in, do we think there might be a little bit of caution to make sure the cars last the 3 races here?
It could be.
Looking after the machinery.
Might be necessary. So we've got the last cars coming up to the back. We should get the green flag waved at the back, which we do. So 5-second board is shown. We're about to go racing then once again here at Snetterton. It's the race parts 750 Formula Championship Race 5 on our programme. And it gets underway now, and it's a good start by Peter Bove from pole position. Good start too by Chris Goff from the second row of the grid. He's going to get alongside Oliver Collett there, I think, and he will be on the outside line as they head up towards Riches for the first time. So will he be challenging the race leader into Riches for the first time? Didn't quite spot whether he did or not, but we'll pick them up again as they go to the Wilson hairpin for the first time. And it was Peter Bove who looked like he made the best of the start, certainly, and it was then possibly Chris Goff up into second place. Yes, it is, and Oliver Collett down to 3rd with Mark Glover 4th, Roger Rotherby 5th.
Yeah, there was almost a brush, wasn't there, between Goff and Connaught at the start, but they got away with all of that. So the car's on the infield now, and Peter Bove turns out of the Agostini hairpin as the leader, ahead of Chris Goff, Mark Glover, behind Ollie Collett. Those four are breaking away from the next pack of cars that work their way through. Martin Kemp has gained 3 positions, I think. So he's gained a few. Was that Ulrich Hilliam going slowly there? So I think he could be in strife. I hope that car gets back up to speed.
Yeah, so the car's about to head down the Bentley Straight for the first time in this race. Probably going to be a 7-lap race, I would think, for these race part 750 Formula Championship cars. There you can see Peter Bove just hoving into view down the Bentley Straight. Chris Goff in second, Oliver Collett in third with the green wheel arches on his race kits Falcon, and it's the blue wheel arches. In actual fact, Collett's made a good move there at Brundtland. He's got past Chris Goff, runs a little bit wide on the exit of Nelson though, but manages to hold on to second place in doing so. He's conceded a bit of ground to the race leader though, so it's Peter Bove leading from Oliver Collett now in the number 31 car in second place. Chris Goff has gone back to third, and he might lose that position as well, because Mark Glover, who started 5th on the grid, or 4th net, after the demise of Bill Cowley, was challenging him.
So 1 lap about to complete of what should be 7, I think, for these 750 Formula cars, and that lead gap's coming down already. So Ollie Collett is pushing on here, trying to steal this 50th win away from Peter Bove in the first race of the weekend at any rate. He's right there then, and the top 4 cars separated by just 1.6 seconds after 3 miles of racing, so that's pretty decent. As the rest of the field come through. Now, is there a yellow flag out of Murray? So there's a green here.
Yes, I was just wondering that myself. I can't see anything causing problems. There's a car missing a gear there. That I think was the William Smith SZT probably. But yeah, I think there must be a car off at Murray's. I'm not quite sure who that might be. As the cars go through part, and a change of lead. Oliver Collett's taken the lead away from Peter Bove there. And so it's now really a 4-car battle as they head down to Agostini once again, and it's Ollie Collett in the race kits Falcon with the green wheel arches that's leading the way from the orange Derby of Peter Bove in second position. Chris Goff in the violet CGR2 Evo, the car of his own design and construction, he's there in third. And then in 4th place it's Martin Kemp, and for 5th and 6th is tight as well, with Christopher Johnson in the number 38 car just getting ahead of Richard Rothery now.
Yellow flags at Palmer now. As well on the exit of the corner. But yeah, real battle going on up front, isn't it? And Christopher Johnson doing a great job there. If you said gaining the place, he's had a 6th place finish this season, I think. But he wasn't that far behind the leaders, really, was he? While they were battling away, with Ollie Collett getting himself up ahead of Peter Bove. And he's still there ahead as they go down the Bentley Straight for the 2nd lap. And is Collett... I think he's leading for the first time. He never got past Peter Bove at Silverstone. He was always really close to him, but he's ahead for the first time this season. He's making Peter Bove work for this, isn't he? He's breaking away now. It's Collett. Here he comes then, back into the conclusion of the lap, and his pace means the field is spreading out. Yeah, Christopher Johnson is catching the 4th place car of Mark Glover, the former champion, who's right on terms with Chris Goff.
Absolutely, so very tight indeed here between these two. I've just had a sudden thought about Peter Bove's 45 wins. I don't know when he filled that commentator.
It was the beginning of the year.
It was the beginning of the year, that one. Okay, right, good. We've sorted that one out. There's the 70 car. That's Martin Depper in the Centaur. Now he's a driver that raced an earlier Centaur in historic 750 Formula until last season. 2:16.17 for Christopher Johnson in 5th place, only 200ths slower than that of Oliver Collett, who's just done the best lap of the race overall, a 2:16.15, the race leader.
These lap times are 4 seconds slower than qualifying, and 8 seconds slower than the lap record, so I'm not terribly sure why is the pace. Yesterday afternoon when it got hot, a lot of drivers said the lap times went off sort of a couple of seconds in some of the formulas. So not as this is making sure you don't burn the car out on race 1 of 3.
Yeah.
Perhaps it's just because of the battle that was going on. We'll see what the next lap's like. But Peter Bove's right back on terms with the race leader as they go down towards the Agostini hairpin. He's on the inside line. It's Peter Bove, and he retakes the lead then. as he makes his way into Agostini, sort of a lap later than he lost it. But yeah, Chris Johnson's right there now with Chris Goff, so he's having a really good run. Of course, Chris Goff's lost a place, hasn't he? Because Mark Glover was behind him, so Glover's gone third, and he now is going after the top two, and Peter Bove reclaiming the lead. This is shaping up again to be a really good race.
Ulrich Killiam's ADR looking a little bit unhealthy, I'm afraid, as we watch the number 70 car of Martin Deppert head through Palmer. The leaders, though, are heading back onto the Bentley Straight for the third time in this race. Peter Bove just having got the lead back then from Oliver Collett, but it's Green that shows first. Oh no, it's not. It's actually Bove that shows first. Just a deceptive angle there. So Bove still leading from Collett in second. Martin Kemp then up into third position. Not Martin Kemp, Mark Glover, I should say, up into third position. Martin Kemp is in 12th at the moment. And then Chris Goff in fourth. But Christopher Johnson, who set that good lap on the previous lap, I think is continuing to close in on this lead group, Josh.
Yeah, it's really 5 for the lead, isn't it? All intent and purposes, pretty close to 5 of them as they turn their way through Coram Curve with Peter Bove looking for win number 50 in the category in front in this derby that originally dates back to 1988, doesn't it? Oh, and Goff really slow off the corner there, and that means Christopher Johnson accelerates through into fourth position. So Johnson in the race kits Falcon. Meanwhile, it's side by side for the lead.
It is, and on the outside of the circuit for Richards, it's going to be Oliver Collett trying to get involved in this as well as Mark Glover. So it's Collett and Bove that were side by side, and Collett sweeps around the outside. Oh, and there's contact between the two of them at Richards, I think. We didn't see what happened. There's no yellows on the exit.
There's no cars on the exit.
There's no cars on the exit. So somehow it looked like there was a touch there to me. But have they all survived? We'll try and pick them up again at a little bit further round the lap, probably at Palmer's. I do have a technical issue with some of our cameras at the moment, but at Palmer's, it's looking to me as if it is Collett leading and Kemp second and Bove.
Glover second.
Glover second, I should say. And Bove is missing there. Yeah. He's not missing now because there he is, but he's come through several places down. So I imagine he got onto the grass
on the
inside, and rejoined.
Yeah, he looked very sideways into the corner. But we very closely got 3 abreast, didn't we, on the run up towards Ritchie's that time. So Collett is the current leader, but on the last lap, Glover and Johnson were 2 seconds faster than him. Fastest lap to Glover, 2:14.16. So we'll see how this goes now with sort of a different complexion. Well, Mark Glover's been caught by... Mark Glover has caught Ollie Collett. So Glover, who hasn't really won a race lately, has he? He's struggled a little bit over the last couple of seasons after winning championships in the past.
Yeah, 18 and 19.
He's had a second place so far this season, which came in the last race, actually, at Pembury. But he's right there with Oliver Collett as they head down the Bentley Straight, down towards Brundle and Nelson.
Oh, and they are really close together. The two race kits Falcons with their differing bodywork that's evolved over the years.
Top 3 are race kits, aren't they?
They are, yes, with the Christopher Johnson car.
So Johnson in the sort of the standard kit.
He is, yes. That's the more original looking car. And Chris Goff 4th, and Bove 5th, we think, at the moment. So not going to add to his tally of victories today by the looks of it now. Only 6 minutes of this race left to go. Cars coming through to complete their 4th lap of racing, so we'll get 3 more laps out of it, I think. It's Collett then leading in number 31. In second place, it's number 4, Mark Glover. In third, it's number 38 now, Christopher Johnson. In fourth, it's number 2, Chris Goff, and Peter Bove is 5th. And problems for Conway Door, though?
Like he's a little bit, yeah, he's slow, isn't he? He's got cars coming past him, but he's not pitting, he's staying out. But Conway Door hasn't shine a feature as I thought he might do. It's Christopher Johnson that's been the surprise. He was 6.5 seconds off in qualifying, but he's now right in there in the lead battle, currently in 3rd position. So Chris Goff's dropped away on that lap a little bit from the 3 leaders.
Christopher Johnson, if he can hold on to this 3rd place, that would be by far his best result. Previous best this season is 6th, and he's one of the Class B drivers, and Class B is based on the driver's past performance rather than a different specification of car in 750 Formula.
If you finish on the podium, do you lose that, or is it for next year?
I'm not sure. I think it might be for next year that you'd lose that Class B designation, yeah.
Anyway, they turn their way through the infield into Hamilton. He's keeping up here, isn't he, with Collett and Glover. So the gap at that was 8 tenths first to second. I guess it's similar to that. Now Peter Bove, he was 5 seconds back at the start of the lap. Wonder if he can get himself back up there before the end of this race.
we think that Bob I don't think. Lisa Palmer thinks that her dad has passed 50 wins, but she can't confirm. They're watching on in Wales. Thanks, Lisa, for letting us know.
67 has stopped Paul Mason's Derby.
Yeah, that's a shame.
So that means yellow flags here for the leaders, I'd think.
Yes, and the around the Brundle and Nelson area, which is where the leaders are now. Phil's getting out of his car.
So both caught Goff, although he's only 1.4 seconds behind at the start of the lap. So up towards Coram. 2 laps to go at the end of this. This is lap 5. And Ollie Collett taking a different line there to Mark Glover through Coram. Glover a tighter line. Then they turn their way through Murray's. Christopher Johnson not quite able to hang on to them. He hasn't got an obvious cross anymore, has he? So he's only done 6 races before now. But as you're saying, highest up we've seen in the past. Now Glover in the tow. Can he challenge here up towards Ritchie's? He goes to the left-hand side of the circuit, but Collett's got that one covered. So, and the fastest lap there from Glover, 2:13.72.
Took half a second out of Collett that time, so the gap went down from 8/10 to 3. And they're heading up towards the Wilson hairpin once again, with a couple of laps left to go in the race. Still time to go, and Christopher Johnson in 3rd place, not too far behind either in that number 38 car.
Yeah, something goes on between the top 2, like we saw earlier in the race for Peter Bove. He can capitalise on that, so close he is.
Talking about Bove, he's going to look to try and get past Chris Goff now as 42. That's Martin Kemp. He is heading to the pits, the designer and builder of the early race kits, Falcon Kits. Just looking at Christopher Johnson's background. Oh, and that's problems for Ollie Collett, is it? No, I think he's still going strong. Thought for a moment I saw his hand in the air, but I think he's still going strong. But Christopher Johnson in 3rd place is an automotive engineer from Baggington. Started racing in 2017, has only raced in 750 Formula so far. In a car that he's owned for 5 years and assembled himself. Previous to this, he did autograss racing in Class 5. And I tell you what, he's sticking with the 2 leaders, isn't he, Josh? Yeah,
that's right. He's doing a fantastic job here. And as you see, he was 6.5 seconds off in qualifying. The pace is now kind of close to qualifying times, and he's staying right there. So he's the star of this race. Side by side behind them, between Bove and Goff. Peter Bove is trying to go around the outside. We'll keep an eye on this lead gap, though. Is it going out a little bit? Because Glover was pretty close a moment ago. Behind, Bove has gone through. He's into 4th, then ahead of Chris Goff. But he's, at this stage, not going significantly fast enough to catch the 3 in front, the 3 race kits, which, if they can have a look at the podium, don't think that's been done before. Probably from anybody, has it, in 754 race? Not much Darvies have done it sort of way back in time.
No, it's unusual for this kind of formula, which historically has been a sort of amateur designer, builder, constructor, racer formula.
For the lead, Glover's right back with the lead, with Collett, so he's good at the end of the lap, and now he has the tow. He pulls out to the left-hand side of the circuit, but Ollie Collett muscles it out on the inside line. Johnson's done the fastest lap, a 2 minutes 13.17, and that means he's closer to the top 2 going on to this last lap of the race. And Collett breaks pretty late into the hairpin, but races of always, Christopher Johnson is right there, now free for the lead.
He's gone 5.99 seconds faster than he did in qualifying. He started 9th on the grid, so it's been a great drive this to be taking the fight to 2 much more experienced drivers. Certainly Mark Glover's got a lot of experience in 750 Formula and low cost before that. Collett, we've not seen for the past couple of years, but did quite a few races a few years ago in 750 Formula. Possibly a similar amount of experience to Johnson maybe overall. But, and Johnson's just made a bit of a mistake there, has he, D'Agostino? I thought the car got a little bit loose. He might have lost a 10th or so, but actually not too much as they came through Agostini, now through the left-hander at Hamilton, towards the right-hander at Oggies they go. And the timed element of this race is running out, so it's certainly the last lap of the race. And it's still anybody's race, this, I think, Josh, as they head through Williams and onto the Bentley Straight for the final time. Yeah, we know Glover's been quick at the end of the lap, hasn't he? Because he's always got right up with Collett by the line. So, one of the best 750 Formula races at Snetterton we've had. So that's great to see. And right in the tow here is Glover. Double tow for Chris Johnson behind. So to the right-hand side of the circuit goes Glover. He's nosing ahead of Collett here, but Collett's got the better line into Brundle. Good view of all this for Christopher Johnson there in 3rd. But Collett's been able to hang on then in all of that. So that's job 1 done, but it's not over yet. It's certainly not. So to Coram for the final time, the 3 of them pretty much equidistant as they go through the compression there. Glover trying to look up the inside of Collett as they come into Coram Curve. They've just Murray's left to go. And are we going to see any last gap out braking manoeuvres? We are. Christopher Johnson's going to try and put one on Glover, but it's not come off, I don't think. And I think he's pretty lost momentum there, so he's going to have to settle for third. Who's going to win the race, though? It's Glover right in the toe of Collett, who comes up to the line and takes the checkered flag to win round 5 of the Race Part 750 Formula Championship by just 14/100ths of a second from Mark Glover in second place. Christopher Johnson third. It's Chris Goff that comes home in 4th position. Peter Bove slow on the last lap and just fends off Richard Rothery for 5th place, possibly with a problem. It's the first time he's been beaten this season. So Richard Rothery 6th, and it's almost neck and neck for 7th and 8th over the line as well between Simon Bolter and Richard Jenkins. But a cracking race that, Josh.
Yeah, no, 1400ths of a second must be one of the smallest winning margins, certainly for some time in 750 formulas.
Yeah, I would think so.
And the top 3 were right there as well, because Christopher Johnson was quick, so hopefully we'll be able to grab a word with those 3 with Kieran, who should be a little bit easier to round up the drivers from that race. But cracking stuff from the 750 form. We don't have a green flag lap, do we, for the next race, but there might be 1 or 2 cars to pick up. But that's Ollie Collett's first win, isn't it, in 750 Formula. He came close to it at Silverstone, but he's achieved it here today at Snetterton. Having to fight off a lot of drivers. Peter Bove's efforts early on, then Mark Glover's efforts later in the race. And the tow was pretty significant, I think, today, wasn't it, in this category? We saw people being able to draw up alongside him on a number of occasions. Obviously, when Bove was up there earlier, there was positional changes. So Mark Glover in 2nd place and Christopher Johnson in 3rd, and the race winner, Ollie Collett, make their way into Parc Fermé then. 31 the winner, Collett, 2nd number 4, Glover, and 3rd at 38, Johnson. And good to see 2, as you say, fairly inexperienced drivers onto the podium into 754, and good to add a new name to that long list of 750 Formula podium finishers.
Yes, absolutely right. A really good race, that one. And as you say, always good to see new winners and new podium visitors as well. Peter Bove going to have to wait a little bit longer for win number 50. And if you had a problem with his car towards the end there, that might be something he needs to be working on overnight. The first 750 Formula race tomorrow is at 10:55, and we see them out again tomorrow afternoon at 10 to 3. So it's got a bit of time to work on the car overnight, should it be required. I can just see that Ollie Collett getting out of his car. I think he's gone over to say a few words to Peter Bove, but he's now going to claim his garland from Kieran McGinley there. And very shortly we'll be able to hear, I think, from Collett and Glover and hopefully Christopher Johnson as well at the end of that premiere, of the race parts, I should say, 750 Formula Championship race. Still to come, we've got Classic Stock Hatch, Formula V, Sports Specials, MR2s and Historic 750 Formula as well. But let's head now down to Kieran McGinley once again.
Yes, an exciting race. Less than 0.2 of a second separated them, but I'm here with the race winner in Oliver Collett. Oliver, what a race out there.
Yeah, it's not the way I'd like to win today. I don't know what happened with Peter. I'm going to have to watch that back. As far as I was concerned, I was in front, and I'm sorry for what happened. But you know, yeah, it looks like he's touched me right at the back of the car, and it's sent him round. Well,
you're the winner of the race for now. Talk us through your feelings right now.
Yeah, you know, good. You know, me and my dad have worked real hard on this. You know, there's been a lot going wrong lately, and it's good to get a proper result in.
Yeah, and obviously a 15-minute race, hard and fast charging there. You just pipped the number 4 car in Mark Glover to the line as well. I mean, is there less than 0.2? What goes through your mind coming out with Murray's there?
Yeah, I could see. Mark had a little bit of pace on me, so it was just about trying to make sure he couldn't come past. Yeah, it was pretty close out there.
Well, Oliver, thank you so much for talking to us. Congratulations on the victory, and enjoy it. Hopefully you get a drink or something down here.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah. Oliver Collett there, our race winner. Let's have a chat to Mark Glover in the number 4 car. Let's have a chat to him. He's got a smile on his face. That's normally a good sign. Mark, P2 for you. How are you feeling after that?
Pretty good. I've had a pretty awful season so far, so it was a nice, good race up at the front.
Yeah, and less than 0.2 of a second at the line, but it went in the favour of Oliver this time. Talk us through that last couple of laps.
Well, I was trying to just close up on the back of him, waiting for that last lap, and I know I got a couple of places to do him just at the end of the back straight into that sequence corner, so I nearly got him then, and then I thought, right, I'll try and get him faster out of the final corner, because I knew he was going to defend. I thought if I can carry a bit more momentum through, I might be able to do it, but not enough.
But it was hard battling pretty much for the entire race. I mean, what goes through your mind when that happens?
Don't hit me.
It's a good thing, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. No, it's just what the racing's about. It's nice, hard racing, and it's good to get out at the end of it, though.
Absolutely. Mark, congratulations on P2. Go and enjoy it.
Thank you.
And let's have a see if we can find our third place driver in Christopher Johnson. I think he's over there. Christopher, congratulations, P3. How are you feeling after that?
That was a very good race. I really enjoyed that. First P3 I've ever had, first podium I've ever had, so I'm very chuffed. That went very well, and I don't know, a smile on my face will probably say it for you.
It's evidence there that you've had a lot of fun. I mean, talk us through that podium then, because there must be a lot going through your mind right now.
There was, but it was nice to have these fast people to follow. And you can go quicker when you're following somebody who knows the exact line to where to follow. So I just followed them for the 3 laps, or however many laps it was, and just tried to keep up with them. And that was my aim, just to keep up with the number 4.
And how's that help? Because obviously it's the triple header. How's that help with the next 2 races?
Well, I definitely feel more confident now. I know the circuit. Because in practice, I didn't. After 3 laps in a safety car, I didn't feel like I knew the circuit. So yeah, I feel a bit more at ease now.
Yeah, you look a little bit more at ease. So hopefully in the next few races, you can take that on board.
Yeah, and hopefully I can do another 3rd, but I'm not. I probably won't.
Let's see what happens.
Let's see what happens.
Let's see what happens. Congratulations on P3, Christopher. And that's it then for the Race Part 750 Formula Championship. Up next then, in our next race of the day, it's the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Hatch Championship.
Yes, thank you very much indeed. Kieran, cars already on the grid then for the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Cat Championship. They line up as follows. On the front row, it's 87 and 46. 87 is Stuart Place and 46 Chris Deere. The second row is 40 and 93. 40 Paul Thorpe and 93 Ben Bateman. Third row, 47 and 6. That's Robert Campbell and 8, should say. That's Robert Campbell and Pete Morgan. Fourth row is 88 and 6. Martin Case and Andy Philpott. Fifth row, 39 and 18. Martin Rogers and Darren Bassingthwaite. Sixth row, 92 and 41. 92, Rick Groom, 41, Jason Wood. Then the 7th row, 26 and 90, Paul Brock and Finn Groom. Row 8 is 12 and 48, 12 James Hazelhurst, 48 Neil Dudman. The 9th row is 33, Ryan Clark and 58 Pete Osgerby. Then on row 10, it's 30, William Humphries and 62, Alan Dewley. Terry Deere, number 2, Steve Groom, number 91 on row 11, and Titch Kelsall, number 89, rounding out the field. And we've rattled through that grid, and I think we've still perhaps got 1 or 2 cars to clear from the 750 Formula race before this race can get underway. There indeed is the evidence of that. That's the 67 car of Paul Mason being recovered, and we do now have the 1 minute to go board being shown. So very shortly indeed we'll get this Classic Stock Hatch race underway, and it's Pete Morgan who leads the championship coming into this meeting by 19 points from Chris Deere. Paul Thorpe 3rd, Martin Rogers 4th, Martin Kaiser in 5th position. 30-second board now being shown. It's a 15-minute race for the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Hatch Championship. There you can see Stuart Place in the red and white Peugeot 205 on pole position. It's the yellow 46 car of Chris Deere alongside him. Got to watch out though for Pete Morgan in the Fiesta XR2, the blue and yellow car, back on row 3 of the grid. The red lights are on now, and out they go, and it's a pretty even start from the 2 on the front. A good start too by Paul Thorpe on the second row of the grid in his XR2. Pete Morgan's made a decent getaway from the 3rd row as well. It's Chris Deere who's tucked in behind Stuart Place then on the run up to the first corner by the looks of it at Riches. And they all stream through. Have they made it all safely through? It looks like they have. So this field of more than 20 cars heading up towards the Wilson hairpin for the first time, and it looks like it is still Stuart Place leading the way then from Chris Deere in 2nd, and Paul Thorpe I think in 3rd as they come down to the left-hander at Palmer for the first time.
Yeah, Stuart Place was a full 2nd faster than anybody else in qualifying, and Chris Deere was a further 2 seconds faster than anybody else. So we'll see how this race goes. But Stuart Place pulling away from Chris Deere. Chris Deere's got a championship in mind. Stuart Place hasn't got to worry about that. Pete Morgan, of course, is Chris Deere's championship rival. The Ford Fiesta XR2 doesn't necessarily go so well here at Snetterton, and Pete Morgan has a lot of ballast in, success ballast, 4 wins last time out at Pembrey, so we'll see how that will affect things. Stuart Place is off, he's on the grass, he's back on the track, he still leads, but that he took a lot of speed there through Hamilton, and now he's got dirt on his tyres, so this means Chris Deere is starting to close him in again, because Stuart Place did have a very big lead after 4 corners, but that lead a little bit less now after that dicey moment, lap or a few corners ago. But yeah, Paul Thorpe is there in third, showing the Ford Fiesta XR2 goes well around this Snetterton 300 circuit as we see the cars head down the Bentley Straight.
We do indeed. So Stuart Place it is that's leading as well down the championship standings. He didn't take part in the last couple of races of the championship. Chris Deere there in second is second in the championship. Then it's Paul Thorpe, and then it's Pete Morgan, who has made up a couple of places from the grid in spite of all of that ballast, and he's got ahead of the Ben Bateman. He has got past Paul Thorpe now as well at Nelson, and Thorpe might lose a couple of positions here because Bateman in the Nova, the black Nova, is alongside him. We've got to watch out too for Robert Campbell in 47 as well. There's contact, and Paul Thorpe up on 2 wheels. I thought the car was going to go over for a moment. Fortunately, it didn't, and Paul Thorpe survived, but now he's down in the midfield.
That was a dicey old moment. Oh, there's still cars going off at Coram, I can see. So this has caused a real bottleneck where cars now are going all over the place here. None of that is a worry for the top 4 because they're all well ahead of it. Here come the rest. Paul Thorpe's got clear now of everybody else, but it's Stuart Place and Chris Deere, 2 of the championship contenders from last year. It's, oh goodness me, Pete Morgan and Ben Bateman almost had an accident there, rather unnecessarily into the pit wall, but Ben Bateman was able to avoid that. He's going around the outside of Pete Morgan now into Ritchie's, and Morgan collects the grass on the inside of the circuit. They're still side by side, I think. They are, aren't they, as they go down towards the Wilson hairpin?
Yeah, absolutely right, and we'll see which one comes out in front. Just looking down towards...
Jason Wood is 6th from 12th on the grid, so that's he managed to avoid the incident, didn't he?
That's it, so we've got the leaders coming to Palmer now, so it's Stuart Place and Chris Deere, and then it's Pete Morgan ahead of Ben Bateman then, so Morgan ahead of Bateman as he was over the line. Paul Thorpe 5th after all of that as well. That's quite the achievement, isn't it, having been up on 2 wheels. I thought he might lose a bit more ground than that, but as you say, the other cars having their own incidents behind him, which probably stymied their progress somewhat.
Yeah, that's not a place you want to go on 2 wheels, is it, through there? It's very quick, but he managed to avoid any kind of disaster. Jason Wood, as I say, that great sort of avoidance by him. He's got up into 6th position now in his Nova. The other Nova, Ben Bateman, is all over the back of Pete Morgan there as they went through. And now Kayser's trying to come through on Jason Wood. He's had quite a decent season, Martin Kayser, a couple of podiums this year. And I think he's going to gain a place ahead of Jason Wood. Then Darren Bassingthwaite up in 8th position. Again, he must have... Well, he qualified well, actually, didn't he? 10th. So this is probably his best performance in classic stock. Actually, he's had 1 top 10, but a big grid here. What the biggest grid we've had this season.
Yeah.
So that's doing a good job. Yellow flags there, not sure if that's what side of the track that's
there was a car parked on the right hand side of the circuit possibly, not sure who it was, possibly someone who's dropped out in the first lap of the race.
So Stuart Place still leads ahead of Chris Deere, he's pulling away. It's sort of a reversal of what we saw here at the end of last year where Chris Deere had the pace and managed to pull away, but here this weekend it's Stuart Place who's out front in his Peugeot 205 GTI. He's reverted back to his car that he raced last season with so much success, and he turns his way then through. It's Robert Campbell who's come into the pit lane. He qualified well. Was he the one that got involved with Paul Thorpe?
That's right.
Right, okay, so that makes a bit of sense. He's retired from the race. So here's Stuart Place then, up across the line to complete 2 laps of racing. 2 minutes 24.5 is his first flying. That 1.4 seconds clear of Chris Deere, but it's side by side for third because Ben Bateman's trying again to get past Pete Morgan. He's trying to go around the outside. They're pretty much side by side there, but again Pete Morgan is able to hang on. They're in third position, so doing better than his qualifying pace suggests. I think he said at the end of Pembrey to me, there's no point coming to Snetterton because I call no points because the car's no good around this track, but he's in third place after a good start.
Experienced driver as well, Pete Morgan. That's the leaders then, heading through Palmer.
92 with damage into the pit lane is Rick Groom.
And it looks like he's out of the race, I think.
Yeah, quite a dent in the front of that car.
I wonder if he got involved in that issue at Coram on the opening lap.
Then there was that secondary issue at like you say, at Cora, and I think it might have been his car on the grass, so that would make some sense as well. So a few damaged cars in this, it would seem, but it's still a good grid of 20 cars out there. Got the Metro out there at the back as well. Terry did, so good to see a Metro back into stock catch competition.
Yeah, the number 2 car in 20th position. I can see that Jason Wood in 6th place has got a bit of a queue of cars gathering behind him, including Martin Kayser, who's only 7th today.
Yeah, Kayser didn't get past him. I thought he was going past us sort of a lap ago.
Darren Bassingthwaite, Martin Rogers also in that group, and Finn Groom a little bit further behind. It was pretty much level pegged with Titch Kelsall over the line at the end of the previous lap.
Pete Morgan's just pulled his car right to the left-hand side of the circuit to keep Ben Bateman behind, just in the background for 3rd. Meanwhile, it's Stuart Place up front, still going away from Chris Deere. The gap was 1.5 seconds at the start of the lap. The 2 Peugeots, a good circuit this, it would seem, for the Peugeots. Then in 3rd is Morgan, so he did fend off Ben Bateman. So you have got 2 Peugeots at the front, but then you've got the XR2 and the Nova in 3rd and 4th positions. No XR2Is right at the front today. Especially when Lee Scott was racing, I guess. He always saw XR2I when races. Ben Bateman's almost in the boot of Pete Morgan's car as they turn into Murray's. Morgan's gone a bit wide here, so we know the Nova through the gears should have an advantage on this XR2 with the success ballast. So can Ben Bateman here get into 3rd place?
Yeah, I think he can, you know, up to the line. Yes, he's fully ahead of Pete Morgan's car now. So number 93, Ben Bateman, a winner at Donington Park last year on his first ever appearance. He's now back up into 3rd position. But Stuart Place, the leader, has done the best lap there, a 2:24.03. The lap record for these cars is a 2:23.10, set 5 years ago now by Matt Rosier in a Peugeot 205. So that's a fairly well-established lap record now.
Stuart Place did get into the 22s in qualifying, but he knows, Ryan Clark's in trouble. Has he also got damage front right corner there on that car, possibly?
Possibly, yep. So that's the number 33 car of Ryan Clark heading into the pit lane, which is a tremendous shame for the 41-year-old from Reigate, the owner of Gatwick Vans.
What was I talking about? Oh yes, Stuart Place got into the 222s in quali, but they know on these warm days that you kind of need to look after the tyres just a touch to make sure you don't overheat them, although it's not as hot as yesterday in testing. So it shouldn't be as much of a problem. Pete Morgan's fighting back for 3rd, and Ben Bateman, inexperienced young driver, runs a bit wide. Pete Morgan, more experienced driver. He can't get through though, they stay in the same order. Still the Vauxhall Nova up ahead. A lot of dust settling here. The leader's coming through that, so it might just be taking a long time for the dust to settle from the previous lap. Or it might be from a different part of the circuit coming across the track. Anyway, it's not really a worry for the drivers. Stuart Place pulling clear, 2.3 seconds now ahead of Chris Deere. Then Bateman versus Morgan. Keeps to look like that Paul Thorpe's getting closer, but the lap times don't suggest. Well, he was a few half a second, wasn't he, on the last lap? He's back. Pete Morgan's grass tracking. He's back on again. You don't really lose much time today going off, do you? Because there is a decent amount of grip to be found out there.
Yeah, I mean the grass is so dry, and the ground so dusty. Really drought conditions here in Norfolk. Probably going to end tomorrow, we think, looking at the forecast. But nevertheless, lots of grip at the moment off-road, and plenty of road and a bit more being used by both Bateman and Morgan there. And there's Jason Wood. He's still got this gaggle of cars behind him. It's Martin Rogers now that's made his way to the front of that group at the expense of Martin Kayser.
Side by side then for 3rd into Ritchie's. Pete Morgan slots him back behind. Ben Bateman then dives to the inside. He's not going to make that work. Now Paul Thorpe, he was a full second quicker on that last lap. So it's 2 seconds behind those two in 3rd and 4th positions. So Martin Rogers has got himself ahead of Kayser then, hasn't he, in that battle that you were describing, behind Jason Wood. So Rogers is doing a good job here. He's the 3rd fastest person on the road. Actually, Richard Kelsall from the back is. Yep. He's up to 9th. 2:25.14. So he's the 3rd fastest driver out there.
Yeah,
Darren Bassingthwaite's not come through, who was going well.
No, he's dropping down the timing screens, isn't he? So the Bassingthwaite Peugeot 205 for the local man from Attleborough just down the road. Sadly not having the best of days here. Well, we've got 4 minutes left to go in this race, so we'll have 2 more laps, I think, at the end of this. Still the fight for 3rd place raging on between Ben Bateman and Pete Morgan. Morgan, the man that is leading the championship coming into this weekend by 19 points from Chris Deere, who's 2 places ahead of him on the road at the moment.
I think Martin Rogers had an electrical issue in qualifying. Where did he start? Was that well down as well?
He started 9th.
So perhaps he'd lost some time in that melee on the first lap.
Yeah.
He's fought back well, so not quite as many places gained as Titch Kelsall, who's there in P9 at the start of that. Let's see if we can pick them up. So here's 3rd, Ben Bateman in the Nova, under pressure actually from Pete Morgan, so we might have to watch this before we look further back. But Morgan can't go through into Brundle, about into Nelson, getting the car slowed down. Well, Ben Bateman's got that all under control. Then it's, Paul Thorpe down 5th. Then Jason Wood's hanging on to 6th, but he's got both Martin Rogers and Titch Kelsall behind, 2 of the quickest drivers in this race. So they'll be looking to find a way past Jason Wood at the end of this race. There's 2 laps to go at the conclusion of this one. Ben Bateman's car twitching around there through Coram. I think we're going to pick up that 6th place battle now. There they are, Jason Wood just ahead. Last lap, Bordeaux goes out a little bit early, I think, so that kind of makes sense, doesn't it? We've had 12 minutes of racing, so it's sort of big 14.5-minute race.
Yes.
And Stuart Place is Lee, comes down the smallest of fractions on that lap. The gap is 3 seconds between himself and Chris Deere. Pete Morgan's having another go at getting past Ben Bateman. He dives up the inside. Ben Bateman's got a problem, surely. So Ben Bateman, real shame for him, running 3rd, but he slowing down just before the corner there with some kind of issue.
Yep, so Paul Thorpe goes through as well, up into 4th spot now, so Ben Bateman, I think, possibly might not even get to the end of the race here. So there's Morgan now in 3rd, Thorpe in 4th, and you could see in the background there that it looked like Jason Wood was up to 5th position, and Bateman indeed driving off onto the grass there to park at the Wilson hairpin. There's our race leader though, Stuart Place. He's 3 seconds or so clear of Chris Deere in 2nd place. Deere with a heavier car because he's carrying some success ballast from previous races, whereas Stuart Place isn't.
Yeah, that's right. So that'll be altered a little bit for tomorrow, but for today it's Stuart Place out front, and he is working his way down towards Oggies, just ahead by 3 or so seconds from Chris Deere. Pete Morgan clear just about of Paul Thorpe for 3rd. Jason Wood's now got Titch Kelsall behind him because Kelsall's got himself up ahead of Martin Rogers. So he's got past one of the PDC cars, and he'd like to get past the other one before the race is done. But here comes Stuart Place then, down the Bentley straight for the final time at his local circuit for Stuart Place. It's always been the way, isn't it, with stock catch drivers coming from this general area, from the East Anglia region. And Stuart Place then turns his way through. He's got his whole family here watching today, and hopefully get through the last few corners okay.
Yep, indeed. So he's heading towards the long right-hander at Coram there. We can see him on screen now in the number 87 car. Chris Deere, it is in 2nd place. And number 46, the driver from Farnborough in Hampshire. He's not going to manage to get the win today, I don't think. And you can see Pete Morgan and Paul Thorpe 3rd and 4th, but coming up to the line to take the checkered flag at the end of 6 laps of racing, it is going to be Stuart Place taking the victory in the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Catch Championship from Chris Deere in 2nd place, 1.71 seconds between the 2 Peugeots. Then it's the 2 XR2s next up. First of all, Pete Morgan in car number 8, and then Paul Thorpe in number 40. Jason Wood takes 5th. Titch Kelsall up into 6th place there on the final lap, number 89. 7th to number 39, Martin Rogers. 8th to number 88, Martin Kayser. 9th to number 12, James Hazelhurst. He's been a winner in the past. And 10th will be Finn Groom, who sort of gains that position on the final lap with the demise of Ben Bateman.
The next car through, Paul Brock's bonnet was ajar. I didn't quite catch that properly, so I'm not quite. And there's a bumper coming off the next car, right? Put these things together. That Neil Dudman, who had damage to the rear, and presumably Paul Brock therefore that was damage to the front of the car. I think there might be some work to do in the Classic Stock Catch Paddock after that race.
Looks that way, doesn't it?
But at least 2 of the drivers that Kieran will have to speak to, they've probably got less to talk about because Stuart Place pulled away from Chris Deere and then they sort of drove around for 6 laps and finished in 1st and 2nd positions. Pete Morgan had a bit of a busier race with Ben Bateman, but it was all going on behind, it would seem. particularly on that first lap, and then obviously some more things out of our vision before that. But a race win for Stuart Place, his first win of the season. It's been a problematic season for him up to now. I think just one finish, or a couple of finished before now. Because he had that problem with Croft when he was leading, had a couple of finishes in Silverstone, then didn't do the 2 races at Pembroke. But a win here. So Chris Deere gets, 2 points back on Pete Morgan. So it's still a good lead for Pete Morgan, 17 points. Chris Deere hasn't won yet, has he? He was so successful at the end of last year.
Yes, he was.
But that's his 3rd time in the runner-up position. But to be pleased to be ahead of Pete Morgan this time, rather than behind, as the case had been on the previous meeting. But yeah, some good drives from further back. Titch Keltel, I guess, is the one that's mainly comes to mind. And he's going to have to do it again tomorrow because it's the 2nd best lap from quali. Not sure what the problem was for him in qualifying, but he obviously didn't get a lap in, so therefore has to start from the back on both occasions. See Stuart Place and Chris Deere having a chat. As I say, they didn't really have a battle as such, did they?
No, it's a very quiet race up at the front, really, for the Dimmins Week Yokohama Classic stock catches, but more interest for 3rd. There's Ben Bateman, his car having come to a halt on the final lap of the race. His Nova, so that'll be recovered.
He had an engine issue at Pembrey, so that's a fear that something's come back again. There was no smoke or anything like that. It was a bit weird, wasn't it? It just looked like we were slowing down for the corner a bit early, and obviously a bit more than that. And only got one further corner, so the Snetterton recovery team are there. And let's head downstairs and hear from the top 3 with Kieran.
So the conclusion then of the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Hatch Championship race, and I'm here with our race winner, the number 87 of Stuart Place. Stuart, congratulations on the victory. Talk to us about that race.
Yeah, it was really not too bad. Chris put me under quite a bit of pressure at the start, but once I managed to get a gap on him, it wasn't too bad. But towards the end, the tyres were starting to go off and the car was sliding more. But after, just backed off a touch because I knew I'd got a gap, and then away we went. So no, really nice. I still had them in the mirrors, so you can't back off. You can never think it's done, but it was really good. The old car is working very well. We didn't expect to have this one out this year, so yeah, I'm very pleased.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you hope that the cars behind you just start battling so you can just try and sneak away, is that right?
Yeah, I was hoping what was happening was they were fighting amongst themselves so I could gap as much as possible. And then I knew the tyres would go. It was just hoping I got a big enough gap once they'd gone for those to not catch me when my tyres had shot. But it was really good, very hot, very enjoyable.
Good stuff. And, well, congratulations on the victory, Stuart, and go away and enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
Stuart Place there, our winner for that one. Let's have a look and see if we can have a chat to the number 46 in... number 46 for Chris Deere. I don't know if you can reach this way, Pat. Hopefully that camera holds dear. Chris, congratulations, P2 then. How are you feeling after that?
Was that P2?
Where are you?
No,
are you,
I got P3.
Are you got P3? Are you Pete
P2
Morgan?
yeah.
Oh, I called for Chris. Anyway, we'll talk to you, Pete, then.
Go on, then, I'm better than him.
Well, P3 then. Talk to us about it. How do you feel out there?
To be honest with you, that's as good as a win for me, because I can't catch these two around here. Brands Hatch, different kettle of fish. Cadwell Park, yeah, we're on the ball there. But that for me is far better than I thought we were ever going to get, to be honest with you.
And talk to us about the battle then for 2nd place.
There wasn't one. No, 3rd place. I was with another kid out there somewhere. These two had long gone, to be honest with you. I can't live with them around here, but, I've lost a couple of points to him. It doesn't really matter as long as I don't lose too much today. I go to Brands Hatch, I think, with a bit more. That's my circuit. That'll do me.
Great stuff. Well, congratulations on the podium and enjoy it.
Second would help.
It would. Well, congratulations, Pete Morgan, 3rd place there. Let's see if we can have a chat to our 2nd place driver in Chris here. There he is. He's trying to impersonate you there. Absolutely, I agree. Chris, congratulations, P2. How'd you feel?
Not bad. It was a bit of a boring race for up the front. I just sat behind Stuart going, I'll see you. But you know what? We finished 2nd. We swapped an engine last night when our race engine went pop, so we got the points. We're in front of Pete, who's our championship rival, by 1 place, which is a bit of a pain. I would like to be a few more places in front, but it's what it is. But my dad's made his comeback today. at 70 years of old, so I got to race on the same track as my dad. We've brought a Metro back into the championship, and we're on the podium. So happy days.
How do you feel about that? Because that must be a special moment for you.
Well, yeah. Now he was trying not to be lapped by me, and I was trying to lap him. So I didn't manage to lap him. So that means he's too fast. He's too quick and I wasn't quick enough. So tomorrow I have to drive faster, which might mean I'll beat Stuart. Fingers crossed. Take your handbrake off, Dad.
Take your handbrake off. All good advice. Thank you very much, Chris. Congratulations on second place. And that concludes then that race for the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Hatch Championship. Next up, it's the Martins Group Formula V Championship.
Yes, the car's on the grid then for the Martins Group Formula V Championship. And there you can see the pole position car, number 92, Craig Pollard, who leads the championship coming into this weekend. And beside him, he's number 2, and that's Daniel Hans. It's going to be round 7 and 8 of the Martins Group Formula V Championship that we have this weekend. Craig Pollard leading from Tim Probert 2nd, Matthew Hyde 3rd, and Daniel Hans 4th after an action-packed and sometimes controversial first few meetings of the Martins Group Formula V Championship season. I think we'll find that things settle down a little bit from here on in. Pole position then is the number 92 car of Craig Pollard, and alongside him, as I say, is number 2, Daniel Hans. Second row on the inside, that's 99 Craig Bell and 51 Matthew Hyde. On row 3, it's 41 Andrew Cooper and 69 Ian Buxton. On row 4, 43 Vaughan Jones and 6 Tim Probert. Row 5, 33 Matt Harbert and 75 Mark Egan. Row 6, 21 Adam Zieber and 25 Daniel Lanier. Row 7, 11 Ben Cressy and 66 Philip Waterhouse. Row 8, 88 Francis Twyman and 47 Matt Topham. Row 9, 42 James Huckle and 16 James Madden, as the green flag lap is getting underway now. Row 10 is 10 Bill Garner and 7 Richard Walsh. The 11th row, 40, Ivan Turner and 24, Rick Lanier. The 12th row, 13, Rachel Swale and 28, Sam Engineer. On row 13, it's 34, Alan McKenna and 15, Timothy Reeve. Row 14, 56, Christian Goller and 59, Chris Wilshire. Row 15, 22, John Cressy and 32, Simon Foley. On the 16th and final row of the grid, number 80, Peter Can. So it's 31 cars that we have on the grid. A name that we've not mentioned is James Harridge, the 2-time champion, selling his cars, and so we don't see him out. But we do have a very good race in prospect for those that are here, Josh.
Yeah, it might be similar to a classic stock hatch race, I think, where the top 2 sort of go away by themselves and we have a battle behind. That's what we had at Brands Hatch. Great battles behind. It's Craig Pollard that leads the championship. He's won 4 races this year. Tim Probert, 2nd in the championship. He actually leads if you count a drop score at this stage, sort of halfway through the year. Count 1 drop score. Tim Probert, the championship leader. Matthew Hyde, 3rd in the championship. He scored his first podium last time out at Brands. And then Danny Hans, 4th in the championship. Craig Pollard was under lap record pace in qualifying this morning. He did a 2:07.84, which is pretty rapid in a Formula V, 2.7 seconds quicker than anybody else. So we'll see how this goes between he and Hans. But as I say, then Bell, Hyde, Cooper, Buxton are within a second of one another, and then there's small distances back to Jones, Probert, and Harbert as well. So I think the battles behind might be where our attention lies, because Snetterton is a big slipstream in venue, so that should pose well, I think, for some good racing through the pack.
Yeah, up to now this season, Craig Pollard having won 4 times, Danny Hans once, James Harridge once. That's what we've had so far this season. But Tim Probert, he has been sort of consistent in a strange kind of way. He's had a 2nd, a 3rd, a 4th, a 5th and a 6th. So 5 finishes inside the top 6 from the 6 races that we've had so far this season, which have been at Donington, Croft and at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit. Go to Silverstone for the international circuit in August, Cadwell Park in September, and the season concludes at Mallory Park in October. that's where the season will be decided.
Craig Pollard's qualifying time was only 7 seconds off the pole position here last weekend in Formula Ford 1600.
Interesting.
Which
yes.
it's not far away, is it, with an engine which produces a lot less power
Absolutely.
than the Ford engine cars.
Again, treaded tyres and no aero, so there are those similarities to Formula Ford 1600.
Harder tyres here probably as well,
Yes,
aren't they?
they
More
are.
durable tyres, so you don't have to throw tyres at it.
Yeah, the Hoosier tyres, which they've been running for a few years now, were sort of reduced the lap times by a couple of seconds or so at most circuits, or increased the lap times, I should say, by a couple of seconds at most circuits compared to the Dunlops that the cars ran on previously, but which were no longer manufactured. So cars coming up to the grid then for this race, which should be around about 15 minutes in length. Just conscious of the time because it is marching on. We've got another 3 races to come after this afternoon here at Snetterton. So you've got Craig Pollard on pole position in the number 92 Wev, the Worm's Eye View. That's a car that's been successful in the championship in the past for Graham Gant. He won the title in 2019 and won lots of races before that over several seasons. And Pollard himself had won the 2018 championship in the Bears Motorsport GAC. So you've got a champion driver in a championship winning car, and it's been a pretty irresistible combination in terms of outright pace so far this season. But Danny Hans, the 2008 champion, is looking for a victory here, which would be his second of the season. Last few cars coming into position, so we should any moment get the green flag from the back. Looking down to the starter, who will have his finger poised on the button. 5-second board is shown, so about to go racing for 15 minutes in the Martins Group Formula V Championship. Revs rising, red lights on, out goes the light, away they go. Good start by Pollard from pole position. Danny Hans not too sluggish away, but he tucks in behind the yellow car of Pollard as they run up to riches for the first time. Craig Bell has also made a decent start as well, in 3rd place in the number 99 AHS Dominator. But it's the Wev leading into Wilson Hairpin. No, it's not. It's the blue AHS car of number 2, Danny Hans, the Dominator Mark II, that goes through down the inside into Wilson for the first time. So it's Hans leading, Pollard second, and already, as you were kind of suggesting, Josh, they are making a bit of a break away from Craig Bell in 3rd place.
And Pollard's got a tighter line out of Palmer, so I think he might be challenging here down into the hairpin. Yeah, they're side by side, but Hans has got to the inside, so he's got the better line. I think he knows if he's going to win this, he's got to defend like crazy for 15 minutes. Pollard coming back at him, but it's we've got those smoky cars. Ian Buxton's car, possibly.
Yeah, I think so.
But it's still Hans, and this means Craig Bell is going with them. We saw Craig Bell on the podium at Donington, but we haven't seen him so high up since, but he's right there with the top 2 at this stage. Hans, it's going to be a difficult task ahead of him, I would suggest, unless his race pace can be better than his qualifying pace.
Absolutely right. So onto the Bentley Straight they go for the first time in this race. Pollard already pulling out alongside Hans. He'll be on the outside line for the left-hander at Brundle. Let's just see. He has got in front. Yes, he's already in front as they arrive at the braking area at Brundle. So now Hans tries to pick up the tow on the way into Brundle and Nelson. Craig Bell is still there in 3rd place. So I thought initially he was going to drop back a little bit, but he is still there. It's the gap to 4th place that's a bigger one. Is that Matthew Hyde in 4th place at the moment?
Either he or Ian Buxton, the two
just trying
similar cars together.
Up. It's Hyde, isn't it, that's in 4th place at the moment. He's had a good season so far, his debut season in the category. So it's Pollard leading from Hans, from Bell as they come towards the end of the first lap. Then it's Matthew Hyde 4th, and Ian Buxton 5th, I think.
And it's right underneath the gearbox of the leader for Hans, and he's going to try and fight back here, down towards Ritchie's. He's on the outside line as they swoop into the first corner, but Pollard just about toughs it out in front. Hyde, who we were talking about, might be losing a place there into Ritchie's. Ian Buxton was on his inside line, but for the lead, Craig Pollard did hang on. And they stay as they are then Craig Bell 3rd. Then this gap back, and Ian Buxton did get the better of Matthew Hyde. There they are, 4th and 5th. Yeah, Hyde made a better start here because at Brands Hatch he struggled on the first lap a bit and then had to fight back as the race went on.
Yeah.
Didn't fought back well, but a better start here by the youngster.
He's got a lot less experience than Ian Buxton, who's been racing in this for years. Lots of Formula V wins down the years. Hyde in his first season of racing was 16 years of age. He's diabetic as well, so an extra challenge there. And he's coming up the inside of Ian Buxton, and that's a nice move ahead of the smoky Ian Buxton. So the two gaps together, but it's Hyde that goes past. But despite that smoke, Buxton gets a good exit from Agostini. He's going to be alongside him, I think, going through Hamilton, and has got the place back by the looks of it. So it's Buxton back to fourth. And Hyde to fifth. They'll be slowing each other up, though, I would think, in all of this, and losing ground to the top three.
Yeah, Craig Bell is a long way ahead of them, isn't he? He's doing a great job. He's trying to go with the leaders. He was sliding about. Matthew Hyde fantastically fast there off of Williams. Had to jink out the toe. He's gone so quick out the corner. He couldn't really pick up the toe. He was going so fast. So had to draw up alongside Ian Buxton. But is that going to hurt him in the long run, possibly? Let's see. I think it is, because Ian Buxton's coming back here on the inside line. Oh, and one's gone off a bit further back. One of the Lanyes, I think that was.
Rick Lanye, I think, 24 AHS Dominator. Oh, and that's Hyde back through.
Yeah, around the outside at Brundles. That's pretty brave.
Yeah, so ahead of Buxton, who is a driver that will give no quarter. And then you've got Tim Probert there in 6th place, number 6. Vaughan Jones, 7th in number 43. Matt Harbour, 8th in number 33. But good drive here from Hyde in that number 51 cars, and plenty of karting down the years. But first season of car racing. Up front, it's Craig Parler, just in the best lap of the race at 2:09.81, and that's only 0.4 of a second outside the lap record, set jointly by Paul Smith in 2015 and James Harridge in September 2020. And off there, oh, that is the Lanye car again, isn't it, that we saw a moment ago. Rick Lanye's Dominator off. There's Danny Hans in 2nd place, the 2008 champion, who had many years away from Formula V before coming back to it for the 50th anniversary celebrations in 2017, about 5 years ago now. But he's playing second fiddle here to Craig Pollard, who's showing really good form with this Wev, and as we say, getting close now to that lap record, and see if he can break it in the next few moments.
This great big number on the side of the car, which he put on over the course of the Brands Hatch weekend. That makes that car much easier to see from a distance which one it is. Well, it's pretty obvious on the colour scheme anyway, but it helps even more. So there's Hyde. He's pulled away from Ian Buxton now, and behind him Probert, Vaughan Jones, and Andrew Cooper getting involved in the battle. We missed Andrew Cooper at the last meeting.
Yeah, and he obviously had a problem on the first lap because he qualified on row 3, 5th on the grid. He's had some dramas in the early stage, and he's now trying to battle his way back past Tim Probert here.
Yeah, he's already got Vaughan Jones in there as well, so that's a great little battle, isn't that? Yeah, safety car boards.
Yes. And is that because of the Daniel Lanye car that's on the exit of Williams, isn't it, I think?
Yeah, it's not like we just saw not far away from off the circuit, so it's not a particular shock. Are we going to get any more racing in?
Yes, that's the question, because there's only 8 3/4 minutes to go here, and Tim Probert with his hand in the air, that's to acknowledge the fact that he's seen the safety car, which we now see pulling out onto the circuit.
Oh, there's the car here as well, just past our commentary position.
Oh,
I don't think that would be cause of a safety car, but there's another car that stopped.
And who is that?
We've lost Rachel Swain from the race as well.
But it's not Rachel.
Oh, there's damage there to Craig Bell's car. I'm not sure how that would have happened.
Yeah, because he wasn't really close to anybody, was he? So unless he's clouted a curb or something like that.
He's lost the nose cone at the very least.
Yeah, maybe he had a bit of a grassy moment or something and that dislodged it. Could have been. Anyway, safety cars picked them up.
So for Matthew Hyde, if we do get a restart, means he's going to be right there with the top 3. That was a big gap to Craig Bell.
Yeah, he's had a 3rd, a 4th and a couple of 5th places this season, Matthew Hyde, and he's going well in the championship, in 3rd position in his first season of racing.
There's a former championship winning car, isn't it? The Storm there, the ex-Ben Maludi car. Ben Cressy at the wheel nowadays. He's 9th in the race.
Yeah, and 10th in the point standings coming into this weekend as well. So sort of roughly it's his batting average really today. So behind the safety car then. Hopefully we'll get these cars recovered fairly quickly, and we will get at least one more lap of racing in. But of course, with such few number of laps in the race anyway, when you do start to lose time behind the safety car, you very quickly lose racing laps.
Matt Harbour, that's the car off, I think, just past us.
Yes, that does make sense. Yes, in terms of the colour scheme and the height of the driver as well.
So he's dropping down the timing screen, as you obviously expect, the car that's not running. But everybody else is, so we've lost Harbour, Lanier and Swain from this race. The safety car's going nice and slow to give the marshals up there at Williams the time and space they need to deal with that car that's off the road.
Yeah, so hopefully the marshals and crews can deal with that car that's off the circuit.
I think the car they're taking is a bit smoky. Inside the top 10 for Adam Zeeber, which is a good effort from him. Yeah,
no, it's good to see Adam doing well. The Pole, based in Wales these days, is the operations manager at London Motorsport. Moved to the UK 17 years ago with his family at the age of 10.
Slightly concerned about the smoke that was coming out the back of that car.
Yeah, the engine of that car built by James Harridge, and the car prepared by Adam and his friends.
So where is the Lanier car? That's still off the road. We'll get a shot of that in a moment.
Yeah, so...
but yeah, safety car, the speed it's going is like we're hoping... Oh, no, it's recovery vehicle, not there yet, is it?
Black and orange driving mechanical warning flag going out to Adam Zeeber, 21.
I suspect about that too much.
Yeah, there's the Lanier car, and you're right, it is very close to the edge of the circuit, so hopefully it can be towed away, but you'd think it's going to be at least one more lap behind the safety car, don't you?
That takes a lot of time doing 3 miles.
Exactly.
Not as they can get it across the track pretty rapidly, because there is a gap in the barrier.
True.
And a V's nice and light, which is easier. That one, the problem we had at Brands Hatch for big heavy cars got into the gravel trap. That takes time.
Yeah.
Compared to the lighter cars like we've got here.
Safety car going just about as slowly as it dares, I think, here.
I wonder if that might cause any overheating issues for anybody. You see some drivers sort of weaving about, some drivers trying to get out of the air of the other cars.
Yeah.
Even Craig Pollard moving away from where the safety car line is.
Yeah, yeah.
Just wouldn't thought there's too much heat come up the back of that compared to the race cars.
Air-cooled engines, of course, these Volkswagen Beetle engines. So you need some air in them. And
so see if we can have a view of this Craig Bell car. If it is just the nose that's come off it, or if there's further damage.
I think it's just the nose, isn't it, from what I can see? I think it must have just been he got onto the curb or the grass or something that's dislodged it. Either that or it wasn't properly attached in the first place.
I think if we don't get the safety car in,
we might not get any more racing laps.
Right.
Because there's already only 4 minutes to go. It's going to be another best part of a minute before it gets to the line, and I suspect therefore that we may have seen the last of our racing in the Martins Group Formula V Championship.
Is that the nose?
It is, isn't it? That's where the nose of Craig Bell's car has ended up. He could almost lean out and pick it up, couldn't he? So slow they're going.
He's having a good look over, isn't he?
Yeah.
So the light's going to go out really late.
No, safety car lights are still on, so about 3.5 minutes to go. There is a green flag being waved. The safety car did go in, and the green flags are being waved, so that's a very late decision indeed. So we are going to get probably 2 more laps of racing then in this Martins Group Formula V Championship. That's caught everybody by surprise as they head up towards the first corner of the new lap. It is still Craig Pollard leading from Danny Hans in second, Craig Bell third, and Hyde has just lost out to Ian Buxton for 4th place as they went into Riches that time.
Yeah, where I thought Hyde might have a go at Craig Bell, it's turned out to be the other way, hasn't it? Where he's lost that position once again to Ian Buxton. Oh, there's cars off. There's at least 2 off at Riches. A bit further back in the pack. They're going to get back on though, I think. Go through the dust. But there's Pollard sliding the web. Hans, Bell, they're all spread, and then a bit closer behind. Smoky Buxton under pressure from Hyde, who comes up the inside into the Agassini hairpin. He breaks late, he goes through and gets the position then back into 4th place. So that has allowed once again, despite that damage, Craig Bell to pull away. So it's all about this battle for 4th. Hyde moves his car to the middle of the road, defends the line, goes back to the racing line for Hamilton. Then you've got Then Buxton, then Probert and Vaughan Jones all in this. Andrew Cooper didn't make a good restart, I don't think, because he didn't seem to be in that shot.
No.
Right in this group. Let's see as they come into Williams. Hyde's car moving around a lot there, but he gets the car through. Accelerates off then down the Bentley Straight for what is the 5th time in this race. Just the one safety car lap.
Yep, so Craig Pollard's coming towards us then, and he's already made good ground away from Danny Hans there, hasn't he, in this restart of the race. And here's Buxton and Hyde, and it's Buxton on the inside, Hyde on the outside. He's done this once already, hasn't he? And Buxton's lost it this time. Tim Probert has to go around the outside of him on the grass. Oh, and we've lost, and with damage as well, the number 40 car of Ivan Turner in the Leaston as well. So that's going to cause a problem. Ian Buxton is back onto the circuit, having been delayed. We've got the black and orange flag that's going out to Adam Zebra, I think, number 21.
And the last lap board.
And no, that may well be. Well, it's certainly not the checker flag this time. So the last lap board out as well. So Craig Pollard going on to his final lap then, and he's now nearly 2 seconds clear of Danny Hans, with Craig Bell another 4 seconds behind in 3rd, Matthew Hyde in 4th position. But 1 or 2 problems for various drivers as we got towards the end of the race, and I can see that Ian Buxton is trying to get back ahead of Ben Cressy for 7th position into Ridges as we watch Craig Pollard.
Yeah, I don't know if there was a touch between Hyde and Buxton or not, but you don't think so?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, so that's good. Andrew Cooper hasn't come through, so that's why he was in that shot. He's seemingly gone out of the race. So some real dramas on the restart for various drivers. So he's gone through now in 19th, all the way back. There, you can see. But there's Craig Pollard, he's a long way ahead of everybody else, 1.9 seconds ahead of Hans.
Looking for his 5th victory of the season here, of course, in the 7th round of the championship. 56, Christian Goller is into the pits, afraid out of the race. Clock counting down to 0, so the time element of the race is now over. And we've got half of the final lap to go. There you can see Craig Pollard just having turned onto the Bentley Straight. There's Danny Hans following him, but a good couple of seconds behind. There's that other car now that's gone off on the inside.
More dust at Agostini. That's because there's a car gone off there.
Possibly. That's 88. It's Francis Twyman that's gone off into the barriers, I think.
That's impressive at Agostini. There's another car involved though. Is that the Zebra car? The Blendini man? It looks like it might have been. You don't normally get into the tyre with Agostini without there being some assistance in there.
It's going to be a bit of clearing up to be done at the end of this race, that's for certain. Number 92, Craig Pollard, though, is clearing off. I don't know about clearing up, because he's a long way clear now of Danny Hans in 2nd position, and the company director from Suffolk. Very strong performance indeed from him, coming up to the line to take the checkered flag. 5th victory of the season in the Martins Group Formula V Championship for Craig Pollard. He new fastest lap on the last lap as well, but not the lap record. Still a couple of tenths outside that, turn 9.60.
For 3rd, Matthew Hyde caught Craig Bell, a gap that was 2 seconds on the last lap. So that was Bell that gets there, but only just, so that was a good last lap from Hyde.
Yeah, his personal best, a 2:12.75, and a PB for Tim Probert as well, as he holds off Vaughan Jones for 5th place. Craig Bell was 3rd, by the way, and Danny Hans was 2nd. Ian Buxton took 7th, Ben Cressy 8th, Daniel Lanier 9th, brother of Rick, who we saw retire earlier on, and Mark Egan rounding out the top 10 in the number 75 Ray. But Craig Pollard there really a class above everyone else. His best lap was 209.6. The next best lap by anybody was a 211.27 for Daniel Hans. So it's nearly 1.7 seconds faster than anybody else there, John.
Not as much as the qualifying gap, but there's another car off, 7. That's going to get back going. That's Richard Walsh. Checker flag still waved, all cars coming across the line. Andrew Cooper got back to 14th, so he had a better last lap. Of course, he gained positions with incidents ahead of him. So another paddock, I think, that's going to be busy here overnight to try and get cars back out for tomorrow's Formula V race.
Well, that's at 11:25 in the morning for tomorrow's single Formula V race. So there's plenty of time in the morning as well for drivers to try to repair cars as well, and their teams. And a little bit of clearing up work to be done after that race as well. So we're a few moments before we get the Freaky Part Sport Specials cars out onto the grid, I think. That's going to be the next race, and then we've got 2 more races after that, the Toyota MR2s and the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series Handicap race to round out the day. So we will look forward to those. Formula V's now have made their way into Parc Ferme. I can see Craig Pollard's out of his car. He's already got a garland around his neck, shaking hands there with Danny Hans and Craig Bell, I think, down there too. Still yet to get his helmet off, but very shortly I think we'll be able to head downstairs to hear from our successful drivers. Kieran McGinley is our man down in Parc Ferme with the microphone, and he'll be grabbing them to speak to in just a second. In fact, let's head down there right now. Kieran, over to you.
So we're here in Parc Ferme now with our top 3 of the race, and I'm delighted to say we've got Craig Pollard to have a chat to first. Craig, congratulations on the victory. How was it out there? Talk us through it.
Yeah, there was a bit of oil down, so especially after the restart, and so I just had to watch a couple of patches, but not sure on the safety car restart, if I'm honest. I kind of had this itching feeling that the safety car might dive in at the last point, but after we went through the last corner, I thought, oh, it'll be out for another lap, and then it dived in, which I'm not sure about, to be honest. Doesn't give you much chance to kind of prepare for a restart. But yeah, held on to it, and car is as good as ever, so looking forward to the next one.
Absolutely. And before the safety car then, talk us through your race before then, because you had a couple of battles out there.
Yeah, Danny got past me. Still just finding my way around. I think we're not testing really for the rest of the year, so I mean, I've had qualifying to get kind of used to it, and then straight out. But it's a long race. You don't win it on the first corner, so you know, especially having a toe off Danny down the straight helps, and just left it for later on.
Great, congratulations on the victory. Go and enjoy yourself out there. Congratulations. Let's have a chat to our second place driver then. I'll be careful not to actually touch the car. Dan Hans. Dan, congratulations, second place. A little bit hard done by safety car?
No, not really. Craig had the pace on us today. He's got a really good car. He's a good driver. Didn't really have much of an answer for him today. I thought I had to get in front of him early on to have any chance, and then just try and defend like mad. But I got past him down at turn 2 at the hairpin. I held him for a while. He got in front of me. I pushed him into a couple of mistakes. Kept with him for a couple of laps, and then unfortunately broke my toe. And then when that happened, he got too far away. So when the safety car came out, I thought, oh, maybe I could do the same thing again, maybe get a good run on him into the hairpin. But the safety car came in, literally, the lights came out up through the last corner, and he dived in at the last minute, and obviously I weren't ready to go. So we didn't get much of a warning for the safety car coming in. So unfortunately, I couldn't get a run on him. So that was pretty much it, because there's only a lap left after that lap. So, but yeah, second place. It's we'll take that, but we've got a lot of work to do to kind of catch up that car. So.
And how's it prepare you for tomorrow?
Well, hopefully we get a bit of wet weather, and then it maybe might even the field up a little bit. But again, we don't know what that car goes like in the wet. Really, he's been out once at Croft, I think, in the wet, and he did all right. So, yeah, I mean, we've only been out in the wet once as well in this car. It's a new car, so it's again uncertain times really. So, but yeah, hopefully, bit of wet weather might even it up. Hopefully, have a good race tomorrow.
I'm glad you mentioned the weather and not me, so I hope you got that. Dan, it's been a pleasure to talk to you. Congratulations on P2.
Cheers. Thank you very much, cheers.
Yeah, well, that's P2, and let's have a chat to Craig Bell. Craig Bell's over there. He's having a wave at me. Craig, P3 at the end there. You had a great battle at the end there, just about P3. How'd you feel?
Absolutely knackered. I had a spinning car and lost my nose cone, and then obviously I think it was matching forth behind us, and he caught us at the end. And obviously I didn't have much grip, so I nearly lost P3 right at the end, but it was a hard drive. But at the start, I had quite good pace. Got a gap to the ones behind, tagged onto these two again. But after that, they got a gap on us again, and same again, don't quite have the speed to quite challenge them. We're getting a bit nearer, so we'll keep working. So.
And how were you for that safety car restart?
I got caught out a bit. Obviously, I was seeing what the car was doing, and then all of a sudden it was gone, and I had to get on it quick. So that's when them two got a gap on us on that start. So. But luckily, no one behind kind of got on my back, so I managed to get a gap again, and that was enough to the end, thank God. So.
And how's that prepare you for tomorrow now? How do you feel about that?
Probably quite good, yeah. It's going to rain tomorrow, I think. The forecast isn't so good.
I'm glad you said that, not me.
Yeah, well, Always does when we go out, doesn't it? But we'll see how we get on. We'll start in third again tomorrow. So fingers crossed, keep it on the back stuff. That's the main aim. I've been off a few times this weekend already, so it's I need to keep it on there. So
Keep it on the tarmac. Congratulations, Craig, on P3.
Thank you. Cheers.
And with that, that concludes this race. So up next then, it's going to be the Freaky Parts Sports Specials Championship.
Yes, the car's heading out shortly for the Freaky Parts Sports Specials Championship, but at the moment still a bit of clearing up work to be done after that Martins Group Formula V Championship race. And the Freaky Parts Sports Specials Championship, it's run in 3 different classes, of course, with classes A and B split on power to weight ratio. Class A for cars of 330 to 350 brake horsepower per tonne. Class B up to 270 270 to 280 brake horsepower per tonne, and Class C is for the MEV Exocets R cars. And each of the classes this season could win the overall championship title, because that rule has been amended for this season. But of course, within the Sports Specials Championship, in order to pick up maximum points within your class, you need to get the appropriate minimum number of starters, and we've not always had that, certainly in Class C and also in Class A at the last meeting as well in Sports Specials. But the championship being led coming into this weekend by number 77, that's Stuart Thompson from Class B in the MK Indy RR. That's after 6 rounds of the championship. Then on 65 points it's Andy Hiley in the Kronos HR1S. He is second in the points. He's had a few wins, but not always been able to pick up the full 15 points. And that's probably pretty much the difference between himself and Stuart Thompson now in the point standings. And third on 60 points is Warren Vesey in the Fisher Fury from Class B. Fourth on 58 points, level actually, Stuart Merchant and David Hughes, both from Class C. That's fourth and fifth. And then sixth is Lewis Ward, the second of the Class A drivers in his Westfield SE Wide, and he was a winner last time out at Brands Hatch, I think. Josh, you were there. Tell us about that one.
Yeah, we had a good battle between Hiley and Ward in the first race, but let's talk about that in a moment, because I think we can have a look at the grid now.
Yeah, we can indeed. So pole position is the number 11 car on this occasion of Paul Collingwood, and alongside him another Eclipse, so it's 2 Eclipses on the front row. Number 15, Clive Hudson. Second row is 53, Andy Hiley in the Kronos, and then the third Eclipse of number 17, Paul Boyd. Then you've got Anton Landon, number 64 in the Sienna on the inside of row 3, ahead of 56, Gary Goodyear, who's there in the ARL GTR. Row 4, you've got the winner at Brands Hatch, Lewis Ward, number 4 in the Westfield, and number 76, David Hughes in the MEV. Row 5 is another MEV for number 7, Stuart Much, and 80, Adam Cottrell in the Caterham 310R. Row 6 is 52, Andrew Grant, and beside him is 42, Darren Griffin in number 42. Row 7 is 27, Andrew Hayward, and number 10, Nigel Brown. At the 8th row, 30, Stuart Thompson, and 46, Warren Vesey. The 9th row, 77, Brad Snow, and 65, Martin Hayward. Row 10 is 26, Alan Robinson, and 88, Martin Buckland. Row 11 is 79, Sylvia Merchant, 69, Gerard O'Donoghue. Row 12, 60, Mark Callahan, and 70, Trevor Harbour. And last few cars on the grid, 199, Nigel Liddell, 38, Bridget Smart, and 16, Derek Hambley on row 14. But Joshua, just about to tell us about Brands Hatch.
Yeah, we had a good battle on the Saturday there between Andy Hiley and Lewis Ward. It was quite dicey through traffic at times, but then Lewis Ward had an alternator failure, I think, so Andy Hiley won. But then race 2, Hiley had to start from the pit lane, so that made Lewis Ward's job a little bit easier. So he won, Hiley had to fight through, but Lewis Ward's been impressive this year in the front-engined Westfield against all the mid-rear-engine cars, which we've got a good grid of. We didn't have too many of the Eclipses at Brands, as they're back here this weekend, and it's making Andy Hiley's life rather hard, it seems, not on the front row of the grid.
Yeah, absolutely right. So you could be in for a good couple of races here this weekend for the Freaky Parts Sports Specials Championship. They're back out again after lunch tomorrow. We're into the countdown procedure now, about to go racing then. The 5-second board being shown, no green flag laps for the rest of the day here at Snetterton. So we watch for the red lights to turn on. There they go. And They go out now. Away we go, and a good start by number 17, Paul Boyd, from the second row of the grid. One car on the grass a little bit further back, but who's going to lead into the first corner at Riches? Is it going to be Paul Boyd from all the way around the outside? It's not quite. I don't think it's going to be Paul Collingwood, in actual fact, that's going to hold on to the lead of the race as they head up towards the Montreal hairpin for the first time. But Boyd is going to go around the outside, and we'll try to at Wilson, I should say. So it's Collingwood actually that holds on. It's Boyd in second, and in third place it's the 15 car of Clive Hudson. So eclipses 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. Is it the Andy Hiley in fourth in the Kronos? Yes, it is. And then it's the Mev, and then it's Lewis Ward in the Westfield in sixth position. But it's Paul Collingwood converting that pole position into an early race lead.
The car that was off the road at the start was Warren Vesey, one of the championship contenders from Class B. I think it was he and Stuart Thompson that had a bit of a brush off the line. They managed to sort themselves out. So we'll keep an eye on that Class B battle as the race goes on. But it's eclipses 1, 2, 3 with Paul Collingwood just starting to breeze away from Paul Boyd, who's run wide at Oggies but been able to chop in ahead still of Clive Hudson, two drivers that have been racing these cars I think pretty much when they were introduced to the championship. Then Andy Hiley down in fourth. We don't say that too often nowadays with that car.
No, Andy Hiley has been very successful in recent seasons in particular, and actually for a long time within kit cars, which preceded Sports Specials, but he's won the championship in the last 3 years as Andy Hiley.
Hudson's gone second there, past Boyd.
Has, and Hudson and Boyd have raced with and against each other for a long time. Boyd won the championship in 2017, Hudson back in 2012. Collingwood's never won the championship, but he's got away to a good start to this race here. He didn't do the first meeting. He's had 3 finishes out of the 4 races that he has competed in, but none of them right at the very sharp end so far this season.
Well, Boyd had a big old moment there into Murray's. Lewis Ward has got up to 5th, so he's had a quickest start, but he's gained position since. But Paul Collingwood really got away on the first lap of the race for third after that moment. Paul Boyd is losing out, I think, to Andy Hiley up towards Ritchie. Hiley on the inside line, slots through and goes ahead then of Paul Boyd, so a change there as the rest of the field make their way through then. Let's have a look down at Wilson. Has Hiley held on? Here he has, but Lewis Ward has caught them. He was a little way behind at the start, he's fighting back well in that Westfield.
Yeah, our timing screen's not yet caught up with this particular race, so we can't bring you an update on the positions just yet. It is from what we can see out of the window, Paul Collingwood that is leading by a convincing margin from number 15, Clive Hudson in second place, 53. In third place is Andy Hiley then. But yeah, Lewis Ward right with Paul Boyd then for 4th and 5th position. He's taken Anton Landon with him as well. There's a gap back then behind Landon. And we can see Hiley in the Kronos. He had to take some time out after a cycling accident. But he's been in good form over the past few seasons, to say. Lewis Ward, we saw him out a few years ago racing in the MR2 Championship with some success. Narrowly missed out on a championship a few years ago. But going very well so far this season in this Westfield, as Josh was saying, in particular Brands Hatch with the win.
Yeah, I think he got a win at Croft, didn't he?
Did,
when
yeah.
Hiley had a problem.
That's right.
But good to see a different type of car out. I think the rules were adjusted a little bit this year, weren't they? So the front engine cars could have that touch more power to sort of even it out. Balance performance as such from the front engine to the rear / mid-engine cars. So here comes Clive Hudson under pressure from Andy Hiley down in towards Murray's. Paul Collingwood so far in front, he's not actually in our shot, which made me wonder if he's still there, and he is. It's a long way clear is Paul Collingwood. There's Stuart Much, the boss of MEV, and he was telling me earlier they just produced 1,300 of these cars now, road and race. More people coming out, different kits coming out.
He's under pressure at the moment though from Gary Goodyear, isn't he?
A different class car,
yes.
But Gary Goodyear trying to go with the other Class A cars that have got the jump at the start.
Yeah,
good to see him back out because he was missing at Brands.
Yeah, Gary Goodyear in the ARL.
I think he went quite well at Croft, didn't he, earlier in the year?
That's right. So there you can see the 7 car, which is Stuart Much, then it's Gary Goodyear in number 56, and then the other car in behind is the next of the the Mevs, which I think is that David Hughes, I think, 76.
Yeah, well, Goodyear got a second across, so a bit further back today at Snetterton, but if he can get past Stuart Much, life will become a little bit easier. So Stuart Much turning through there. He was a winner in Class C, Class 2 once, twice at Croft. It was David Hughes last time out at Brands Hatch, and that got tight into the left-handed at Hamilton. Much and Goodyear were very tight there, but they got away with it. They carry on their battle, and Much is, I think, quite keen to keep this car between himself and his class rival at the moment, having that buffer of a Class A car.
We'll try and work out what's going on in Class B as well. But as I say, our live timing is not working. As you can see, you've not got anything on your timing tower either for this race, so a glitch, I'm afraid, at the moment. But we'll continue telling you what we can from the screen and what we can see out of our window. Leaders are about to go up the line to complete what's going to be lap 3 of the race, with about 9 minutes of the race left to go. Still number 11 Paul Collingwood that is leading. In second place it's number 15 Clive Hudson. In third is Andy Hiley. In fourth it's Paul Boyd. In fifth it's Lewis Ward, and in sixth place it's Anton Landon. We're watching the battle for third place on screen at the moment.
Yeah, but Boyd is fighting back, isn't he, up the inside. Hiley blocked that though, so he had to switch sides. So where Hiley had the pace for a couple of laps, now the Paul Boyd car that sort of struggled at the start is fighting back and trying to make a pass into Palmer. He can't quite manage that though, so Hiley hangs on to third, Boyd there in fourth, fifth for Lewis Ward, and then Anton Landon not far away either. But as I think we were saying here, Paul Collingwood still up ahead and leading the race by a good margin. Doesn't look like the others are catching really, does it?
No, I don't think so, not particularly. At this stage of the race, just about halfway through, so unfortunately no timing available at the moment, so we can only go on what's going on out of our window. We don't have a lap charter here with us today.
Spinner Agostini, he's one of the Mevs. Looks like Stuart Thompson only third in Class B, so both the drivers who have done most of the winning this year, not so much success at this point in this race.
Is it the two Caterhams that are ahead? Oh, we've got some timing now. Yes, we do have timing, and yeah, Class B is being led by Andrew Grant. He's a Caterham, isn't he? And Andrew Hayward is in the Silver Clubman.
Yeah, he went really well at Brands. He took it to Stuart Thompson there as well, and I don't think he's done much racing. Young driver involved in all of this. So that's good to see, but it's Andrew Grant, like you say, a couple of seconds or so ahead in Class B. But here they are, the Class B, that battle actually between Andrew Hayward and Stuart Thompson. Then there's the other Caterham's just behind, isn't it? So that is Adam Cottrell.
Yeah. Well, second, third and fourth within the class effectively at the moment, within Class B. The MK Indy in the midst of all of that. A former championship winning car, and it was in the hands of Matthew Booth in 2016.
Yeah, it's been sort of a little bit downgraded this year, hasn't it? To Class B. There's Nigel Brown. He's been around the 750 Motorsport Paddock for a few years, yeah. Yeah,
just the odd decade or four, something like that. In sports specials and kit cars before that. Hardy has missed a race in those categories during that time. Goodyear's got ahead of Much, I notice now, up into 7th position. We could just see that changing on the timing tower. So Stuart Much still leading Class C, and Andrew Grant still leading in Class B in his Caterham.
Now we've got the times, we can see that Paul Collingwood has set a new lap record during the course of this race, 2:02.65, so underneath Andy Hardy's lap record by a few tenths.
So it's a good showing this from Paul Collingwood, really strong weekend for him so far. Really not tempting fate by saying that.
Stuart Much and David Hughes have put themselves together now, and Gary Goodyear has cleared them. He's supercharged MX-5 Mark 1 kit out there. There is our Class B leader. So that is Andrew Grant, still involved in that battle with Nigel Brown.
Yeah, so a nice little scramble there them into different classes, and then you've got the Class B second place battle going through just behind. So it's Hayward at the front of that group, isn't it, in the 27 car. So he's going through just 20 years of age, from Kettering, a fabricator by occupation, and started racing just a couple of seasons ago in this self-prepared Silver Clubman car he's had for 2 years.
It's quite an old car as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Dates back to the 1980s, so one of the oldest cars on the grid here. Going well.
Absolutely right.
Paul Boyd's having another go at Andy Hiley up towards Ritchie, just looking out the window, and I think he might get it round the outside. Yes, so Andy Hiley gets dropped off the podium. But back to the Class B battle.
Yep. On the screen. Yep, so second, third and fourth in Class B here. There's that MK Indy for Stuart Thompson, and just behind him, as that's Mark Callahan, isn't it, in the Paddock going into the back entrance to the paddock. He's in problems. Back to this battle though, that's yes, the 27 car of Hayward, 30 car of Stuart Thompson, and then it's Adam Cottrell even in the Caterham, the third of those cars. Good to see a few of these Caterhams on the grid. Seen them on occasions this season. A bit further up the road, you've got the 52 car of Andrew Grant, the red Caterham leading the class.
Oh, Hiley's off.
Hiley's out of the race there. So possibly he's been nursing a problem all race long, and it's finally become too much. Oh, that's Hayward.
No, 26.
It's 26, beg your pardon. It's not Hayward, it's the car of Alan Robinson that's off the circuit as well. Getting up close and personal with our cameraman there. Back out into the race.
Thompson's got second, hasn't he, ahead of Hayward?
Yes, he has.
So that's a real battle.
And it's good news for Stuart Thompson in the championship, this, because it means he'll stretch further away from Andy Hiley, especially having got that second place in the class away from the 27 car now.
For the lead, the gap's down to 2.8 seconds. Paul Collingwood's been caught pretty rapidly now by Clive Hudson. So, see how that pans out. Andrew Grant's fastest lap in Sports Specials, Class B. Alan Cottrell's got the lap record though here, but he's struggling to get past Andrew Hayward at the moment as they turn their way through. So Collingwood's done another lap, and the gap 2.8 seconds becomes what? We might not know.
2.4, so 2.62 there for Clive Hudson now, who's got the new fastest lap and lap record. As off goes Warren Vesey, number 46 in his Fisher Fury. Now he was second in the Class B championship standings and third overall coming into this weekend, so it's not been a good day for certainly two of the top three championship contenders so far.
Yeah, so Clive Hudson now with the lap record. Hasn't done that much racing in the last few years, so that's good to see.
It's interesting, you know, the top four in this race have done 202.65, 202.62, 202.80 and 202.81, and Hiley done a 203.16 as well, so the lap times are really close, aren't they?
It's the Lewis Ward's right up there, where she wasn't really in qualifying. Last lap board is out, so it will be a 7-lap race. Stuart Thompson, the Class B leader slowing, isn't that?
Yes.
Andrew Grant.
Andrew Grant in the red Caterham's slowing. You've just missed him going through that shot there. So that means it's going to be Stuart Thompson then that goes into the class lead all of a sudden.
Yeah, only just. He wasn't far ahead. Here's Collingwood, so he should be able to... No, that's not Collingwood. Now it's Collingwood, isn't it, coming over the brow of the hill. So he's just about far enough ahead of Clive Hudson. Then Paul Boyd, under pressure from Lewis Ward, who has gone 3 seconds quicker than he did in qualifying. So that's pretty... a pretty big gain.
Stuart Thompson is leading Class B at the moment from, I think it's Andrew Hayward and then Andrew Grant.
Grant's back up to speed now.
Yeah, it looks like it.
That's all a bit bizarre.
Checker flag being made ready then for Paul Collingwood then, who's looking for his first victory of the season. So far this year, he's not had too much to show for his efforts. But he's coming out of the final corner, up to the checker flag, not quite lapping the number 70 car, but Paul Collingwood wins the race for the Freaky Park Sports Specials Championship. Second place goes the way of Clive Hudson, and third Paul Boyd. Fourth is Lewis Ward. It's a bit of a gap back then to Anton Landon in the Sienna in fifth position. Then it should be Gary Goodyear in sixth place. Yes, his Dayglow car just heading into Morris now. So he's going to be sixth overall and 6th in Class A as well. Then I think we've got the 2 MEVs.
Here's Class B, what might be good to watch when we get back to the MEVs in a minute, because Stuart Thompson's got Andrew Grant back into 2nd place right on him, then Andrew Hayward, and then Adam Cottrell, 4 of them as one in decorum.
Yeah, so this is for the Class B victory. Stuart Thompson, the championship leader, is trying to fend them off, but it's not necessarily working. Is he going to lose out here to the 52 car of Andrew Grant, who tries to get up the inside? There's Nigel Brown in the Class A car just ahead of them as well. Now it looks as if once he gets onto the power, Stuart Thompson is just able to pull away a little bit, so they're coming up to the line, and it's a blanket finish for the 4 Class A cars, and it is Stuart Thompson that clings on by 1300ths of a second, but those 4 cars covered only by 4/10 or so of a second. Stuart Thompson, number 30, Andrew Grant, 52, Andrew Hayward, 27, and Adam Cottrell, number 80. So an exciting finish there to Class B, as you were saying, Josh.
Yeah, so Class C, let's get back to the MEVs. Well, Stuart Much won that by much bigger margin, because Darren Griffin got 2nd because David Hughes had a very slow last lap, so he obviously had an off and dropped back to 3rd. But yeah, quite the battle in Class B that was. Not sure what happened to Andrew Grant at the start of the lap, but that's all gone very well for Stuart Thompson. So you said about Andrew Hardy retiring was good for Stuart Thompson. Well, it got a lot better as he got the class lead on that last lap, which it didn't look like that was going to happen. And then he had to work hard to fight them off. So that's 5 wins now for Stuart Thompson in Class B. Even if it didn't look like that one was coming. Yeah, his main rivals all retiring, Hiley and Vesey. Stuart Much will probably move up because of all that. And Lewis Ward as well, although he got 4th, didn't he? But as you say, the lap time's really close, so that bodes well good for tomorrow's race as well, I think.
Yeah, and that's going to be after lunch tomorrow, 1:05 in the afternoon, for the Freaky Park Sports Specials Championship race, and very entertaining, very evenly matched field in both Class A and Class B. There's Warren Vesey and a Marshall there just coming over to assist. Shame for Warren, it's his championship hopes just diminishing a little bit with that retirement. Hopefully he'll be back out tomorrow.
He retired in the 2nd race at Brands as well, so
it's not a good run then, is it?
No, exactly.
That's a shame for him.
Because last year he was really consistent all the way through, wasn't he? But let's see if we can go in here with our class winners on the sports specials with Kieran McGinley.
So with the conclusion of that race, it's only fair that we have a chat to our class winners, and I'm delighted to say that I'm joined by our first one in Paul Collingwood. Paul, congratulations on the victory today. How are you feeling?
Really happy, yeah. You've got to be happy for a win, haven't you? Yeah.
Absolutely. And talk us through the race there.
Well, I managed to sneak in from pole to the lead for the first corner, and that was it. I just made a gap and maintained it. So it's relatively easy.
Yeah, you say that, but how is it really to keep these cars under wraps?
They're very fast, and you slide about quite a bit. So, yeah, it's hard work.
It's hard work, but you've got a huge smile on your face, so you must be very, very happy with everything out there.
Yeah, yeah. Well, the car's running really hot because of the hot day, but.
Well, apart from that.
But everything seems okay so far, yeah.
And how are you feeling towards tomorrow?
Well, I didn't get 2 good laps this morning, so it's I'm on 4th, I think, on the grid tomorrow. So we'll see what happens.
All eyes will be on you then, Paul. Congratulations on the class victory, and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you. That's great. Thank you.
Paul Collingwood, class winner there. Let's have a look and chat to our number 7 in Stuart Much. Stuart, where are you? Stuart, congratulations, class victory. How are you feeling?
Exhausted. That was a hard race. Myself and Dave he qualified just in front of me, and I managed to get past him eventually, and then got one of the Class A cars in between us, and then he came past us, so we were back together again, and then we just spent the whole race just checking my mirrors, seeing where he was, making silly mistakes so he could catch me back up, and then at one point on the last lap we changed place twice, and I looked in my mirror and it disappeared, so I don't know if he had an off trying to keep up or what, but it was a great race with Dave, and going to have to go and give him a beer afterwards, I think.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, talk us through, because obviously that sets up for tomorrow. Then can we see more of the same tomorrow from you?
I hope so. I hope Darren and the rest of the pack for the X sets can keep up as well, because it's a lot of fun racing with all the same class, and we try and stick together at least as long as we can, but then the front runners just pull away a little bit.
Must be great fun out there. You've got a smile on your face. It must be.
Yeah, it's such a buzz, and especially when you're racing somebody as well for that. Well, myself and Dave are both on the same point, so every point counts. I think I've got fastest lap there as well, so that's another point in the bag.
Yeah, that'll be to be confirmed. I can't say that right now, but there we go.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, we'll see, hopefully.
You'll have to tell me.
Yeah.
But congratulations on the class victory, Stuart, and we'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Thank you. Cheers.
Stuart Much, then, one of our class winners, and let's have a chat to our final class winner. Oh, we haven't got time, unfortunately, so I'll hand it over then. It will be now time for the second race of the Toyo Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship.
Yes, the cars onto the grid then for the second race of the day for the Toyo Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship. We'll see if we can bring you the grid in a second. Earlier on, it was a win for Aaron Cook from Daniel Sylvester in second place and Sean Traynor in third position. Alistair Topley, the best placed of the Class B cars, and Dave Hemingway, the only Class A finisher in the end for the Mark 1s. So the grid for this race is set by fastest lap times from the earlier race, and that means that on pole position it is number 21 Daniel Sylvester beside number 27 Sean Traynor. On the second row it's 71 Graham Mailings and 41 Alistair Topley. Third row 84 Neil Stratton and 1 Aaron Cook. On the fourth row it's 11 Adam Lockwood beside 31 Ben Rowe, 26 Paul Cook and 6 Darren Oldworth on row 5. Row 6 is 8 Tim Heron and 99 which is William Boggis. On the 7th row, 69 Daniel Bryant and 77 Tom Mailings. Row 8 is 65 Via Aldridge and 15 Gavin Oldworth. Row 9, 86 Lee Brown and 19 Cameron Bell. Row 10 is 68 Jim Cook and 5 Dave Hemingway. Then on the 11th row, 30 Andy Williams and 82 Andrew Ruthven. Row 12, 51 Andrew Strange and 14 Gareth Baxter. Row 13, 18 Sam Harper and 17 Maxine Nichols. Row 14, 52 Nick Emily and 67 Simon Quinn. And then on 15th row, 72 Lee Forrington, 16 Daniel Farmer with Rhys Dorman and Jim Yu supposedly at the back, but I don't think they will be there. So we are already into the countdown procedure. 30-second board is being shown to the drivers. It's going to be another 15-minute race for the Toyo Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship. So Daniel Sylvester, I think this is his first time that he's been on pole position. He's in the red car there. Sean Traynor, the multiple champion, beside him on the front row of the grid. And Aaron Cook with work to do from row number 3. Lights go out, the race gets underway, and it's a pretty even start from the 2 on the front. It's 6 Mark 3s in the first, 8 cars on the grid as they head up towards Richie's corner for the first time. And it's going to be Sylvester, I think, that holds on to the lead as they go through Richie's for the first time. Sean Traynor slotting into second place then. We'll see where Aaron Cook slots into all of this as well. Has he made a decent start? Traynor looking to the outside of Sylvester as they go around the right-hander at Wilson for the first time. Aaron Cook's got back to 4th, so he's started to make a move, and he's just in behind the number 71 car of Graham Mailings. As for the moment at least, Josh, it's Mark 3 Roadsters, 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Let's see what the likes of Topley can do to fight back, and Sean Traynor's fighting for the lead. He's up the inside of Daniel Sylvester already, using all those years of experience on cold tyres to go into the lead. Down the inside, Mailings has run wide, so Cook's 3rd now. He's gained another place, and now fighting back on the exit, Sylvester up towards Hamilton. I don't think that's going to work out for him. It's not. So Sean Traynor is the leader of the motor race, ahead of Sylvester. And Aaron Cook's made a really good start here. He's in 3rd, he's with the top 2, so it'll be interesting to see what he can do here. Whether he's got good pace to race these 2 in front over the course of the 15 minutes or so that we've got coming up. There's Paul Cook in his last race in the championship before he turns his attention fully to his BMW M3. So I guess we'll see him next weekend at Donington Park.
Yeah, we should do. So leaders heading down the Bentley Straight. Sean Traynor it is ahead now of Daniel Sylvester. Aaron Cook into 3rd position. Graham Mailings in 4th as they turn their way through Nelson for the first time. The first of the Mark IIs is the car of Alistair Topley, who started this race in 4th position. He's 5th here, just ahead of Paul Cook. And then the next of the Mark IIs, it's probably Ben Rowe, I think, but he's several cars further back. Big moment there for Aaron Cook in 3rd position as he went through Corbin. He's lost a couple of car lengths because of that, but he's managed to hold on to the car. He's still ahead of Mailings, and Topley just behind him. This great sight of these colourful Toyota MR2s head over the line, and Daniel Sylvester pulling out of the slipstream. He's got his car back in front of Sean Traynor, I think. Is he going to slot around the outside into Rich's corner? Well, they're absolutely two abreast as they go through, but Sean Traynor with the inside line, he should be able to convert that into the lead at the hairpin at Wilson, but this has brought Aaron Cook into the equation as well, so it's 5 cars for the lead as they head round Wilson.
Yeah, it's really close, like the first race was, and good to see Aaron Cook's got good pace here to battle it out. The gap in the championship came down to 4 points after the earlier race with that win for Cook. But it's Traynor that leads this train of MR2s, 4 Mark III Roadsters and the Mark II at the back there. Alistair Topley, a good battle behind between Ben Rowe and Paul Cook. But up front, it's Traynor from Sylvester. So he's managed to fight that challenge off that we saw at the start of the lap that came from Daniel Sylvester. So Sylvester's doing a great job here. Got his first podium earlier on. He breaks late into the Oggie's hairpin there, but Traynor was able to stay ahead once again. And then Aaron Cook third. Graham Mailings having probably his best run of the season there in 4th. I think he's had a 6th as his best result this year. And Traynor goes fully defensive down the Bentley straight. So that means Sylvester's got the run. I think it does. So can he go round the outside? This is what Sean Traynor tried in the earlier race. Traynor waits as late as possible to get the car turned in, which kind of means he stays in front. They all hop over the curb though, and that doesn't really affect anybody too much. If anything, Traynor's got a slightly larger margin.
Certainly has. So it's Traynor from Sylvester in this self-built car for the driver from Yorkshire, and he started racing a couple of years ago, so he's not got as much experience as either of the drivers around him, Sean Traynor or Aaron Cook, nor the championship titles that they've accumulated between them either, 6 of them. Topley there in 4th. Oh, and over the grass there was 21. That's Sylvester, of course. That loses him another couple of tenths, and it might sap his momentum along the centre straight and allow number 1 Aaron Cook to get a run on him up towards Rich's. Although saying that, it looks like Sylvester actually has a good run on Traynor. He's got some good punch in that engine by the looks of it, Daniel Sylvester, and he's able to stick with the race leader. He managed to keep hold of the toe, which no doubt helped. Is he leaving the door open on the inside here? No, he's not leaving the door open on the inside for Aaron Cook. I thought he might be for a moment. It looked like it was 3 abreast, just a little bit further back. We'll try and pick up what happened there in a moment. Sean Traynor got onto the grass on the exit of Wilson that time, but he still holds the lead. So Sean Traynor, number 27, leading, 21 Daniel Sylvester in 2nd, and Aaron Cook here, still 3rd in car number 1.
Yep, it's really close. Down into Agostini. They all have a little look. Is Aaron Cook going to have a go? No, he decided better of that. There's that other group that Ian noticed was pretty good. Well, Paul Cook's at the front of it, ahead of Ben Rowe. Adam Lockwood, who's not had quite such a good run this weekend. Neil Stratton and Darren Aldworth all involved in that battle. So we've got 5 for the lead, 5 for 6th. So some good battles within the top 10 here. But it's Traynor who made that move early on, who's been able to hang on in front. Looks like that move early on could have been important here, because the cars behind have certainly got the pace.
Absolutely. So there's Paul Cook. He's leading the next group, ahead of Ben Rowe, then Adam Lockwood, then Neil Stratton, and Darren Aldworth in the number 6 car brings up the rear of that group. And there's quite a gap back to Daniel Bryant, who's 11th at the moment. The leaders are side by side though on the way into Brundle. It's Sylvester on the inside line that goes through to take the lead. So Daniel Sylvester gets the lead back from Sean Traynor. Aaron Cook tries to take the rallycross line around the outside to get the position away from Traynor as well, but no avail. So it's still Traynor 2nd and Cook 3rd, but Topley now being brought increasingly back into the equation. He was about a second or so behind this group at the beginning of the lap, but he's right with them now.
Yeah, so this is pretty good stuff. It was a really good move from Sylvester, because Traynor was defending pretty hard up towards Brundle over the last few laps, but this time he managed to get up alongside him. And now the 2 championship contenders are side by side. The drivers, I think, got something like 6 championships between them, Traynor and Sylvester. And Traynor might lose out here, and Cook, I should have said, so he might lose out here to Aaron Cook. And Aaron Cook goes around the outside of Sean Traynor and goes through, and Alistair Topley tried to get involved in that. He's just set the fastest lap.
2:19.96. We just saw the car of 69 off the road. That's Daniel Bryant. He was in 11th position. But yeah, 2:19.96 is still well outside the lap record. Not as quick as we saw earlier on either, I don't think.
No, they're battling hard. That's probably partly the reason. But it's Sylvester then leading once more. But now he's got a different contender with Aaron Cook behind him. It seems whoever gets out front can't get away in this championship today.
Side by side in the background for 4th and again for 7th places, I think. Who was involved for 7th? Oh, didn't quite pick that up. I think it was Paul Cook in 6th. I think it's really Ben Rowe and Adam Lockwood that were disputing 7th place there. Here are the leaders though. So Daniel Sylvester early on today got his first podium finish with a 2nd place. Can he go one better here today? That would be quite something to fend these drivers off. Aaron Cook and Sean Traynor, drivers with so much experience, it'd be a real feather in his cap, I'm sure.
He's getting quicker and quicker, hasn't he? Always higher up the orders at meeting on meeting recently, but he's getting a workout this weekend with racecraft against these more experienced races. It's Sylvester then that turns through the S's. Touch over the curbs, which means Aaron Cook's got the run. Cook's up the inside here, and they will run side by side, just about avoiding leaning on one another. But Cook's got the inside. Here comes Traynor, surely not free abreast in decorum. That's not allowed, I don't think. It certainly wouldn't end well. So oh, now he's gone there. He's sideways as Traynor. He's saved it, but it is Aaron Cook that leads. Daniel Sylvester is 2nd, Sean Traynor 3rd. It's just like race 1, nice and simple.
It is, and Traynor almost got so sideways there that he would have tagged the back of the Sylvester car if he wasn't very careful. Fortunately, that didn't happen, so it's Cook now leading. It's Sylvester 2nd, Sean Traynor 3rd. 5.5 minutes of the race left to go. Alistair Topley still 4th. Aaron Cook now is in the best lap of the race, so on the lap that he got the lead as well, so that's good going. Graham Mayling's 5th, Paul Cook rounding out the top 6 as things stand. Up towards Wilson Hairpin, named for the late Justin Wilson, and these 4 together, Topley flying the flag for the Mark IIs, the older, heavier 2-litre cars from the 1990s, the Mark IIIs from the noughties, and they've gradually become more numerous over the years, as you'd expect, a more modern car replacing the cars that may fall by the wayside as time goes on, and certainly both Aaron Cook and Sean Traynor won their early championships in Mark IIs before switching to the more modern cars. Paul Cook on that last lap, I was looking, yeah, he was a few tenths faster than Graham Mayling, so Paul Cook just slightly closing in on the leading quintet as well, and taking Adam Lockwood, Ben Rowe, Neil Stratton and Darren Aldworth with him.
So lap 5, Cook just touches the dirt there, but that's not really a problem, I don't think, for him, as they turn their way through out of Williams for lap 5, what should be 7, all being well, as they make their way then. But these 5 have been pretty inseparable during the course of this race.
Andrew Strange, I should say, out of the race, number 51. He's into the pit lane, but we're watching Aaron Cook now with Daniel Sylvester and Sean Traynor, who's extremely wide. Gets back onto the circuit. He sort of powered his way back onto the circuit. I felt sure he was going to lose the position to Alistair Topley there.
Not yet.
But not yet. But he has lost a lot of ground all of a sudden. There's a second or so between 2nd and 3rd, between Sylvester and Traynor. I think certainly Topley had his wits about him there and saw that Traynor was rejoining in a hurry.
Yeah, he was sideways, I think, across the grass, wasn't he? It was quite lively. You were concerned he was going to lose a race. I was concerned he was going to be involved in an accident getting back on, but all of that didn't happen. He's still there in 3rd. So top 2 got away in all of that, like you say. Can Topley get 3rd here round the outside into Ritchie's? Well, he's giving it his best shot, but Traynor on the inside has just about held on. Cook leads, 2nd Sylvester there together then into the hairpin. We didn't get a last lap board, I don't think,
No,
did we? So
no.
we will get the 7 laps in. 19 has had a spin at Murray's in, and Alistair Topley's on the grass now.
Yeah, 19 Cameron Bell, the Nottingham driver, in his Roadster. He's had a moment.
Yeah, Topley across the grass has met Graham Mailings, has gone alongside him through Palmer, but he himself has run wide. So they're side by side. So top two now quite a long way clear. So we had 5 absolutely together for the whole race. That's kind of not the case anymore. And Topley did hang on to 4th. So they've all kind of spread out a little bit, except for the top 2. They're still pretty close.
So Aaron Cook is in the lead of the race. Car number 1 from Daniel Sylvester, number 21, in 2nd position. They're turning their way through Oggies and then on towards Williams. Bit of a moment there for Cook as he kicked up the dust on the exits of Oggies. So onto the Bentley straight for the penultimate time. Oh, and that's Tom Mailings, is it? Yes, it is Tom Mailings that's had a spin. He was 16th, so well down the order anyway, right in the middle of the pack. Leaders coming towards us then, and it is the top 2 clearly a long way ahead of the rest now. In the background we can see Ben Rowe and Neil Stratton jinking out to the left-hand side of the circuit as they disputed 8th and 9th places. Paul Cook, you saw going through the back of shot as well, number 26th in 6th position. Cook using quite a lot of the curb there on the exit of the bomb hole, Josh, as they come towards Coram for their penultimate time.
Yeah, that's right. And Cook's pretty fast through Coram, but that's also pretty sideways. But I think you're really sideways again, wide. That's you've got to be a little bit careful, keep doing that, haven't you? Running wide. Oh, another car off now.
It's the same one again. It's Daniel Bryant again. We saw him off earlier on.
Last lap board. Across the line go the leaders. The gap is 6/10. New fastest lap that time by the leader, Aaron Cook.
And that is now faster than we went in the earlier race, I think. 2:19.24. I think it was 2:19.25 in the earlier race.
It's a very different type of race for Aaron Cook, because the earlier race he was sort of defending all the way through, where this race he's come through the pack to the front, something he couldn't do at Brands Hatch.
Yeah, absolutely, and I wonder if that speaks of a different setup on the car or something like that for this race, because he really was having to work hard to keep people behind him earlier on, wasn't he? Whereas in this encounter it's been a very different race. That's the 14 car that's now had a spin. That's Gareth Baxter in the Roadster, another driver that's converted to a Mark 3, in his case from a Mark 1.
If it stays as it is, I think Cook will get the championship lead going away from Snetterton, because it was 4 points I make it going into this race.
Yeah, they go to Silverstone next month for their next round, then Cadwell Park and Alton Park to complete the season. So another 6 races still to go in the championship. Clocks tick down to 0.
Yeah, half a lap for Aaron Cook to hang on. How close is Sylvester now? He was 6/10 back at the start of the lap. And it's bigger, isn't it? The gap's bigger. Sylvester's a bit wide over the whole race, not quite able to live with Aaron Cook. So they make their way then down the Bentley straight. So we're going to have the same podium if it stays as it is as race 1, although the race has been very different.
Yeah, hasn't it just? Into Brundle and Nelson then for the final time at the end of Bentley Straight. So it's, Sylvester's doing his best not to finish in P2 by going very wide at Nelson now through the compression of the bomb hole.
It's the tradition of this race, I think, isn't it, to have some part of the race on the grass.
Yeah, most people have done that at some point. Aaron Cook, though, has extended his lead on this final lap. It was 0.6 of a second at the start. It's quite a bit more than that now, so it's been a good final lap for Aaron Cook. So he's going to come through to take his 4th victory of the season. So that makes it 5-4 between Trainer and Cook in the victory stakes this season. So that's evened things up very nicely indeed in the championship. Over the line he goes, and he wins in the end by 2.02 seconds from Daniel Sylvester. So he takes 2nd place. He equals his best finish from earlier on today. 27 Sean Trainer takes 3rd. 41 Alistair Topley is 4th. Graham Mailings, number 71, is 5th. And he'd almost sort of dropped back into the clutches then of Paul Cook, number 26, in 6th place. Adam Lockwood, number 11, took 7th. 31 Ben Rowe was 8th. Neil Stratton was 9th, number 84. And Darren Aldworth, again, he dropped a long way back on the final lap, but he still, nevertheless, finished in 10th position.
Just watched out the corner, out of the commentary box. Danny Bryant had the most unbelievable drift through Coram, all the way out the corner. I thought he was going to have an accident, but didn't. So that was something to watch back on his onboard camera after the race, I'm sure. Maxine Nichols is involved in the battle before the end. She's side by side there with number 14, Gareth Baxter. One driver that's moved over from a Mark 1 to a Mark 3. They're going to have a race to the line and finish pretty much dead even, with Maxine Nichols just ahead. But it's Aaron Cook then that takes the win. And as you say, that's 5 for Trainer, 4 for Cook. Well, I think one of the wins at Donington for Trainer doesn't count as a championship points because of the problems we had there. So actually, out of point scoring finishes, they've both got 4 wins now, and that's why they're separated by very little in the championship standings after that race. And as you say, Silverstone up next in, what, 3 weeks, I think?
Yeah, that's right.
So that's going to be the next stage on the other side of the track to what they were earlier in the year. And that was where Aaron Cook dominated and Sean Trainer struggled. So it'll be interesting to see how that changes. Sean Trainer can see just giving Aaron Cook a big hug. So they're obviously enjoyed how that race went. Of course, Trainer did lead it for some of it, but it was Aaron Cook that came out top. And Kieran McGinley's down there. So let's hear from him with, firstly, our race winner, Aaron Cook.
Well, here we are then with our top 3 of that last race, and I'm here with our race winner in Aaron Cook. Aaron, you haven't copied and pasted this result, have you? Top 3 exactly the same, but it looks like you had some fun out there.
Yeah, great. We started a bit out of position, we was in 6th. We've been struggling with some handling issues the last few meetings, so we've not really been where we need, well, where we wanted to be anyway. We had a air intake pipe collapse on us in race 1, so luckily I managed to hold them off. That one, we got it fixed, started 6th, had a good battle, had a good fight.
And worth it in the end because 2 wins on the bounce. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, great. I needed to get something back on Sean, and today's a day, so we just need to carry on really. I know Sean, he'll be back at the next meeting, but we just need to do as good as we can, and that's all we can do really.
Absolutely, and exactly the same result, even though you started P6, not a bad day.
No, I much prefer to come from P6 to first and start first and finish first. It's a lot more rewarding, a lot more fun on the way as well, so yeah. Absolutely.
Aaron, congratulations on the victory, and 2 on the bounce. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Brilliant. Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Let's have a look and see if we can have our 2nd place driver in Daniel Sylvester. Let's just, oh, sorry, we're going to interrupt this conversation. Daniel, 2nd place for you, exactly the same result as this morning. How are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling pretty good. It's going to have a good race, yeah, so I'm pretty happy with how the car went. Had a couple of troubles towards the end, started dropping off a bit, I was starting to run out of fuel a little bit, but it's all good. Finished the race, 2nd place, pretty chuffed.
And you and Aaron were at one point trading lap times there towards the end.
Yeah, it was going to be really close, I think. There were some areas where I thought I was faster than him, but Aaron's got, you know, he's a double champion, isn't he? So just to be up there with him feels really good, to be honest. So.
Well, 2 2nd places in a row. How are you feeling after today then?
Yeah, really good. Yeah. So, you know, I was a bit rubbish here last year, so put the time in the practice sessions and stuff like that, and yeah, it's paying off. So, yeah. Feeling good.
Good stuff. Congratulations on P2. And let's see if we've just got time just for a quick chat with our 3rd place driver in Sean Trainer. Sean, I've had to come all the way back over here. Sean, 3rd place again. How are you feeling?
Yeah, not too bad. I tried a little thing with running a UK box in the car this weekend because we weren't 100% sure about a Japanese box, which has got the closer ratios. So I thought, I'll try it. It might be all right here. Watched some videos and thought, yeah, that'd be all right. And it hadn't paid off. So it's down to, I mean, the car was going well. I thought I drove all right most of the time, apart from the few little mistakes, but Aaron was on it again. I think he had a bit of an issue in the first race, but down the straights against both of them I couldn't do nothing, so I'll be changing the gearbox for Silverstone.
Well, 2 podiums today. Good day at the office for you?
Yeah, not too bad. It could have been better. Or it can always be better. Well, most of the time it can be better, but but I'll take it. Do you know what I mean? If I'm going home, the car's in one piece, it's not broke. It's always a bonus.
Always a bonus indeed. Sean, thank you so much for talking to us. Congratulations on P3. And with that then comes to the final race of the day, the handicap race for the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series.
Yes, the 2nd race of the day for the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series. Earlier on, we had a scratch race for these cars, and that race was won by Christian Pedersen from John Village and Timothy Sage. Timothy Roebuck won the Supercharged Austin 7 class, and Richard Verheyden won the normally aspirated Austin 7 class. This is a handicap race though, so the car's going off in 10 different waves, which Giles Groombridge, the handicapper, has formulated. So let's run through how this grid will form up. So first off, it's going to be number 22, and that's going to be Charlie Plain-Jones, and it's a 6-lap race. He's got to do 6 laps, and he gets no handicap. On the second wave, it's going to be cars 11 and 6. So that's James Miles and Richard Verheyden, and they have to start 10 seconds later. Third wave of cars, starting 45 seconds later, are 19 John Ingram and 37 Tim Ellison. Then the fourth wave of cars has 61, 88 and 14. So that's Simon Gallen, Jerry Fincham and Matthew Pryor. They have a 1-minute delay. Then we get the first of the cars with a credit lap. So that means then you need to do 5 more laps effectively. That's number 9, Thomas Emden. He starts 1 minute and 25 after the first car has gone. Then the next wave starts 1 minute and 35 seconds later. That's 2, 3 and 23. So Nigel Howard, Charles Cooling and Lyndon Thruston. The 7th wave has 72 Trevor Slatter and number 8 Peter Marsh in his Austin 7, but Trevor Slatter has no credit laps, and the Peter Marsh car has 1 credit lap. They stop 1 minute 45 behind. Then 8th wave has quite a few cars in it, so 12, 42, 7, so that's Ben Mile, Tim Sage, and number 7 is Graham Wilson. They are all on scratch. Then 69 is Michael Pickup, I think, in this race. That's got 1 credit lap, and also the 99 car of David Lewis has a credit lap. The 9th wave, both on credit laps, 30 and 17. So that's Tim Mile and Linda Price. And the 10th wave of cars starting 2 minutes 20 seconds behind the first. And that's 27 and 29. Richard Pryor and John Village. They have no credit laps, and 77 William Kirk, who has 1 credit lap. The idea being behind all of this is that the cars will finish in an absolute clump of cars. It'll be a blanket photo finish between the whole field, is the theory of how this should work out. What we'll find, though, is that it'll be something that's pretty close to that at the end of the 6 laps of racing that we have. It's good fun to watch how these handicap races unwind. We had one at Alton Park earlier in the year, and that went to John Village, actually. And it's unusual that you get a regular scratch race winner also winning the handicap, because often it's someone a little bit more unsung that is rewarded. But John Village has now won 3 of the 5 races so far this season, because he won both at Pembrey, and the other race winner has been Christian Pedersen, who I don't think is taking part in this race. He won at Alton Park in the scratch race there, and he won here earlier on this afternoon as well, Josh.
Yeah, that's right. We had a close battle there, didn't we? But as you say, it doesn't look like Pedersen is doing this one, which is a shame. But
yes, so the clock will start when the first one goes, but it's not a timed race. It is a set distance, i.e. 6 laps, rather than a timed element. To just explain that, so it's not a 15-minute race, although it should last about 15 minutes. It will last for 6 laps. The final cars are just about in position, so we'll see the cars being waved off. Terry Stevens is our timekeeper, and he's just out of shot. He'll appear in your shot in a minute as he walks down the grid with the Union flag. Giles Groombridge is accompanying him, showing which wave of cars should be going when the flag drops. And there, the second wave going. There's Terry and Giles just heading down the grid to wave the cars into the race. So it'll be interesting to see how this pans out. I think 2 minutes 20 seconds for the last wave of cars just about gives us a chance to get the grid clear before the first car comes back round.
Terry and Giles might have to sprint back off the circuit, though, mightn't they?
Not as much as a clubman's handicap race. I saw on the Silverstone National Circuit probably about 15 years or so ago now, when that that did go a little bit wrong. Anyway, we've got
that's why doing it here actually makes a lot of sense, doesn't it?
A nice long lap time. Yes. Not with clubman's cars doing a sort of 100 and something miles an hour at you around Woodcote. Anyway. So the race slowly getting underway, little by little, wave by wave. The 88 car going out into the race, you can see there, that's Jerry Finch.
Oh,
that smart, didn't see. The 61 car, that is.
Simon Gallen.
and the Austin Pigsty Special. Of course, tomorrow we have the special Austin 7 centenary race, all Austin 7s for that, so a few extra cars to those that we have here today joining in for tomorrow as well.
This next car is the race leader, isn't it, basically? Thomas Emden, it is the first one with a credit now.
Yes, he is. So he'll be the one that they're all trying to catch, really.
Hopefully Simon Gallen decides to go the right side of the Armco barriers.
Yes, he will be well advised to get over the barrier. I'm sure the marshals will be signalling him to do so.
Not working on his car.
No, exactly. He just wants to get it back out into the race. So we've got there's Lyndon Thruston, number 23. He's out into the race in his HS. One of the leading lights behind historic 750 Formula, and really the man that's helped to make it what it is today. It was relaunched as historic 750 Formula. It was 750 Trophy up until a few years ago, but now getting so many cars on the grid. I think we had about 30 entered this weekend. I don't think they quite all made it onto track at any one point, but nevertheless a very encouraging field. And there is Charlie Plain-Jones then, and he was the first car out into the race, and you can see he's already being caught there, so he's sort of leading on the road, but he's not leading because Tom Emden, who's got that credit lap, and that when they all come through will start to run ones on our screens.
Where we've seen Giles run so far.
Yeah, it's sprinting back into the pit lane. Anyway,
He's
so
made it.
that's good news for everybody because the race leaders are just about to head on to the centre straight, and it is well, the first two cars. But anyway, number 22, which is Charlie Plain-Jones, being chased by number 11, James Miles.
Side
there.
by side.
Side by side as they come over the line, indeed they are, and Miles goes ahead, and yes, well, he's shown for the moment in the lead tonight on screens, but that's because Tom Emden hasn't come through to complete his second lap yet. Richard Verheyden comes through in third place, that's number 6, but we're watching there the number 11 car of James Miles, supercharged Austin 7 Special, drive from Billingshurst. That's the 37 car, that retired early on, didn't it? Tim Allison in the Centaur Mark 16, so good to see him out in the race. He started in the third wave, so he's not too far away from crossing the line. Here he is now. Over the line he goes, so he'll be up to 4th position. Another of the Austin 7s coming through there. That's 18, Timothy Roebuck. He's always quick in that car.
But it's not him driving.
It's not him driving, is it? That's right, it's Matthew Pryor.
I think it's a journalist writing up this weekend's 100th
That's
anniversary
right.
celebration.
Correct, yes. It's actually got 2 numbers on it.
Yeah, well, it's sort of the grill, isn't it? Like sort of
Yes.
Bentley style in the 18, but the side
Yes.
of the car, which is the official race number. It's not as bad as historic super touring cars. Anyway, a car off the road, which is
Charles Cooling in his DNC.
He's making his debut, I think, this weekend, yeah?
Yeah, 28 years of age. His future father-in-law, Richard Pryor, also racing here this weekend as well. And this is Reliant engined 1972 DNC Mark III. So yes, Matthew Pryor it is, that's 6th. Then Howard, then Thruston coming over the line. Timothy Sage just got across the line as well.
I don't think we've had Thomas Engine cross the line yet. Here he comes now.
Here he comes now. So he's going to come through to complete his second lap. So he's got the 1 credit lap to his name.
Up next should be 8. Peter Marsh was the second driver with a credit lap.
Yeah.
But started 20 seconds later. Oh, we've got him on our screens now, actually. And 99, another car with a credit lap, although he started 10 seconds later, so that's a good first lap for David Lewis.
Hugo Pickup's only 2.26 seconds behind Thomas Emden in the lead of the race here at the end of 2 laps. He was also on a credit lap, I think.
He started 30 seconds later, though.
He did.
So that's quite a good start for Hugo Pickup.
So he's going to be one to watch, actually, then, in terms of the handicap honours. Watch the number 8 car go through. That's Peter Marsh in the Austin 7 Paxton Special. So he's in 4th place at the moment. So the cars with 2 laps are number 9 Thomas Emden, 69 Hugo Pickup, 99 David Lewis, 8 Peter Marsh and 30 Tim Mile. And just going through now, you've got William Kirk, number 77, and Linda Price, number 17. They just complete their second laps. I think that's all of the drivers with credit laps that are now through. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, just the 7 of them that were given credit laps. So here's the first driver to actually complete 2 racing laps. That's going to be James Miles then. So he's going to be in 8th place, and we will start to see from their lap times who's going to be punching above their weight. Charlie Plain Jones goes through, and Richard Verheyden gave a wave to Simon Gallen, who was standing behind the Armco barrier as he went past, and Simon waved back, which was nice of him as well. Watching on screen the 37 car there going through, that's Tim Allison in the Centaur Mark 16, and he's just coming through to complete his second lap, so he's in 11th position at the moment. 12th now is the number 88 car of Jerry Fincham, and he is 70 years of age from Bures. He's retired now, and he's got a grown-up son who runs Dragon Racing in Dubai. He started racing in 2011, had class wins within the CSCC Magnificent Sevens series, and he's in a DNC Mark 5 with a 850cc Reliant engine that he's welded, fabricated and built the engine himself, all done himself. It was a 1974 chassis. It never completed, but he purchased it and built it during the last couple of years.
Shamefully stage, 2:36 across the line. I guess we expect John Village should go quicker than that, and does. 2:31. He's 14 seconds behind. That'll be pretty close up at the end. Richard
Price at 2:31 as well.
They should go right together on the track, aren't they?
Yeah.
Running round together.
Yeah, he's actually done a 2:31.78, which is now the best lap of the race. So there's the race leader just gone through, actually not on screen, but just past our commentary box. That's Hugo Pickup's now taking the lead of the race away from number 9, Thomas Emden. We're watching Thomas Emden now, but he's dropped down to 2nd place, I'm afraid.
Hugo Pickup is going quicker than everybody down to 12th position, who are 2 minutes behind him.
So Hugo Pickup looking good for the victory here.
Yes, did he do his laps out of session then? His any competitive laps?
Yes, that might have confounded the handicap. It may well have done. 99 goes through now in 3rd place. That's David Lewis. So he's in 3rd position.
This bodes, I think, for maybe the biggest handicap win possible. But we'll see if there's some quicker cars later. But they are a long, long way behind. Yeah, because even like John Village, only 20 seconds lap quicker.
Yes, and we've got 3 laps to go effectively.
Yeah, so
it looks like Hugo Pickup could be set for a win here. James Miles comes, no, that's not James Miles, is it? That's William Kirk coming through, I beg your pardon, in 6th position. On screen at the moment, we've got number 2, that's Nigel Howard in the Centaur Mark 14, one of the historic 750 Formula cars. And he is currently in 14th position and lapping in the 2:38. So on his previous lap, he's just coming through to complete another one, which will be his 3rd lap of the race. On screen now again, we've got the 88 car of Jerry Fincham. He's just ahead of Howard, in fact, isn't he? So that means that Matthew Pryor's probably sort of fallen behind both of them now in the Austin 7.
A warning flag going out for a single-digit numbered car.
Yes, there's a few of those. So that'll be some track limits being exceeded, I shouldn't wonder.
Not what you normally expect from historic 750 Formula.
And not in a handicap race either.
Actually, after just 3 laps. There goes Jerry Fincham, who you were talking about earlier, 11th.
There's Tom Emden. Now, he was, of course, our leader initially. He seems to be struggling a little bit with that car. You really get a good impression of how the drivers have to work these cars. He leans over like a sidecar passenger, doesn't he, as he goes through Williams and heads on to the Bentley straight, which I imagine is quite a stretch in these Austin 7s. It must take an age to get to the other end of it. Tom's best lap of the race so far, 3:19.40.
John Village has done a lap only 4 tenths outside the lap record, so he could get a lap record in this race. Looking here, coming through Murray's at a car without a number. What is that?
It's the race leader, isn't it?
That's right, yeah.
Hugo Pickup, 69. So he's going to come through to complete 4 laps, so just 2 more laps to go. And he's done a 2:55.91 on the previous lap. What's he done this time? It's a 2:55.42, so he's gone faster still.
no one's anywhere in sight. So I think Hugo Pickup's just got to get through the next 2 laps.
It's not been a car that's always been reliable this season, that car, I don't think. Certainly remember, I think, did it DNF both races at Alton Park from memory? Certainly one of them.
So that's his challenge, really, isn't it? To
Yeah.
get the car to the flag.
Absolutely right.
So he's lapping quickly, 2 minutes 55 for a standard Austin 7, the Ulster rep. Only now, second place, which is still Tom Emden. So he's maybe going to be a race for second here that we should be watching for.
Yeah.
Hugo Pickup might win this race by a minute.
Well, David Lewis is certainly catching Thomas Emden. He's 6 seconds behind and lapping 6 seconds a lap faster. So with 2 laps to go, we should see David Lewis certainly up to P2.
Oh, the others going quicker behind.
Well, the next car coming through is now Peter Marsh in number 8, and that's under 3:18, so he's not going to make any more ground, I don't think. He's going to lose out because now James Miles, he's come through. He's up to 5th place now, making up 3 places on that lap. He's done a 2:56, so he should get second place, I think. Well, unless someone else gets past him.
Yeah, so he's quicker than all the cars ahead of him. And then Nigel Howard, he's looking good, 2:36. On the screens here,
Graham Wilson and Richard Pryor over the curb on the exit of Murray's. So these two, 17th and 19th at the beginning of the lap. There'll be a couple of places further up now, I think, as they come through. John Village just ahead of them as well. So Village has gone through in 15th, Pryor 16th, and Wilson in 17th as they went across the line that time. And you are now seeing cars starting to clump together a little bit further down the order.
Just not the leader.
Just not the leader, who's 43.82 seconds ahead of everybody else.
My prediction is Nigel Howard for second.
Yeah, because he's lapping 19 seconds faster than the leader, isn't he?
Yeah. But for second, I think he looks quite good.
Yes, he does. He's lapping 20 seconds faster than James Miles, who's probably his target for second, isn't he? And he is 15 seconds behind him. So yeah, Nigel Howard looking good for P2 here, I think. There's the 23 car going through. Shot, that's Lyndon Fust in the HES, and Charlie Plain Jones, who of course was the first car released into this race. He's now in 9th position in the Austin 7. So just a lap or so to go in this race. Now that's the 42 car for Timothy Sage, who was on the podium early, wasn't he, in his Malik Q2 Mark IV, drive from Bridport down there on the Jurassic Coast in Dorset. The leader's gone through to start his final lap. That's Hugo Pickup, and he did a 2:54.99, so he's not getting any slower.
Is this about a second that we're picking up here?
It is.
99, David Lewis has gone through on Tom Emden. We thought that might happen, didn't we? He was going quicker.
Yeah, and we thought he was probably going to do it with about a lap to go, and he's done exactly that. Peter Marsh then in the 8th car was going to be the next car in line, but he's going to have lost out, I think, to James Miles on this lap now. So I think it's going to be James Miles up to 4th place at the moment, and possibly Richard Verheyen up to 5th by the end of this lap. Although, having said that, Nigel Howard could possibly get past both of those by the end of the lap.
Is that Howard into 4th into Coram there?
Yeah, I think you might be right.
Yeah. So it might be second by the end of the lap, or pretty much second by the end of the lap.
Tom Emden all over the grass on the exit of the corner at Murray's.
Look, if it was he was doing the warning earlier, he might be getting a penalty.
Yeah, it could be.
Oh, Nigel Howard spun.
Well, that's thrown a cat among the pigeons. I don't think he's lost too much time. But we've got 99 through in 2nd place, that's David Lewis. Tom Emden still there in 3rd place, number 9. And 4th place over the line is going to be number 11, James Miles there for. 5th is going to be number 2, which is Nigel Howard. 6th is number 42, Timothy Sage. And Sage, 4 seconds a lap faster than Howard, so possibly it's going to be Sage that could be good for P2 here. He's got 13 seconds to make up on David Lewis.
In that group you've got John Village as well, though. So
yes, true.
That now second with that spin for Nigel Howard is very much open. So we're watching Hugo pick up on the screen. So actually about of a second might be more interesting to watch when they come perhaps down towards Agostini, so we get a real view.
He's going to win this race by the best part of a minute, I think, isn't he, Hugo Pickup?
Yeah, like I say, probably the biggest handicap win ever. But there you go. We don't think he did any competition laps before this session, so that's probably the reason why. But the pack heading down towards Agostini, Tim Sage, and he's got John Village not far behind him. So for second, it's very open. If you see that on the screens now, so Nigel Howard, he's still ahead of Sage, isn't he? But here comes John Village locking up, the European Formula Ford 1600 champion from 1979.
Yeah.
Yes, that's second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, and 10th, all in shot, I think. So that's how he expected it to be at the end.
Absolutely, this is what a handicap race should look like at the end. That's for certain. Hugo Pickup, though, is into Murray's for the final time, so let's not take anything away from Hugo. But he got a friendly handicap, just looking down to make sure that all is well with the car as he comes up to the line. But it's going to be Hugo Pickup that takes the checkered flag then to win the historic 750 Formula handicap race. So many congratulations to Hugo. Let's see if we can pick up what's going on for second place now, because that's still about a minute or so behind. They're just heading up the Bentley straight now, and it's the number 2 car second for the moment.
That's Nigel Howard, but Tim Sage is right behind him, then only about another dozen car lengths or so till we get to John Village. So we saw that mistake from Howard a lap ago, but he's managed to hold on ahead of Tim Sage for now. Then you got Village, then you got Pryor, then you got Thurston. So it's the real quick drivers, isn't it, in this category, all battling for second place. John Village is getting closer and closer. Every metre of the circuit he gets a little bit closer to them. So there's 3 of them absolutely together as they turn through Coram for the final time.
Yeah, so it's Nigel Howard for the moment, but it could still be either of any of these 3, Tim Sage or indeed John Village, that take second position. Good run out of the corner for John Village there. He's going to get third place, I don't think he's going to get the victory, though. They come up to the line, and it's going to be very tight indeed. Oh, in fact, it might be Sage that gets second place, and he does, right on the line. Sage takes second. Third place goes to Nigel Howard. John Village has to settle for fourth place. Richard Pryor fifth. Those 4 cars separated by less than a second at the end. Then Lyndon Thuster, number 23, was 6th. Trevor Slatter, number 72, took 7th place. In 8th place was number 7, Graham Wilson. 9th goes to the number 11 car of James Miles. 10th place goes the way of Jerry Fincham in number 88. In 11th place is number 99, David Lewis. 12th place goes the way of number 6, Richard Verheyden. 13th place to number 77, William Kirk. Then it's Thomas Emden, who was our leader. He takes 14th place in car number 9. Then Charles Cooling rounds out the top 15. But Hugo Pickup's victory margin was over 1 minute in a 6-lap handicap race. So he was probably given 10 seconds a lap too much. And then Sage second and Nigel Howard third. So it all worked out very well for the minor positions.
Yeah, and for those drivers who've done laps before, so made it Joel's life a little bit easier to handicap, as we had some previous experience. Linda Price has dropped a long way behind, so that's also not gone to plan. But she's going to make it to the end, and most people are going to take the flag, which is good to see. And hopefully those with Austin 7 to racing tomorrow, they'll be able to get them back out, and I think we're being joined by some cars tomorrow as well.
Indeed we are. Josh, thank you very much for your co-commentary with me today. We will see you again tomorrow, where we have plenty more racing getting underway at 10:30 with the Demon Tweaksio Karma Low Cost Championship. We've also got the second race of the weekend, 750 Formula, Classic Stock Hatch, Formula V and Sports Specials, as well as the Race Part 750 Formula Championship having its third race in the afternoon. And we've also got races tomorrow for the Austin 7 Centenary race, the Carmel Porsche Trophy and the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship. So thanks to you, Josh. Look forward to working with you again tomorrow. And thanks, of course, to all of the marshals and officials who've done such a fantastic job of keeping today's race meeting just about on track after a few delays during the course of the day. But we are finished with 13 minutes to spare. That's it from Josh and me up in the commentary box then. We'll hand you back down for the final time today to Kieran McGinley. Good night from me.
Well, at the conclusion of the handicap race then, it's time to have a chat to our top 3, and I'm here with our winner, Hugo Pickup. Hugo, you've taken your wreath off. That wasn't part of the deal, but anyway, congratulations on the victory. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling very good, yeah. It's a really good race.
And obviously the handicap race brings a little bit of an extra challenge to it. You finished over a minute ahead. Well, what's the secret?
I mean, I don't know. It's the first race I finished in that car, and we just changed the head gasket in the paddock today, so it shows it's worked, really.
It really has, and you've come away with the victory today. Was it a bit of a lonely race for you, though?
I mean, it was a bit. I mean, I overtook one car, and I think the rest of it was by myself. So I was kind of wondering where everyone else was, but it's a very nice, happy surprise to have come first.
And how was the car, especially after that head gasket change?
It performed faultlessly. The brakes are a little bit iffy at the moment, but they're just bedding in new brake pads. But it did very, very well. So, very happy.
Congratulations, Hugo. Congratulations on the win. Enjoy the rest of your evening. And you will have to wear that wreath as you walk away. That is the only catch. Thank you, Hugo. Let's have a chat now to our second place driver. And wow, what a finish it was. It just shows you how, when the handicap race works, it works. Let's have a chat to Tim Sage, I hope. Tim, second place for you. 1/10 of a second in it.
Yeah.
How was that for you?
Well, it was great. It was quite a surprise. You never know where you are in a handicap race. You just press on. You see cars going past. You pass cars. I just managed to pit Nigel. Just on the last corner. I think he had an overheating problem, so he slowed down a bit, and I just pipped him. But I didn't even know it was the last lap. That's how vague I was about the whole race. But no, it was brilliant. It was good fun. Actually, the track was warm, the tyres were sticky, and yeah, I managed to get past my main mate and contender, Graham Wilson. So I'm going to go and rag him about that now when we're finished.
Absolutely. And how was the car out there today?
The car was good. The car was really good. No complaints. Snetterton has not been my luckiest circuit. First year, we had major problems. You couldn't finish a race. Second year, the gearbox blew up. This year, here we are. Brilliant. Next year, it's got to be a win, isn't it?
Well, you said it, not me. Well, Tim, thank you so much for speaking to us. Congratulations on second place.
Thank you very much.
And let's have a chat to our final driver, Nigel Howard. Just giving a handshake there. Nigel, third place for you. Again, 1/10 of a second in it. How was that for you?
It was fun. It was really good. The handicap was always a bit of a lottery. I guess that's the name of the game, really. But yeah, it made it very entertaining. And I had a nice little spin all to myself around there. And so I thought after that, I had no idea where I was at all. So I was surprised to get waved into here. So that was always a bonus. Yeah, so I thoroughly enjoyed it. Snetterton's always a good circuit. And it seems to suit these little cars quite well, really. Yeah.
Now, there is a question I do need to ask you. These holes here, and we saw you drilling them in scrutineering hours ago. What's the reason for this?
Well, we suffered an overheating problem this morning. The chap who was drilling the holes will be pleased to know we still got an overheating problem, although the nose is now a little bit lighter. So it didn't do quite what it was supposed to do, but it was a bit better. But yeah, we were struggling a bit with the temperature. But other than that, all was good.
Yeah, I was going to say, other than that, how was the car out there?
Fantastic. It was great fun. Can we have another go, please?
I don't think we've got time, unfortunately. No.
But see you at Silverstone then.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much, Nigel Howard. Congratulations on third place. And that wraps up today's proceedings and racing action. We'll be back tomorrow, 10:30. Set your watches. We hope to see you again very, very soon. Until then, take care of yourself. Have a very good evening and good night.